episodes I couldn't wait. Yeah, open your mind at the first gate. Press play, no need to debate. AoA, check me out. Look, clocked in, you can catch the hype. Golden Dawn, how we follow the light. Anime like life, married to it, my wife. All these episodes we binging. 3 points, how the Benz is, and it started just with some friendship. Now the videos is endless. Double A with that O in the middle. All my hate, but them boys is brittle. I've been a senpai, and we going crazy like hentai. 3 dudes that been studying this. Apostles, you don't need an exorcist. Tune in to like once a week. End over, how we bring the heat. Jesus, AoA, that's a triple play. New episodes, we couldn't wait. Apostles of anime. Yeah, open your mind, that's the first gate. Press play, no need to debate. Apostles of anime. AoA, that's a triple play. New episodes, they couldn't wait. Apostles of anime. Open your mind, that's the first gate. Press play, no need to debate, man. Apostles of anime.
Alright, come in and make some pepper, boy.
glamorized. Blaze of the kunais. Find me in the leaf of the cloud. Screaming out Bankai. We just some ghouls though, who like seeing parts fly. They like what you saying. Goma got more through the storylines. I tested your neck from the start. My hunters gon' come for your heart. I promise you'll land in my boulevard. Left them in one piece, no curse, smart like damn, bruh. I'ma do this for Britannia. Sins with me, that's a stand-up. Press play, don't disobey. Then you getting judged by apostles of anime. Apostles of anime. Apostles of anime. AoA, AoK. Look, apostles of anime. Apostles of anime. Press play, don't disobey. Then you get judged by apostles, apostles.
Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're back here. Let's do this tier list. Tower of God, Season 2. We got a lot of characters. If you want to... Oh, no, it doesn't even matter. They can't even see them. A lot of characters, though. Thank you to everyone in our Discord. Isaiah put out the word and said, yo, give me a list of all the characters we got from Season 1 to 2, at least the ones that are pretty relevant. And we got a list of them here. We're going to compile these into a tier list, S through D. It's going to be pretty sweet. If we don't put a character in a tier that you wanted them in, I'm sorry. This is our tier list. Hopefully you guys have fun anyway, though. And also keep in mind, this is Seasons 1 through 2, primarily 2. So there might be some knowledge y'all got in Season 3 that we don't have yet. You know,
Bro, I don't even know the knowledge that we do have. I'm looking at some of these people and I'm like, who are these ugly ass mugs? So this is gonna be a test more than anything that I did not study for, and you did not prep me for this, so I don't appreciate it.
You're in trouble if you don't remember some of those characters.
It's all cool because I just wait for you guys to say their name, and I'm like, yeah,
Exactly.
and then I'll remember it.
Also,
Big deal,
Gavin
spoilers,
is going to try and not call any of these characters by their real names and give all of them nicknames.
Great, because apparently he doesn't even know the
Yeah,
characters'
that's
real
all good.
names.
I'll give nicknames.
Which will double as an excuse and some funny content. So that's what we're going to do. Make sure if you guys like it, that you guys are following on Twitch, you're subscribing on YouTube, hitting us with those comments in chat, and when this video goes up as a VOD later on, boost that YouTube algorithm. Throw a like if you are on YouTube as well. Hit that notification bell, rather, on Twitch and YouTube so you don't miss any future live streams and or videos. You can expect this VOD later on. I'm thinking we're probably going to put this on the AoA show, considering this isn't a live reaction, but we have to stream on Reacts because we can't stream on the show. Won't go into it. But, yeah, make sure you guys are just supporting any which way, shape, and form. We got links in the description down below on YouTube if you want to support. Hit us up on Discord. Hit us up on Patreon. Hit us up on the audio onlys if you want to listen to our podcasts, our social media, etc. It's all down there. And we also have all of those same things in the panels down on Twitch as well, so you guys can support there. Don't want to miss out on any future content. Support the channel. Let's go. They said Uber driver is not S. Oh, I love how they're already making a... Oh, okay, Endorsee's Uber driver. I like that. I like that. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh, wow, great. I love
Oh, yeah, it's fan-freaking-tastic. It's awesome. But anyway, we got any announcements going on? Anything that we got to tell the peeps out here before we get started? I don't think there's anything too pertinent.
I don't know about that, but I'm interested by this comment. Not Charlie from Mississippi over on Twitch. Are you guys doing a Don't Be Ridiculous drinking game?
Don't Be Ridiculous
I've never
drinking
heard
game?
it.
Can
Don't
you
Be
define a
Ridiculous?
Don't Be Ridiculous drinking game?
I mean, you had me at drinking games, so I mean, you got me half cocked. So
Yeah.
we're good.
And I guess Shafad says, I guess the Demon Slayer movie's coming out the 16th, which would be in 3 days.
Really?
I guess so.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, we're definitely going to watch it for sure. It's going to be dope. Nathan with that $25 super chat says, can't stay up for the tier list, so I need to put my vote in early. Garam is S tier. I will be reviewing the VOD for disrespect towards the goddess. You have been warned.
He's like, here's my money. I'm giving you a warning, and there
Let's
you
go. Nathan, let's get a little down. Thank you for the $25 super chat. Thank you very much.
It's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of that.
Oh, man. That's wild. It's going to be dope. Also, I was thinking about it just because this stream is going to go for a while, and a lot of our streams have. I think we don't have to go like crazy on the dabs for every dono unless they're like topping it or like over 10. What do you think?
I mean, are you cool with that? You're the one that kind of goes crazy.
Yeah,
with
no,
that.
that's why I'm saying it. I'm trying to give myself a self-rule here. So whoever gets the top dono gets dabs. But anyway, obviously all are appreciated. But all jokes. Night, guys. Nathan, thank you so much. And big shout out to our mods that are holding down the fort for everyone, making everybody have a fantastic time.
And who helped with this list. So I, to make sure I didn't miss anybody that's like, oh, just kidding. They're actually super relevant to season 2. Why aren't they on this list? Yeah, y'all homies.
Absolutely. Right. Gavin, real quick, is there a way you could get chat up on
no, because
there?
Restream's not logged in. So it would only be of one
Can
platform.
You log in?
If you know the Restream, I don't.
Yeah.
That was not very confident.
No, I do. It's our, well, you know our email, right? Oh, gotta get that chat, baby. Give me a second. Easy. 1, 2, 3.
Watch it not work.
Oh, it's gonna work. That was rude.
That was really bad. All right.
Oh, you didn't spell anime right, dog.
Wow, yeah.
Perfect setup.
It's been I was testing you.
Hooray, the chat is waiting for new messages.
Yeah, it might take a second to boot up there, but if you can get that going on there.
I'm trying to think of how. Oh wait, I'll do it.
The irregular Jihad says, "I'm happy to be here. We're happy you're here too.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
There we go.
Thank you.
Now that's working.
Oh yeah.
All right, it's gonna get a little saucy in here. So just
All right, guys, we're gonna do some tampering around here for a second because this is gonna be a long stream. So when we're just chatting, especially for the YouTube video going up later, we want chat to be visible if possible.
Hey, Riru, first time making it to the stream.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, for real, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad to have you.
Yes, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be sweet.
Oh no, I'm doing. Oh Jesus.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going through it. We're going into warp speed right now, hitting that hyperdrive. It's going down. Tier list or not endorsee best girl? Yeah, it's our tier list.
Yeah, best at sucking. No.
We're gonna do what we gotta do. Your thoughts on Kalachad? You're just gonna have to wait and see, my dude. He is.
What's the thing we tell Joe? Look, they made the list.
Yeah, look, they made the list.
Even if they're in D.
Kalachad is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th on the list. So stick around, and we will let you know our thoughts on him. Hence, where he will go in said tier. So don't go anywhere. Thank you for. Wait, what? Thank you, Endorsee's favorite character. Oh, I don't know. Y'all dead ass put Rachel. LOL. Well, yeah, you gotta put her on the list. Ugh, doesn't mean she has to be an S, unless.
It does mean we don't have a category for her? Are you kidding me?
Look, it was short notice making tier lists. No time to add her tier.
All right, well,
but you already know where it is. So.
Yeah.
Can you add pictures on these little things? Because I just want a picture of a fucking trash can. All right, so that should work, actually.
Word, we got that chat up.
Yeah, it's not like centered nicely, but you know what? It'll work.
Listen, it's.
Oh my God, I broke my only rule. Why did I do that? Damn it.
You want to scroll down anyway.
Oh, Gavin.
Yeah, you probably want to blow it up a little
so
bit,
cute.
right?
I can't. Well, it'll cut us out.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? How am I going to blow it up? I mean, that's if you want less of the chat to be seen at one time.
Yeah, that's fine. Just because it's really tiny right there anyway, right?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Never mind. I lied. It's all good.
Filthy lie. No, I'm kidding.
So,
It
wow.
just looks small because it's on a small.
You can see my house from here.
All right.
All right, we do it.
We do it.
We got it.
I think so, right? Yeah, no. We got it for the most part.
All right, cool. Listen, folks, for anyone who has been here before, y'all know our special rule on the AoA show. Gavin, Isaiah, and myself will each get a token that we can use to move a character to a tier, and it cannot be tampered with. We could save it till the end. We could just auto put that token there, and that's where that character's going. I think it's pretty fair to say, since we have so many characters here, that once we use our token, it's locked. It's locked in place. Now, the chat, though, I think we did this last time, will also get a token, right? At the end of it.
I don't like this.
So, and then they could use that to put a character that they deem we put in a wrong spot to any tier No questions asked. Now, the fun with it, though, is that I think we made it so that the chat does have the ability to interact with our token. Don't break that mic, please.
No,
Gavin.
I'm trying to tighten it because it's really.
This thing?
Yeah, am I loosening it?
Probably. Righty,
No.
tighty, lefty, losing?
What are you trying
No,
to
this
do?
is lefty, tighty, righty. My booty. I don't know. It wasn't working.
That is the real saying.
All right.
So Gavin, I don't know if it's up to you because you're like over there by the computer.
Yes.
But last time we made like a straw poll. I made a straw poll of all the choices
website?
for the it's a polling site for chat, like just to get a more accurate like reading of who's saying what, because we could just like ask them and have them like pull it from the chat, but that's a little
I'm
disorganized.
gonna be frank. You just spoke in gibberish.
Go
I
to
don't know.
strawpoll.com. One step at a time.
It's baby steps. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Gavin. There's the internet, and then on there, there's a website.
Let's start from the beginning.
All right. So straw poll. Give me a little pulley poll. Type your question here. Why am so
What's happening right now?
damn hot? All right. Why am I so goddamn hot? So
Great.
what are the
Okay,
poll
so
options?
how this actually works is you put the question of what character does chat want to move as the question, and then you'll list every all the options here, so that at the end of the end of the stream, we post this link in the chat in our stream, and then chat will get to vote on all these characters, which one they want to move, and then you'll make a separate poll that'll list all the tiers, which will say which one, now that you've picked a character, which one do they want to move, or what tier do they want to move the characters to.
And I don't think for this we have to put every single character as an option on there. We could probably wait till the end, and then chat will let us know. Like if we see a recurrence of a couple characters, we'll put like 5 on there, based off what chat did, and then we'll let them do it. Anyway, that is the rule. At the end, Gavin, Isaiah, and myself will use a token. We cannot interact with each other's tokens on this one, but you guys can. So we'll move our characters where we want them to move. They are locked in place unless you say otherwise, or you might want to use your token on a completely different character that we put somewhere else, and you guys can move it at the end. Also, Sven G says, yo, do you guys rank on personal taste or some specific categories in which you rate the characters? This is a brilliant question. So there's going to be a little bit of both. There's going to be objectivity and subjectivity here. A lot of subjectivity on who we like, who we don't like. Gavin's cracking up, but give me a minute here. Lefty, tighty, righty, my booty. Lord
Oh,
have
no,
it.
no. I'm laughing at what you're saying. Like, this is completely just going to be.
Oh, yeah. A lot of it's subjectivity, but I would have to say, if anyone's
we
wondering.
could use a little objectivity.
Yeah, like there's some
Like,
objectivity in the sense of like what kind of impact they have on the story and this season specifically. How much screen time they're getting and how much they impact the story, like what they do for the characters.
like
all that kind of
your
stuff.
bias is going to play into it, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, it's a tier list on out of season 2 what characters were the best characters.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are objective things that make certain characters just more, more of a presence or better in the season.
What kind of impact they had on us and the story and all that kind of stuff. What role they played. So a little bit of both.
Like everybody knows Traveler's obviously an S because he's the most relevant character.
Yeah. But don't take it too seriously if we don't put someone somewhere, because we're just having some fun with it. So
I'm going to kill you.
anyway, what's wrong?
You good?
What?
You good?
Oh, yeah. No. It was. Never mind.
All right, Gavin's in his own world over
Gavin's
there.
threatening people.
No. I don't even remember what I said, too.
Okay. Anyway, I think we are ready, right?
Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, wait. The Don't
We're
Be
not ready.
Ridiculous
No, we're not
drinking
ready.
game is played by guessing if a character uses the phrase Don't Be Ridiculous a lot or not. Posting this till y'all
Oh, well,
read it.
actually, the main thing that you don't drink, right?
No, I don't drink.
Sorry, guys. Ian's not cool.
Yeah.
Can't play any drinking games.
If I lose, I have to drink a gallon of water for everyone that I lose.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? This would be 20 times worse drinking a gallon every time you lose. I'd be dead from water poisoning.
Every time you lose. Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing around. But
But we got to get fucked up.
All right, I'll get the alcohol.
You just pull out like a fucking jug of gin.
I mean, have you seen my refrigerator down here?
oh my god, get banned.
My family's wild.
Oh my
right.
god. Yo, that'd be wild.
All right, let's kick this over in game.
All right, anyway, let's do this. Yeah, what Gavin said.
All right, here we go.
Yo, hang on, Gavin. One more request here. Can you actually make it so that chat pops up under our screen, even if it's just a little bit? Because I'm curious to see what they're saying.
Dog, you're asking for a lot. Right?
I know,
No,
but I
I'm
feel like it'll.
Well, won't it block the tier list?
You know what, Isaiah? Sometimes you gotta live.
If
in
it's
the
like
moment.
below, if it's below our screen and small
Gavin,
enough.
I'm just trying to throw out problems here. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
This is the most unconventional way I'm using this, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's because the other thing is it's gonna block like all the.
wait. No.
Can you?
Wait, big brain. Hold on. I got this.
All right, what do you got?
Tag me in, coach.
You're tagged in.
Bam. So it is there. It's just covering some of the characters in the bottom right corner, but it's not covering the actual screen itself. See what I'm saying? Like all the tiers are up there, clear, clean.
Is that really better though?
Yeah, you're just not going to see some of the people queued for the next 50th question.
You can also
Looks
use
kinda jank though.
Gavin. You could go to the restream on here, like not on Streamlabs, and make that screen tighter so that you don't have to make that screen so wide there. Because I think the issue is how wide that one is, not necessarily how tall. You get what I'm saying? So can you go to there and like slide it over a little bit?
It affects the other stream too, because this is display capture.
Yeah, we just put it back because we're only going to be just chatting like little increments during it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so you're saying make this smaller?
Mm-hmm. Like that. Yeah. And then you can make it a little, well, you don't have to, you don't have to go too ham. Yeah, you could go back. And then, and I don't even think you have to display if it's YouTube or Twitch, to be honest with you. It's just chat. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
There you go.
I don't think this is better.
And then make it taller.
Yeah, but isn't the whole point not to cut this out? That's why I have it only within the
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to put so many characters in there. You know what I'm saying? To like get it to that point. You know, like if we get to that point, then you could like make it smaller. Yeah, something like that. Chat, let us know if that's something that's cool. Whatever. We're gonna try it for now. See how it looks. Doesn't look that bad. It looks fine. Just because if this goes up as a VOD on YouTube later, it'd be cool to see the comments that are whizzing by. Y'all say hi, YouTube. All right. Okay, I think we're ready. Right? Good?
Depends on what the definition of this is. No, I'm kidding.
We're good. Okay. All right, guys, let's do this. Make sure y'all are dropping a like on this video. If you enjoy what we're doing here, subbing to the channel, following the Twitch. Let's do this. All right, number one. Oh, by the way, hang on. We have to go through the tiers, right? Because Isaiah puts in hard work making these names. So we got S tier as ruler of the tower. We got A as irregular presence, B as qualified ranker, C as average regular, and D as outside the tower. Don't take those two literally. We're not literally ranking characters on that name, but they're cute and they're quirky, and Isaiah put time into them, so make sure you guys respect it. Anyway, that's what we're doing.
Did somebody change the
I did,
sound?
yes.
That's terrifying. What is that
It
sound?
should be like way lower, right?
Well, it's like a scary movie like sound effect that you like added.
No, it's called level up.
Oh, that's like leveling down in my book. No,
Okay, we'll change it. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm just hearing it. All I hear is, and I'm like,
Well,
fuck is
before
that?
it was matching to the Tower of God thing that was happening.
Oh,
So
I see what
to
you're
make it a
saying.
little more,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like just put it like that. I could change it. Though.
No,
That's fine.
no, you're fine. I just wasn't expecting it. I'm like, what is this sound I'm getting? And I was just busting balls.
Anyway.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. All right, number one, ladies and gentlemen, we have Novick or
Brovic.
Brovic.
No, I'm kidding. No,
No.
he has to have his nickname. Like
Yeah,
that is
that's
his
what I'm
nickname.
saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking to you for nicknames, Gavin.
Oh,
I'm going
that's
to look
right.
to you for a
Yeah.
nickname for
All right.
every single one of these characters. So
All
y'all
right.
better be
Remember
ready
the
for
deal
this.
we made literally at the beginning of this stream?
Yeah.
I was like, why are you asking me?
Come on now. All right, this is going to be a long tier list, so let's get to it. Brovic, Novick, what are our thoughts? I'm saying off the rip here, I'm going between that A and C tiers. I think that, I know that's a lot, but I guess the point is that he's not absolute trash. He's not D, but he's also not S. So that's where I'm all automatically going in.
All right, so what's your, let's say where we'd put them just
Okay.
like first,
Instantly.
and then if anybody had, like, then we'll get it. So
Okay.
where would you put them?
C.
C? I'd also go C.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
There we go.
I guess it's majority rules.
Yeah,
To be
it
fair,
is.
oh, man, C? Damn.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Think of all these
Not
fuckers
even
on the
B?
list. No.
Why not?
Because I said
He has
so.
he has some pretty relevant presence, at least early on in season 2.
Early on.
Well, I guess that's the
Dude.
thing is there's characters here on the list in comparison who have a presence all throughout season 2.
Correct.
And after the workshop
Sure.
battle, he just kind of like drops off.
No, I guess, but to put him in C, that's like pretty low because you got S,
No,
A,
he's your
and
average
B
rate.
before that.
He's your
You know what I
average
mean?
regular.
Like, I don't really, I don't know.
I'm
Chat.
going by the name,
I know,
dog.
man.
He's about the average.
Chat, back me up here, chat, bro. I think C is being a little harsh. You got to think about it. He, especially in the beginning of season 2 and pretty far into it, had a pretty relevant role. We're talking when Khun, like way back when Khun recruited him. This is a long season. When he has the fight with Ran against Bomb, when he's also in the workshop battle, fulfilling that plan, Hwa Ryun's plan as well. He has a lot going on. I think.
I'm gonna be real with you,
I
dog.
don't
You
know,
ain't
dude.
slaying me, and he's always just been, average. Has his moments of shine, and that's where it kind of sits. He's a
Damn.
bro. Don't get me wrong, but like,
But
that's-
like C though.
I'm just saying.
Not even B for Brovik? Damn. All right.
No,
well, I guess majority rules, even though chat is going wild for B right now. But, I mean, it is what it is.
Well, you can
Well.
be wrong. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Like, he's cool, and all, but like, I don't know.
Oh, man. All right. Fuck it. Majority rules.
Majority
Y'all
rules.
said C. Go for it. That's fine. I'm not salty or anything. You're salty. I'm not salty. You're salty. Damn, we're starting off hot, huh?
All right, character 2 of
Character
50.
2.
You said it's already heated. Let's go. Okay, who do we got? Shibasu. What do you guys think? D, right? You going off that?
Yeah. Don't put my boy
Play.
Saucy Lips in D. No, he's up
Saucy
there.
Lips?
Yeah, dude, he's Saucy Lips.
Saucy
Facts.
Lips. I like
he knows his way around the tongue, if you know what I mean, in terms of verbally explaining things to people in a very clean, concise, and Shibasu way.
That's definitely what he's
man.
done all throughout the
Yo,
story.
let's
You're
go.
Totally right.
All right. In all seriousness, I'm thinking Shibasu goes A, right? A. I guess there's so many damn characters. Can you scroll down a second here? That I'm like trying to see. I'm trying to see who my auto S picks are, and then I'm kind of trying to go from there. Because if there's not a lot of auto S picks, I could. There is merit, although Shibasu does not have as much of a presence, obviously, as he does in season 1.
But quick question: what do you mean irregular presence?
So
No,
the
don't pay
nicknames are
attention
just
to the names.
cute.
Gotcha.
They're just cute to be
Okay.
cute.
All right,
Tower
all
God
right,
has
all right,
irregulars,
all right,
rankers, whatever
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck. It's not.
They have people,
literally,
they have
there's
dogs,
letters
yeah.
there. That's what you're paying attention to.
Remember when I said that before? That Gavin totally.
I remember when I wasn't paying attention, and I was kind of
like ever. Oh man, I'm a
Well, we got to go around the table first. Like, what we think?
sure.
Bam.
Go
All right,
go
what do you
for it.
pick?
I'd go A.
Okay.
I would say A or B.
Yeah, I guess I would go A. Is there any particular reason?
I think it's more implied that like he isn't a huge presence right now, but like he kind of always is in a weird way. And I mean, to be honest, the fact that he's making it this far with the literal bunch of like jamooks that he's with, he kind of is able to hold the ground even against just having all of the wild cards that he deals with, and like he's a bro, like a Shibasu. I don't know. He's pulling strings behind the woodworks. We just don't see it. At the forefront.
I could see A because like he doesn't have a lot of moments in season 2, but the moments he does have are really big.
They
like
really,
with the
with Viol and things like that. too.
yeah, like with getting or letting Khun and Bam go fight Kaiser and get her name and that whole like blowing up the thing, and then the huge save he has at the very end of season 2 with bringing the warship to rescue everybody and get out of that whole Kallavan fiasco. But it's like those are the two things when you think of Shibasu season 2, like those are the only two things. So that's the like, and then without those things, he does have such an ordinary presence in like what it is for me is it's very high moments and then very low moments. So it's like that's the only reason I would detract him down to B is because it's like when he's not doing one of those two things, everything else is just so mid. But that's
Yeah. Okay, I could see A with Shibasu personally. I think that's my
All right,
my vote.
that is a consensus. He is an irregular.
By the way,
presence.
Ruru was saying something too. Like, I think we could look at that. Like, if we look at this at the end, and like, if we wanted to do like a final checks, like make arguments for anyone, you know what I mean? Like, not having to use a token, being like, okay, maybe we can see this person there, and then go to tokens when it's like, okay, we're pretty locked in place. Like, I don't think that's against the law. You know what I mean? Either just going forward. Wait, quick question. Do you rank them within their tier too? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like A plus, B plus.
I think he's like the person who's first is the best in that tier.
Oh, wow, that's going deep. We haven't done that before. No.
All right. Well, that'll be when we actually get people on the board and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I think we need a
That's,
little
I didn't
bit
even
more.
think of
Let's
that, though.
get
That's a
through
good
this
question.
like just
Yeah.
once,
Baby
and then we'll
steps.
talk about like
Baby
re-going
steps.
through it. And,
Yeah, we're having fun. We're having fun. Yeah. Okay. I can't remember this chick's name. So what's her nickname? It's Lilia and Shilia, right?
Yeah,
I think.
Lilial and Shilial.
Lilial and Shilial.
so-
Which one is this? She's the crazy one.
I think she's Shilial.
I think it's Shilial,
Shilial, Lilial.
I'm sure Jack can correct us, but
I don't know, but she's
Yeah.
the redheaded stepchild. That's what I'm calling her.
which is ironic because her sister's the redheaded one.
Exactly, which is why that was perfectly in my mind. Yeah. I literally just remembered them from blonde and redhead, and she's not the redhead, and they're sisters. So bam. Look, nicknames don't need to make sense, bro. They just need to have a presence. And this girl's presence is my redheaded stepchild, which I don't inquire.
They said the inferior
makes
twin.
sense.
The inferior twin.
Yeah, my estimation here is D personally. Excuse me, as in she doesn't have that much presence within the story besides, their whole
one
little
appearance.
coup in the
Yeah.
name hunt. For sure. And, beyond that, even so, she's like the less likable sister in my personal opinion. So that's my honest
Yeah,
two
I'm going
cents on it.
D on
Yeah,
this
I'm going
personal.
On that one.
Oh.
chuck her in.
Chuck her.
Inside the tower.
Bam, throw her out.
Don't
Done.
come
She
in.
She wasn't
here.
wanted. No blondes allowed.
Okay. Next we have
Casano Biamo.
what's his nickname, Gav?
Oh, that's weird. I'm gonna call him bitch boy because he just acts like a little bitch all the time. He kind of does though. Come on.
No, it's just a
Yeah.
little less creative. It's just,
What do you mean less creative? What am I
So-
getting?
It's more an insult than just a nickname per se.
So Gavin, where do you think Bitch Boy goes now that you think he's a bitch boy on this tier list?
Actually, I would.
I'm assuming off the nickname, it can't be super high.
It's weird. Probably C or B.
B.
It's weird. I'm trying to think because, like, obviously his presence isn't a positive one per se, but it is pretty important. But then again, it kind of has lost its relevancy more because I don't know where he has been for like the last. Like, does anybody remember
2
where
arcs?
he is? Yeah, does anybody
Yeah.
know? Like, and that's the other thing kind of rolling in my head is like he is kind of out of it. So that would lead me in C, but then I'm thinking, I'm like, he is going to make a presence in the future, and how important is that going to be? But that is not what this tier list is regarding. So with that mindset, might change the C or D.
I also feel like too, and I'm not, you guys might not be doing this, but I'm getting the remember, the beginning of season 2, and by the beginning I mean like the first half. Like
I
this
know,
was a
that's what I'm trying to
long
do.
season, and like
Yeah.
Casano was, and this was my argument for Novick, honestly, but Casano I think is in a similar boat where Casano has a very important role.
He does.
In the first half, I would argue, of season 2, with Horyang and his thing going together.
Yes.
The whole workshop battle is a huge thing for that character as well. With the betrayal, there's some crazy moments there. Him trying to find himself, whether he is the weapon or that kind of thing, and going on his own path.
Oh wait, he left to be with Horyang?
I'm sorry,
He left to fix Horyang. Casano? Do you guys remember
to
that?
fix him.
That's what I'm reading in the comments. They're saying he's with Horyang. He left to fix Horyang.
Well, so the last thing that I remember is when he has that conversation with White, and White's like, look, you got to make a decision whether you want to be a weapon or a person.
Yes.
Because weapons don't have feelings, emotions, or ties to people, but people do. But people are not efficient. They're not precise. They're not, tactical, or whatever you want to call it. And, basically gives him the, the jab and then leaves. And then, like, he doesn't have, like, a dialogue moment where he's like, all right, I've decided to be a human. Let me go help Horyang. It's kind of, like, left ambiguous what he decides. But, so I don't remember anything explicitly stating that, like, A, that's what he decided, and B, that because he decided that, now he's back with Horyang. But I do also remember at the end of season 2, when Wang Na and Misang are leaving, they're like, Misang's like, oh, you don't want to like talk to everybody and say hi? And he's like, no, we can't. Plus, we have to go check on Horyang and see if he woke up. Which the only reason he would wake up is if Casano is there to wake him up. So I guess that logic stands, but it's just weird that like you have to infer that, like, you know what I mean? Like there's no, but that's semantics. So yeah, okay, that's where he is.
Oh man,
wait, so what did you say, Gavin? You were what, like? Did you say where you actually put him?
C or D.
Okay, what did you say?
Kind of where I'm rattling.
I would say B or C, just because even though he might not be my absolute favorite character, I do feel like he's a very important role in the former half of season 2 by like a pretty large margin.
Yeah, but then he falls off by a pretty large margin too.
Yeah, I guess, but then like, could you make the same argument for someone who has a lot of presence in the latter half but not in the former, right? Like if you're taking someone like
Depends on the build-up.
I guess, I don't know, like Sachi or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Sachi doesn't come in right off the rip. Like it takes a while for him to come in, but he is there for a while. You know, he's there for the rest of it.
Yeah, but honestly, I'd also kind of group Sachi in with the
okay.
series.
Don't take the character you're like, you know, the subject. I'm saying like the presence they have in the series. So like take a character that you might like, but that doesn't have presence in the former, but in the latter half of the series. Like, do you make the same argument then?
But
like,
is this whole tier just based off of their presence in general?
No. There's some subjectivity and then
yeah.
like what impact they have on the story. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I guess to me, Casano has a large impact on the story.
If we are using that as a way to judge the characters, then yes, inherently characters that are only in the season as a whole. Like there are characters on here who are in the season in its entirety. Or you know, who are in it for large portions of it all throughout. Yeah. They're always going to be like higher than characters like Casano, who no matter how much of an impact he had at the beginning, emphasis on he's only relevant in the beginning. There's a whole second half of the season where he's literally not even there. So yeah, I think I would go C2.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess I would put him behind Novick. Like putting him to, you know what I mean? If we're ranking 3, you might as well as you're putting him in there. But that's my personal opinion. Just that's just.
Won't it be easier to do the whole thing first? Because then we can see everybody in there.
I don't think so, because as you're putting them in, you go, is this person better than that one? Yes or no? Okay,
yeah, but then if we're already going to step back and look where to move people around, it's like we're going to be doing it twice. If that makes sense. Like at the very end.
No, you're not, because you're doing it as you go.
No, but dog, listen to me. At the very end, you said we're going to go back and we're going to review the list and then move people around accordingly. But like if we're doing like a pre-move around based off of what we want as we're doing it and then going back and then doing it again a second time, it's like we could just wait for the second time to worry about it. And for now, it's just throwing them up.
Well, I guess I'm saying if you do that already, there is no second time. Because like as you put them in,
until we go to move them around at the end where we're going to have to then move said person into different categories and then figure out where they shift on that line that they or on the plane that we put them in. So
because I guess he's saying if you want to do the thing where you're moving characters at the end, like you were saying, somebody was saying in chat.
Well, I guess you don't
then judge on the importance. If you move at the end, if you move certain characters out of different tiers,
you're gonna have to redo it again.
Okay, put it this way. I guess the point is that you can do that, but you don't have to move characters at the end. So I was saying if you already have them as you're going, and then you look at it at the end, that's one less thing that you have to worry about because you already know that they're ranked as they are there. But it doesn't matter. You just put them wherever you want. It's fine. All right. So next one we have is Horyang. Any thoughts? Horyang. I feel like Horyang's got to be B for me.
Yeah, I feel B.
Because you know he's the flip side of the coin of Casano, but obviously has more development in his character. Now, unfortunately, he's sleepy sleep for the second half of the second season here. We don't know if he's going to make a comeback, but again, I feel like between him and Casano, like that dynamic is a very strong one within the beginning of season 2 and about half until, you know, after the workshop battle, which is a pretty major point in the story.
Yeah, I feel like the main thing that separates him is the fact that like if you have someone like Casano who's like, oh, this is my backstory and I'm here doing this and try to do this. Like Horyang starts there, but like you said, he has so much more character development that like you see him become like a different, you know, a better version of himself from the moment we meet him all the way up until when he goes to sleep.
So this is a comment that's interesting. The only way 029 says he's out, by the same logic, he's out even more, which is true. However, with him being out, actually has changed most of the decisions made by his supporting characters because they actually branch off. Remember when he first gets sick and then Wang Nan goes his own way and because of that gets his own development from it. Like him not being in the story has actually been a driving force for certain characters to make decisions that drove out the story that we have now. So literally just the fact that he hasn't been there and like the presence of him not sleeping in the background and them trying to wake him up has been a driving force in terms of the route that our characters have gone
I feel
down.
like
it has really changed the story and created what it has been.
I feel like if the character is like a secondary character or they're not main, like judging them on how much of the story they're in is kind of one of the only things you have to go off of because they're not a main character. They don't have a lot of development. Like one of the literal only things you can look at is like how much are they in the story? How much does the story talk about them? But with characters like Horyang and as we'll get to even more main characters, like that's not the only criteria that we're judging here. That's just one. And you kind of end up falling back on that with lesser or secondary characters. But characters like Horyang who do have significant development, there's more to talk about. And there's more to judge them on. So, yeah.
So what was the consensus?
B.
So we both said B.
I actually agree with B. Okay, so boom. God fucking damn it. Can I just...
All right.
Can we like...
Well, you not ready for her yet?
Can I, like, delete this
Yeah,
thing?
do you like not know where to put her? I don't understand.
You gonna
Is there a
prepare for her
conversation we
later?
had?
I'm just like, why is she so soon on the list? I just want to throw her off a
Look,
bridge.
dog, I'm just trying to appease people.
All right,
Okay.
thanks. Well, yeah, all right. There we go. So
I'm
next,
actually
Kallavan.
gonna. I mean, majority rules,
I'm just
whatever.
kidding, I'm just
but
kidding, I'm just kidding.
I'm actually
Well,
gonna.
where would you? Well, okay,
I
you seem
personally
like-
say C with Rachel, and that's not because I'm trying to like throw her some bone. Like, oh, I like her as a character. I don't necessarily like her as a character, but if I am being completely honest with myself, a lot of what I'm personally, my subjectivity here, a lot of what I'm basing the D tier off of is if you not only like I didn't have any sort of affinity towards you, but also if you made little to no impact on the story and were there for like a very minimal amount of time. So like some side rando who shows up, I can't even remember their name, like has a very small appearance and also didn't make an impact on me. Like that's what I'm doing. And while Rachel doesn't fall into the like made an impact necessarily, it's like kind of crazy to deny that she doesn't have a very large impact on season 2. It's at least the former half, and I would say like the first 3/4 of it, and some would argue all of it. Now I know sometimes like Isaiah has voiced concerns saying that like he doesn't really care about her character going forward now and all that kind of stuff, but I think she's a very major driving force in terms of the antagonist in the former half of the series. So that's, I think for that reason that she's not auto D. But if we're going off of purely hate subjectivity, then yeah, sure, she's D. But if we wanted to,
Well, I do get the, you know, like you were saying, I do think that a large portion of season 2 has her in relevancy. I personally feel like it drops off after Bam sort of rejects her and whisk away with her, because after that it's just her playing catch up and tag along, and you know, because the story wants her there, she's still there. But logically, there's no reason, like, you know, after Bam rejects her, why she would be there. But so I feel like it's more of, you know, what I was saying before, where it's like, yeah, at the beginning of season 2 and all the way up until that moment, she is relevant because she is a psychological and a emotional obstacle for Bam to overcome. But I feel like once he does that, like, there's just a lot of, well, fuck, Rachel's here, and like, you know, she's, you know, I've already set her up as this main force, so I can't just like kill her off or get rid of her. So she has to, like, you know, so the story has to justify why she gets to stick around and why she gets to be here. So that's why I would put it for D, because I feel like the second her character loses relevancy, like, it just becomes like, even with, you know, her being a bitch and her doing, you know, just all the shitty things that she does in the story, like I said, there was like a point to it, right? The Bam and company had to like overcome that. That was her obstacle. That was the push that she was doing against these characters. Where to me, once she lost that, like, it just seemed like there's no reason for her to be, like, she's not doing it. Like, there's no reason for her to stand here.
My opinion is that she maybe lost that aspect, but I think it morphed, and I don't think she lost her relevance completely. And I think now it's more of the quest for answers type thing. And then also taking into account that, like, I would actually argue that in a weird sense, Rachel is like the second, maybe like a second protagonist in a weird, like twisted way. She's the antagonist to the major crew, so not a protagonist. I'm not looking for the right. I'm having a hard time searching for the right word here, but the point is that like I guess through SIU, you know, he has made it clear that Rachel and Bomb are like these, you know, these two units that are going up the tower and they're in their different ways. So in like a weird way, I also consider her another one of the main characters is alongside Bomb. So like her journey, although it's like this weird messed up thing, there's a way that she's going about it as well. So I don't think her character's lost relevance in my personal opinion. But yeah, I mean, put it this way, I guess, Gavin, whatever you want. If we're going off of pure, like, you know, subjectivity, then yeah, I mean, D tier because she's a pretty shit person. But I was just throwing that out there as a, you know, monkey
well,
wrench.
I mean, the reason
you know
that I said that's why I'd still put her in D. It's not just like not just because I hate her.
That's all right. That's fair. Yeah, whatever. What do you think?
God, I fucking hate myself, dog. I have like the little like syndrome of two like little like devil and angel on my shoulder right now because if I am being brutally honest, and if we're judging it the way we have these characters so far, for me, logistically, she would have to be in at least A, and contention with S. That is the logic and the reason. The Gavin answer. What?
Well, I'm sorry.
I follow. No, if we're going off of presence, story changing, and really just like grounded in essence of Tower of God, she is one of the most relevant characters in this entire story, alongside Bam. In my opinion, that doesn't say anything about her fucking character. So with that said, compared to everyone else on this list, she would have to be A or S. If we're just talking about that aspect of it. However, she deserves her own fucking tier below 6 feet under. And, that is what the real Gavin wants, but we don't have a category for it. So I'm trying to. Oh my god.
Well, I think it's okay to.
No, it's not okay if she's fucking high on the list because I want to fucking.
No, you don't have
ass.
to put her high. I was actually surprised that you said A or S, but you know, I think A. That's a big growing moment for you.
No, it's not a growing moment because I'm about to fucking turn her. But
I was gonna say, I think it's okay to combine both. You know, like if you're on the fence, or you could just say to hell with one and go with the other. It's up to you. We're having fun with it, but
no, it's just for me. The reason why I hate her is for how negatively impactful she is on this story, especially Bam, and that is what brews my hatred. So it's like, if I'm really talking about presence in this story, for me, she has one of the worst fucking presences in this story, which is a big game. Like, it is the basis of why this story is written and her presence in like, for me, it's just ingrained in the entire story. It's one of the most important roles, and I fucking hate her for it. So
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're saying this now, and I'm thinking. I was originally saying C, and now I'm thinking B.
No, I'm dead ass. Like, if that's my mindset, I would not go lower than A. Like her presence is the basis of this whole fucking story. Like, it is so important and so fucking awful, and that's why I hate it and I want to kill myself right now.
So like,
I just feel like though, like that's just one thing though. Like, again, what I was saying is like with some of the secondary characters here, you kind of have nothing to go off of, like as far as their character, but how much they're in the story, because they've got nothing else to offer. But Rachel has more to offer in terms of how to judge her other than her presence in the story, which, as big as it is, there's other things to consider. So I guess what I'm getting at is, if your only reason for putting her that high is just because of her presence, like, you kind of have to
you don't have
negotiate
to.
in
No, I know, but honestly, like, I don't think there's an argument that I could hear that would like even with your argument, I don't think that she's lost relevancy. I think she is going to have relevancy, and she has had relevancy this entire time. Like, and that kind of goes into just how we're putting them on this list. Like,
you don't
even if it is with personal bias.
Yeah, you can do that too. Like, I don't want to make it that it has to be that, and that's exactly what we're doing. Like, if you detest the bitch, she can go lower. That's why I was saying C, because if I was going off of that, I would agree that she's higher. But just because I was kind of weighing the two and then saying, okay, well, there's that, but I, obviously don't like the character, so that's why I was saying C.
Fucking throw her in her own little trash can all day.
Can we agree on like C? or like
Yeah, he said C.
C or B.
Let's just do like
something
a,
like that.
like a C.
All right, no.
you know?
If we're cutting ties, she's going D then. Just for that, because she doesn't deserve any part of this.
Are you kidding? You went through all that shit and then you put her D.
Dog, all I'm saying is
Oh
if
my
she
God.
isn't going for the reasons why I said it in a logistic.
I was saying you
Hold on,
bridged the two.
no.
I
There's
said
no
D.
bridging. This
I
is like
said
fucking.
D, and then you said D, and then Ian was like, "Well, I think C," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." Ian's gonna give the argument for C, but Gavin and I have majority rule, and then Ian gave his reason, and then we went to you, and you're like, "Actually, I think A or S," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck! All right, now the whole pot has been stirred," and then we get to the end of this, where we're like, "All right, let's just agree on the majority thing," because Ian said C if you want her not in D, and you're
Look,
like,
all
"No,
I'm
she's gotta
saying
go in
is
D."
that if I'm no, hold on, let me
me.
explain. If I'm using logic and reason based off of certain principles, it would be A or S. If we are trying to marry the two and call it a day, fuck that, and she's going to the lowest of the low, which is where I placed her. So that is where I lie with Rachel. Logistically, where she sits in the story, I understand it. I hate her. If I'm trying to make two happy like bears kiss, no, she's going to the end. So
Guys, I just want to say real quick, just to address it. I stated this in the beginning. We're doing this tier list off of both. There's subjectivity on who we like and who we don't like. And if it's not so standout about like, oh, I really love this character, they go there, then, we go to the objectivity. Is there, how much presence do they have on the story, etc. It's okay to have both. We don't have to go like that. That's at the end of the day where we're going to reside it on. So don't, just because we said Shibasu has a great impact on the story and we like, we like him, or Horyang has an impact and we put him B, doesn't mean that we put him there and we're like, God, I really wish I put Horyang in D because like, I really don't like Horyang. Like that also is implied with it, how much we like the character or not. If we don't say anything about the character, you could assume that we're pretty neutral on them and or like them. Yeah. Rachel's just a pretty hot button topic here. So don't take it all too literally in terms of like, okay, you guys are either relevance in the story or if you like them or not. Because if it's a matter of if we like them or not, this tier list is going to be done in 20 minutes.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying Rachel as a character.
No,
I know, but I'm saying like with that explanation that you're giving with Rachel specifically, is she doesn't deserve any of that. It's either you understand her presence in the story and you're okay with it, and if that's not going to be the case, she doesn't deserve anything more than a hot dog fucking plate.
Yeah, it's like you were saying before, where it's like you can use your bias on a character as weigh-in to make an assessment, but like that's not the only thing, nor is the factual stuff the only thing. It's a mix of both.
Yeah, it could be a mix of both. And to address it, Ren, because he said, but y'all didn't do that for Novick. We also have 3 people on this show, and there's a best 2 out of 3 policy. So I said Novick I thought was B. These guys said it was C. I don't have a clone of myself, so I lose on that one. You know what I mean? At the end, we could, give some arguments or whatever.
What we did. I mean,
what's that?
Everything I said about Novick is like I didn't. No.
But he was saying like why? Because I know I was giving arguments for like as to why I thought he was higher. So like why not put him higher? Maybe that was it or whatever. Point is, majority rules is going to be the thing. So that's it. But we're going off of all of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's it. We're just giving arguments and boom, that's it. Okay, moving on to Chala. Oh, you didn't give Rachel a nickname.
Do I need to, bro? She goes by bitch. She goes by snake. She goes by trash can. She goes by fucking like dog kicker. I don't know. Just think of the worst shit that you can think of. I don't even care, dog. Like,
all right.
God, don't even say her name.
So I'm probably going to catch some flack for this one. But, what would this show be if I'm not pissing off half the fan base here? I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of people that are screaming for Callahan, I keep on calling him Callachad, and I'm like, wait, that's not his name. Kallavan. What the fuck's his name? Kallavan. Y'all got me so fucked up with this Callachad.
I thought you were trying to say Callachad.
I was like, do you know?
I thought you were saying Callachad, but like jokingly.
No, I forgot it. I literally forgot his name. I'm like, y'all are calling him so many different fucking names. Kallavan, right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I think all of you that are screaming S and A on Kallavan
are wrong.
I think a lot of you are probably incorporating season 3 bias into there. I'm not gonna lie.
Of course.
Because you guys have to remember this is season 2 strictly. Kallavan, although he makes a banger of an entrance, and I do think he is badass in his own right for reasons that I will explain. He is in it for a series of 10 chapters in total. Yeah. Quite frankly, I just don't think I know enough about Kallavan as a character besides that, very quick backstory, which by the way, wasn't all that compelling to me. And, his fight he has with Jin Sung and Bomb and all that kind of shit, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. When he's there, he's there. But I don't we haven't had enough time to flesh him out as like the antagonist of like, here's all these other things I'm going to do. Here's like other quirky shit that I have. This is the way my personality is. Like I didn't think I got enough, personally for me off of that. So for that reason, I don't think that he is S for season 2. To be fair, I would say that Kallavan goes, God damn it. I would say that he goes A. I would say that he goes A personally, because I was going to say B at first, or A and B split, but then I thought about it, and if we're ranking them within the A tier, I could see him going somewhere in the middle or towards the end of A. But I don't think for me, my personal opinion is I don't think he goes lower, because even again, I made my arguments for why he's not in there much, but I'm not gonna lie, when he's there, like I fucked with that character a lot, like bias included here. I thought not necessarily his story and everything like that, but just his fight. To be completely honest with you, I just showed respect to the dude. You know what I mean? Like he's a walking unit. So that's my thing.
You GAVIN?
I'm bouncing
between.
My default's B, but I could settle for A. Yeah, I don't know. It's more just for like it's been 10 chapters. Like I don't know. It's like he's setting up season 3 and like really getting that groundwork laid. Mm-hmm. But like if we're talking like season 2, like there's just so many other stuff that has happened that honestly is kind of a little bit overshadowing it. Like it was the build up to the part where he came to, but like I don't know. It's been
so my personal vote would be B. And here's why. I think because everything that that you guys have said, I would say for me normally like would put him in A. And then if I inject like a little bit of personal bias, I wasn't that crazy about him as a character because I was like with his backstory that at least that we got. I'm sure if it gets fleshed out later, but that's irrelevant. Right now, with the backstory we got, I feel like it's a little plain Jane. It's a little like, oh, I was weak, now I'm strong, and I'm gonna take over everybody. It's like that's cool, but it's just kind of plain Jane. And I feel like if we had heard Kallavan's name like at the beginning of season 2, and this guy had been built up all like season 2 is fucking huge. If he had been built up like every single arc, all the way, and then we get to the last station, and then he like makes his entrance, like that's how you build anticipation for a character, and then like that payoff with because the thing is, we literally don't even hear about his existence until the last station arc, which he only has like 10 or so rough chapters in it. So like, yeah, he, like you were saying, when he does show up and when he does appear, he has a badass entrance, and a lot of his, and he's this huge, just rock of a character, and he can tank all the stuff, and he's super strong. But it's like, he ends up, again, for me personally, just being the final boss of season 2. Right? If he his character doesn't get a lot of light in the sense that like we only see him, we hear about him and learn about him for roughly the same amount of time that we hear about any of the other villains in this whole season, right? Hell Joe doesn't get talked about before or after the Floor of Death. That's the only time that you hear about him, so on and so forth. So like I feel like a lot of people are with their bias are like, oh, but he's so dope. And it's like, yeah, but he doesn't actually have like that much more presence than any of the other antagonists. And again, if we're going off some of the other antagonists, like whether I like them or not, and just their origin stories, I feel like Kallavan, for me, sits at a B. He's great, and like I said, the moments he is on panel, he steals the show. But those moments are like literally at the tail end of season 2, and it's just because we don't, you have to learn about his existence, his character, and what he can do all in those same 10 panels, right? So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn because I feel like I'm looking at the rest of the characters on this list though, and I will say one thing just to like a little bit of food for thought here. There are actually quite a few of these characters that only have their select role within their arc, within their time, within their moments to shine. Even some of the players from, season 1, right? We were saying that with like Novick, putting, you guys were saying C tier for him, etc. So I do think in terms of the impact that Kallavan does have, on the story when he's there. Like, I know that's what we were agreeing on, but just to reiterate, is actually huge. Like, I'm taking him and I'm comparing him to someone like, let me try and find someone on this list here. Yvonne Kell. You know what I mean? Yvonne Kell, or maybe even Khun Edahn. Khun Edan's in a little bit longer. But not too much, to be honest. He's kind of within the confines of that arc, right? Or Yvonne Kell might be a better example. And I guess just ranking the presence that they had while they were there sometimes might be able to outweigh it. I think, again, what brings him a little down for me is because I know that he's going to be fleshed out from season 3, and I know a lot of people are probably going to be judging him off of that knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could see A or B, but I think if it's A, I think if it's B, it's high B for sure. And I think my gut goes with A. But if it's B, it's high B, and if it's A, it's somewhere in the middle, probably. Because, I'm thinking about it, and when he is there, man, this dude fucking hits. Like, in terms of that fight, that was a badass fight. And just, the fact that he just charged ahead, bro, and Yvonne Kell, Karaka, and Yuri there all at the same time, just, got a hole blown in his chest, this guy's a freaking unit, bro. He's insane, but
and it's it's a dope fight, but you got to think about it outside that fight, because even then Jin Sung is still alive. He's with Miss Cheney, so it's even after that fight, yes, that happened, but I'm thinking story, did that was that game changer? And it's you have Bam, who thinks Jin Sung is dead. Okay, it left off at that. Season 3, that's going to play a big role in terms of his development.
Yeah.
Okay, but after that, it's really nothing else that is really coming to mind. It's you learn about him and his relationship with Jin Sung. Okay, but again, that was relevant to the story in a way, but not really in an odd sense. You get more backstory, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the guy. It has roots. Yes, I'm not saying it's completely irrelevant, but it's not very relevant is what
That's
I'm getting
fair.
at. When you compare it to other characters.
I'll go
No,
B.
I get what you're saying.
If you
So
wanna go
that's
B,
where
that's
I'm
fine.
coming for with it.
No.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
All right.
It's tough sometimes because I think Nani, the Foo has a good comment here. It says, sometimes I think it's better to judge them by arc because TOG has so many one-shot characters, it's tough to rank them by season, which I do agree with to some extent because some of these characters are only in for their arc, are only in for their spot, and they make a major impact while they're there, but then, if you're ranking them against the major players, obviously that's who we're following in the story. So there is something with that, but I think B is fine.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Cool.
So also Z is going to sleep. So Z, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by.
Nighty
We
night.
love your face. Anyway.
Even though we've never seen it.
Yes. All right, moving on. We have Hwa Ryun. Hwa Ryun, if that's how you pronounce it.
The Red Witch.
I am going to say S tier, and I'm not. And personal bias aside, on me liking this character, you already know. I like her, but I'm not even ready to take a bullet for her anyway. But I do think S is where she belongs because I like her character, but beyond that, she is a literal, I believe, major player from the literal beginning of season 1, but season 2 all the way to the end. There's literally there's very few arcs, if any, where she doesn't have some sort of major impact on the story, whether she is setting up the plan to do X thing, whether she is going off to do X thing that's going to be relevant later, whether, there is the heart-to-hearts with Bomb. I know there are some growing moments for her in season 2 in terms of what do I value, Bomb's mission or Bomb more, and et cetera, and that's always a warring thought in her head. But I do think that out of a lot of these characters here, she has a major presence on season 2. And I mean, I would expect going forward, but just on the whole story in general. And fuck it, I just like her, and she's beautiful. So I would rank her S personally. But that's my thought.
I think I would say A because while I do agree with it's not even really she has a large presence in the season. She's there from the gate, or from the jump. I feel I don't know. I feel season 3 would make, like, once we go through season 3, and if her character has the growth that I think she's going to have, or that it looks like she's leaning towards, I think by season 3 I'd put her in S. But I feel like right now she's like just at the front door of that. Like, I personally don't feel like she's had enough growth that's noticeable from at the way beginning to where it's like, oh wow, she's really come around, or she's really decided to like take this next step. Because I mean, she still is kind of doing, like, the thoughts are in her head, but she's still doing the same exact thing she was doing in terms of like, okay, the goal here is to only give a fuck about Bam. Like, I don't care if anybody else here lives or dies, as long as my god gets to his mission accomplished. And yes, now the thought of maybe prioritizing what Bam actually wants in terms of like his feelings or his happiness or his friends and all that other stuff is in her head, like we saw with the last station, which is the very last arc. She's still not there yet, right? She's still not like at the stage where she's willing to seriously take that into consideration. Like I said, she makes the step in the right direction, because like when Bam's like, oh well, fuck it, I'm gonna, like, I'm not doing your plan then, because this isn't what I want, and goes off to rescue the hostages anyway. She has this thought where she's like, oh, logistically, there's no way in hell he's going to come back alive. Like, the survival rate is basically 0. But I know Bam has like this way of twisting fate, or whatever you want to call it. So if he does, like, that'll sort of be proof to her that like, that she can start taking, like, his feelings or what he wants into consideration. So I feel like she's walking towards this, that growth right now, but I don't feel like she's there yet. And I don't feel like where she is now from where she was at the beginning is like a leap enough for me to be like S, but I feel like everything else around her, beside that character personality, let's just say, warrants her an A.
Really? I feel like she actually has character development, and I think it's just like there's never this like, well, that's a lie, because there are sometimes, but it's like, I guess there's not like this big smack where they drop the anvil and it's like Hwa Ryun, like her mind opens up and she has this whole like flip and she's like, okay, I'm going to be a different person. But I do think that there's incremental growth throughout this season, especially, and all throughout, in the sense that she might not be fully where, you'd like her to be. And that's fair, right? I can't sway on that one. But I do feel like she goes from the beginning, right? In the sense that, Bomb, you're going to go through with, X mission, this is going to be the thing, to kind of incrementally throughout being like, Bomb, I actually care about your, well-being, but beyond that, I care about what you want to do in this, right? It's not just about the mission anymore, because at first, for me, Hwa Ryun was the mission, right? Bomb was just a piece for that mission, but I feel like the growth for Hwa Ryun comes from the fact that she's still protecting Bomb as the priority, but the reasons for why she's protecting Bomb as the priority are not so single-mindedly because he's what we need for the mission anymore. It's more, at least as the season progresses, the way I see it, it's more about like Bomb in and of himself as someone that I'm willing to, see him do what he needs to do. Now, I'm still going to give him the hard truths. I'm still going to give him the tough love, and I'm still going to, make sure that he's the one that's being prioritized throughout. And I feel like, especially towards the end of the season, she might be getting more and more glimpses. But I feel like her growth is like a more of like a little bit of a progressive thing for me. So I do feel like she has growth, just to insert that in there, inject my 2 cents on that one. But I mean,
I guess I just think, when I think about like character growth, I think about the character like either making a decision that they wouldn't have made at, let's say, the beginning of said season, or even the beginning of when we meet them in said story, or adapting a new ideology like to their personality or the character, right? Like, we get this thing with Endorsi a lot where it's like, oh, I wish Endorsi would stop being like, just such a yelling, angry bitch all the time, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I don't expect Endorsi to like pull a fucking 180 and now she's like hugging everybody and super nice and stuff, but I expect growth of the character in terms that she's not just, attacking and or being angry at everybody all the time for everything, right? Because there's an acknowledgement when like you make a fault versus when somebody else makes a fault, etc. I don't expect Hwa Ryun to be like turn around and be this lovey-dovey, girl who's like, kissing everybody on the cheek and like, I don't expect her personality to change, but I think development-wise, her character hasn't gone through enough growth where she's making any different choices. And again, while the thoughts might be in her head of like why she's making those choices, whether it's for Bam's mission or for Bam, the fact of the matter is we're still in the only care about Bam mode. And like, if you think about characters like Khun, who at the beginning of this season, and even, we'll go back to the beginning of the story, were very cold, heartless, self-centered, manipulative and all that, to the, what arc is it? The Hidden Floor arc, where he's making plays about putting his own life on the line to go save Mising, which is not something that Khun would have ever thought of or done way at the beginning of the story, or even at the beginning of season 2. But it's like through his interactions with Bam and the rest of this group, he has adapted this new ideology of it's okay, and like there is worth in other people. There's worth in trying to save other people's lives.
So let me ask you this then, because I know she's way down the list, and I'm not even just saying this to say it, but I am genuinely curious, because I'm assuming y'all are going to snap Yuri S. But I'm actually genuinely curious. Why do you think beyond just her? All right, fair enough. Would you snap her S? Really, you wouldn't put her S? Okay.
No, I'm thinking.
No, not you. I'm talking about Isaiah. I was very surprised.
Oh.
I was not expecting that answer. Because I was going to say, if you were, I'd actually make a similar argument for her in terms of character development, where I don't think she has much change, if that's the criteria that you're basing ranking lower off of. But if you weren't going to put her S, then fair enough.
No, it really. Well, I have a different argument for Hwa Ryun.
All right, fair
so
enough.
it wouldn't fall because
Well, where would you put her first? Let's start there.
So if I was similar to the Rachel argument, but it is different in a sense, because if same thing, legit, like if I in reality S, with my personal bias A, and that's just because she rubs me the wrong way and has always rubbed me the wrong way. So like with my personal bias, if I'm going off of that, I would put her in A. But I don't think it is a disservice to say that she doesn't play an important role in the story, because she does. And honestly, I think it's just the position as a guide in general is they play very integral parts, because they have abilities that other people can't tap. And the thing with Hwa Ryun is that's like it's already ingrained in her character to be this presence in the tower, because that is what their role is. They're able to see the future. They're not see the future, but get glimpses of events that are going to happen and kind of piece it away. Like that is an ability that she has. So as a character like Evan, that is going to be an important role in terms of being able to predict what's going to happen and how to move things around it. However, with Hwa Ryun, that I have teetered with is the way that she has gone about it, yes, but it's the mere fact that even though she has this ability, now we have reached the point where she said the probability of this happening is 0, with the quote that you said, and she's like, Bam has this way around him where he is able to prove that, my foresight is wrong in a sense. So in one way I see this story, I'm like, Hwa Ryun, this story could be completely different and probably lead to her fruition at what she wanted to be if she stayed who she was and didn't change in the future, and we'd have a completely different story. And I'm like, and that would be negative. And obviously Bam would be as if Viol, and it would go down that route. So if we had stuck to her plan originally, we would have a very different story, very different characters, but it could still lead to her desired goal and output. And now we're looking at it through the scope of she's being influenced by Bam and team, and finally it's being chipped away where she's kind of making these changes or coming up with plans of some events, that include a backup, which is what she had in that recent one, an A and a B. And that is important, and I'm finally fucking grateful or happy that she is actually getting these other four thoughts. However, at the point that we know of her now, it hasn't, that facade of just everything that she has done in the past hasn't broken down completely. Like, she still is sneaky, and like I don't have that trust in her. And for me, it's like until she has that trust in herself and with Bam and his teammates, and really just kind of puts herself in his camp, I'll never fully have her back, because she doesn't have my back or anybody's back other than Bam. So it's like, for me, that's important to the story to have, but also a detriment to the story, because if it was all her game and we followed all of her rules, we would have a very different story. So it's like I have this weird like back and forth, and her presence is super important, but just off of my bias in it, I would go A. Although I could see an argument for S, and that is kind of the truth, but
Beholder Magic goes, bro, they really forgot the workshop where Hwa Ryun gets kidnapped because she guided the entire squad. I forgot
Okay, the workshop is how many arcs of season 2?
Yeah, but
1?
Yeah, but I mean, like, come on, you can't discount that argument, though.
No,
like,
it's a solid argument, but like,
yeah.
what you're saying, she has to go from all the way in S because of that one play she made?
Well, no, but I'm saying if the argument is that she never cared for anyone else or never had a moment where she's grown from that, and then someone gives you an example of where she has, to be like, well, that's an
Well,
arc.
I gave you an example of that too, but there's also plenty of other examples
Yeah.
after the fact when
Bro,
she
I
makes
was
a
just
decision
reading the
where she
comment,
revert-
bro. I'm
No,
just
I know,
playing-
I know, but this goes to the comment, and it's yes, there are going to be characters who show glimpses of moment of changing, but if a next arc ahead of it, there's ideas that are reverting back from that initial change, that is also just as important. So that's the thing. It's when a character is going through changes, you see instances of glimpse of a difference of said person. But that doesn't define that person for who they are for the majority of the story, because they can revert back. I.e. Bam. Like, you know, there's so many characters with that same mindset where you can't just be like, oh, well, this one scenario this happened, or like, oh, she put herself out on the line for this, because you can also say, yeah, she put herself out there because she might seem like her life isn't as influential as Bam's. So if an event's going to happen where it's he moves on and I have to die, and that's just the reality of it, she is very much the character to do that because of the way that she holds Bam just as a person. So it's like there's a lot of different angles that you can like dissect these things. But just for me personally, for everything I've said, I'm sticking with A.
All right, fair enough. A it is.
Oh, jeez, I wasn't ready for that. Okay.
But she's definitely like above Shibasu, right?
Oh yeah. I would say so.
All right.
Damn, Shibasu was enjoying his like spot in best A character until
No.
literally anybody else got it. He's just gonna get it.
Oh man. All right. Next one we have is Karaka. So my gut tells me A for Karaka personally. I mean, in terms of arguments, I think he does have a pretty big presence on the story in the sense that he is behind the scenes on a lot of the obstacles that they have to overcome, kind of being, no pun intended, the thorn in Bomb's side, and kind of one of the major players, like one of the obstacles and villains against him. Absolute prodigy. I just like this character in general too. Like, I like his fighting style, how it's like this demonic like style where it's like from the pits of hell, the ability that he has like the multiple bodies with the heart. He's got like his own cult following and squad around him. I think his fights with Yuri were badass, and every one of them too. I just like the style, you know. I like the aesthetic of this character as well. I like his connection with Jin Sung and then with Bomb. And I also, to top it off, although it's a bit small because it's at the very end of the season, I do think that there's a little bit of a turnaround that we might be seeing at the end of season 2 with the character in total. I don't know if he necessarily goes S, although I could see an argument for it. I will be completely honest. But for the reasons that he's not, you know, he's not like one of the main squad. He's not there like quite all the time. And, you know, just for likability and all that kind of stuff. But that's where my gut tells me is A.
Yeah, I would also say A, so I pretty much agree. Like, he has the advantage when you're talking about antagonist over somebody like Kallavan, where like Karaka is in the story for a much larger portion, so that character gets more time to be fleshed out. Like, so he doesn't come off by the time you get through the season, Karaka doesn't come off as just like, oh, I'm bad to be bad, and like I'm just trying to, you know, fuck people up because I'm bored.
Sure.
Where it's like, and we see that in the last station, where it's like, you know, we see something I would argue that's similar with White, although I think it's a little bit more apparent in someone like Karaka, where he's not so blinded by like being the bad guy or being the, you know, picking the violent or like bloodshed, or that he's like willing to discard any sort of logic or, you know, the overall goal here, top priority mission or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? He, at the end of the day, he is competing with someone like Bam in a sense, but he's not so like narrow-minded that he's like, no, Bam's my enemy.
Sure.
Like, no ifs, ands, or but. Like, and you know, like you were saying again at the end of season 2, like I do have a feeling that by season 3, I could see Karaka as an S tier character. But right now, I feel like with just the way season 2 ends off, we're getting like just these inklings that it's like, oh, okay, Karaka's got this like, I'll call it like other motive right now. You know, I don't even really want to like jump the gun and say he's like turning tailcoat right now and he's gonna, you know, sign up with us. But he seems he's showing this ulterior motive, which at least proves that there's more complexity to this character than like, I'm here to just be a thorn in Bam's side for eternity.
Yeah.
So I would say A too.
What do you think, Evan?
Yeah, I'd go A. I was really compelled with S as well.
Yeah. For me, I'd say A behind Hwa Ryun. That's
it would have to be at least.
Yeah.
Oh, Okay.
He's like,
that.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Good thing you can't see this.
So next one is Sachi. Gavin, why don't you tell us first? Because I feel like we've.
Not gonna lie, dog. I was gonna say, can you? Because I'm gonna pee.
Okay, never mind.
No, because I actually have to pee, and I was like, all right, Sachi, I'm gonna go pee.
I
while
thought you
you're-
were gonna be like,
No.
tell me or go first because I don't know who this is.
No. I was gonna be like, if you want to talk for a sec, I kind of have to pee really bad.
Oh, also, Karaka's nickname is Chihuahua Worm Baby. That's what Gavin
Yes,
gave me.
Chihuahua
yeah.
Worm Baby. Thank you. I
Chihuahua
forgot
Worm
about
Baby.
that. Oh wait. I have to go. Wait, before I pee, I need to go back because I was missing nicknames. We got the redheaded nun here. That's what I'm gonna go by because she dresses like a nun.
That's actually a
and-
pretty good one.
Yeah, that's all she deserves. Was
Did you
that
do
it?
Kallavan?
No, he's Billy Joel. He's always been Billy Joel.
Okay. I should run with the piano thing, huh?
Yeah, that's the one thing he had going for him, and I didn't even get to get all that in fruition. So he
The
didn't
man's
write me
basically
song
like
about
a
it.
Nazi Erwin Smith, and you're like, no, he played piano one time.
Yeah,
Gotta
but,
be Billy Joel.
but he like literally he's
saying
the,
adapt a little
no,
more
he's the
creativity
essence of
into
bitch. I didn't get no Billy Joel. Fuck that bravery shit, dog. Nah.
I like Chihuahua Worm Baby. It's my
Chihuahua
favorite
Worm
nickname.
Baby is the number one.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I am gonna say that for Sachi, by the way, for the next one. Oh, Sachi, you got a nickname?
What?
Sachi nickname.
Pointy tentacle porn.
Pointy tentacle porn.
Can't
Okay.
think of anything for Sachi, so he's a weird one.
That's
I
actually
am going to agree with chat
weirdly
personally.
kinda
I'm
works.
gonna say C for Sachi. Although he is chilling with the squad for the whole time, he's got a dope
I'm good with C.
weapon. Yeah, I think barely does anything. He barely talks. Rather,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? There's like
I mean,
kinda
like,
no development.
I feel like wherever we put, to be honest, wherever we put Boro is where Sachi has to go because they've both just been they've both consistently been doing the same thing since what was it? Since the Hell Train and like the Dollar Show and stuff. Like, cause that was their, or I would even argue the arc before the Dollar Show. That was like their moment to shine. You know what I mean? Like, but like it was like, oh, we're meeting these characters who had this altercation and have this history on the Hell Train with Joaquin and all that. But it's like, once they agree, it's ironic because you have characters like Daniel, who we'll get to later, and Akka, who kind of start, live and die in that moment of the arc with Train City and all that.
Yeah.
But and so they are less relevant by default because they're literally not even in the story. But then it's ironic that you have characters like Boro and Sachi who, while they agree to tag along, weirdly still lose relevancy just by proxy, I guess, because like either they don't have a whole lot of character growth past that or moments. It's kind of, they're just like, oh man, like us adults hanging out with these youngsters, like just doing all these zany stuff. Like Khun's got me jumping into a hole and all, like, you know what I mean? And like I would argue that Sachi, sure, if we're like keeping a tally list, like physically does more than Khun. I mean, not Khun, more than Boro, in the sense that his vines have actually come in clutch like a pretty decent amount of times. And I don't know where we'd be had he not used vines for said instance. But yeah, I kind of feel like wherever Boro goes, like he's got to go. And I kind of feel like they both deserve C just because it's like they're in the party, man. But like, I kind of feel like if this is like an RPG, like we just needed to fill out the numbers, we just needed like 8, like we couldn't bring 7. And it's like, they don't, they just don't, just don't have any oomph, any impact really, like even being in the story still. They're kind of like, they're like a better version of the Traveler. Because he's not even here. He literally didn't make the list because I was like, okay, that dude does absolutely nothing. But like, they're in the story, but like, you know what I mean?
Sure. No, I feel you. I feel like we got to wait for Gavin to come back for this next one because it's Jin Sung Ha.
Oh, sure.
So we'll go into this chat real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the stream so far.
Let me check the chat. Gavin, just in time. We made it to the boy, Jin Sung Ha.
Oh, okay. And I got to pee, so I'm going to
All right, never mind.
Y'all talk with him real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, here, Gavin, give us what you think of, like, just, you can start talking about Jin Sung. Wow.
Talk about Jin Sung?
Yeah, and then when Ian comes back, he'll give his input.
Ooh.
So what you think, where he gonna go, all that good-ish.
Ooh. Okay, wait. I need to sip a little bit of tea and think about this one here.
Oh, do you also, I guess, want to switch it back then real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So people can read a wrist.
Oh, Jin Sung. Ah. My heart's telling me A or S. Damn, dude, he's just so damn important. It's like, man, why can't I even form a proper thought about this guy? It's, it's hard because like, even from the beginning with Bam, he really has been influential. Just the impact that he has on him, which kind of involuntarily leads to just the story.
Well, maybe start with where you put him, and that might facilitate what you want to say about him.
My heart's telling me A. It's weird. It's like one of those things where it's like my gut feeling's A, and I'm like, I'm not sure why. Well, I am sure why, and I was kind of going in on a little bit, but he has had a big impact in terms of Bam and said his development, which kind of flows onto the story, and he's just such a cool guy. I mean, like, you can't look at Jin Sung and be like, oh, he's like I can't even see an argument for not liking him. Like, I don't know. It's just he's just such a cool dude. It's like awesome. It's so influential. Even just like the lollipop and the fucking cigarette thing, like even that is just so symbolic and just like kind of plays into the story in itself. And it's like, I don't know. It's just like his essence is like just so prevalent for the fact of everything. Yeah, I would go A. What are you thinking? I don't know. It's like I can see an argument for S, but like
I'm not gonna lie. I like in making the thumbnails and like just making content, putting content together with this season finale. Like I've been going through a lot of panels between Bam and Jin Sung and just Jin Sung's like sort of moments and stuff, looking for like pictures and stuff of him, and he's really rubbed off on me more than I thought was gonna. Like we saw like the whole season 2 finale happen, and I'm like, oh damn, that sucks. But like you were saying, and it is a good point to bring up, he doesn't actually die, which I do feel kind of like dilutes the moment a little bit. Like
I do
if
agree.
he had died,
I
that
do
moment
agree.
would have been, in my opinion, a very tragic but like good send off. And it's like, okay, like this feels like the appropriate time to memorialize this character, and like I have what I need to do that. Now it feels like whatever role he's going to play in whenever he comes back into the story, not that like it feels shoehorned to an extent, but it's like he just set up like a really good like way to get off the train, and like he didn't. So like now he's still on the train, and it kind of feels like there's no real seat left for him to sit, so he has to like awkwardly stand there, and it's like, But that being said, I do, like I said, just in like just in going
Gavin farted.
no, I didn't.
Yes, that's what happened. Just in going through the moments that we've gotten of him, I have really like warmed up to this character, and I do really appreciate his presence in the story up until now. I don't know. I feel like I want to say A, but I could 100% see an argument for S. I just don't know if I can make it.
Yeah, and his that whole what you were talking about with him being alive, that is so impactful, because like he's going to be a presence. Like he's being kept alive for a reason in SIU's eyes, and like there is going to be large events that happen because of it, but it does seem like it was robbed a little bit in terms of some of the feelings.
I could see it being like, oh, well, ultimately it's a character moment for Bam, because it's like the thing that pushes Bam into the mindset of like, I have to stop being hunted and attacked by people and become a hunter myself, and like become more aggressive and it's like, that's cool, but like arguably somebody sneezes and that's a character moment for Bam. Bam gets a lot of like, I feel like if you're gonna like potentially put someone's life on the line, like that, you got to make it count. Where it's like if they live, it's got to be because like it just got to make sense. And not that this didn't make sense, but it just kind of felt like okay, but like come on, like like realistic.
To be fair though, do you think it impedes his character? You know what I mean? Just in general, like.
Well, so that's what I'm saying is like he doesn't like I love his character and I love everything his character does. It's just we're grading season 2, and the last moment we have with this character is that, which is like such a moment that dilutes my like memory of this character. And like again, while it doesn't like make Jin Sung any worse, it's like again, I'm just trying to like factor in everything where it's like how I personally feel about the character, but again also like season 2, what happens with him, how he pushes the story forward. And I feel like I don't know, there's just something about like the way that his character gets like wrapped up, so to speak, at the tail end, that kind of like leaves this like I'll say like awkward taste in my mouth. Not like bad necessarily, because again, like it makes sense and it works, and it's like, oh, she, almost killed him, but like didn't. And Kallavan, I don't know. It's just it's there's something there where I like can't. Like I said, I could, if one of you has like an army for S, I might be swayed, but I just can't do it myself.
I kind of want to pop the S cherry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be real. Jin Sung Ha, I think, is my favorite character in this series. Okay. At least was. He's one of them. He's like top 3. All right, maybe he's not the best, but like he's up there. All right.
This is from like 1 to 3.
Yeah, he's like top 3. So for bias reasons, I do think that S, like, he's just that dope. But it also feels weird putting him above, for me, Hwa Ryun. But I think that's okay, because we had our majority thing, and it's okay to insert subjectivity in here. I fuck with him. You know what I mean? I really like Jin Sung Ha. I really do. Like, I like his aesthetic. I like how he has his moments of change because of Bomb. I love how Bomb and him look literally identical, which I think is hilarious. So it's like his literal father. Jesus, Gavin just shit himself over there. Gavin shit himself while I'm eating. Thank you.
That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah. I mean, beyond that, let me put it this way, dude. There are some characters on this list that, will probably have a similar amount of screen time and impact on the story and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like there does come a point where I just have to say that, like, I just fuck with this character. You know what I mean? Because if I'm saying that, then Jin Sung, I could probably like see 5 on this list that realistically have a similar amount of screen time. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, if he's an A, then I mean, these other people are probably an A, etc. And like, not getting too caught up in that, I could see for now putting him in S. And again, if we come back to this at the end and we're like, okay, you know what? Stacked up against these other characters, that just doesn't make sense.
I love how I was like, oh man, if somebody can make the S argument, like I'll be swayed. And you're like, my argument's he's just fucking dope. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Put him in S. I'm down with that. He's fucking the man. Like, that's Jin Sung. I'm going S. That's
But I will say I am pissed that he didn't die. At the end, like you guys were saying.
Yeah.
I think that was annoying. To say the least.
Don't get me wrong. I'm sure in season 3 or whenever, if he like comes with a clutch save or something, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm so happy he's here. But
like, it's gonna be cool. But I feel like that was the perfect send off for that character.
It's just, you know what it is. Every time I think about that moment, I'm like, I literally like get teary eyed because I'm like, I remember that quote he has to Bam where he's like, "Be happy. It's the only reason I taught you." And I'm like, oh my god, we lost Jin Sung. And then my brain goes, oh wait, no, we didn't. And it like immediately detracts from that. Where it's like, imagine if Jiraiya died, and then literally the next chapter of the manga, it's like, oh no, Jiraiya's good. It would take all the state. Like Bam still thinks that, but like as a viewer, doesn't matter. But yeah, I agree. That's all the way.
All right. Sorry, quoted me. He says, Ian, he's my favorite character. At least he was. Well, he's one of the top 3 characters. Maybe not.
In 5 seconds, went from like, he's probably my favorite character in the whole story. Okay, like top 3. Like, let's not get crazy. Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right. We got Papa Khun.
Papa Khun.
Next on the list. Or Data Papa Khun. I wrote that on the list, and I do want to specify that because obviously we can't really judge the current outside versions of these characters.
That is true.
That have had like years more of corruption or whatever the fuck. You just existed longer. We are judging, and you'll see him at the very end of the list. We are judging specifically the Data versions of Khun, Edahn, and Jihad. So for Data Edahn, which actually I think works out, at least for me, works out in Edan's favor because I don't know if I would judge the current Edahn.
Oh yeah, 100%
high, and I could definitely see myself judging his Data version higher simply off the fact that he seems like half a more decent person when he's younger than when he's older. So he still clearly has like notes of the mentality that I'm sure gets what's the word I'm looking for? Exaggerated as he gets older and more corrupted and whatever, where it's like he's kind of doing his own thing. He's got the whole fucking like Greek god aesthetic. He's sucking grapes off a vine and shit. He's just, he's this hedonist kind of, I'm doing whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want, because I can. But I do think he does get major points, at least for me, when we learn about the whole moment between his altercation with Data Jihad, where he's like, where he at the very, like, he does understand and have like pride in loyalty and respect for his comrades. And like, we see that with how much he admires Jihad and not specifically the version of Jihad that like, the Data one got turned into, whatever, where he's like, oh, you're like a fake. Like, you're not Jihad. The Jihad I know, like, that's a home dude. Like, that's my boy. That's somebody who I'd ride or die with. Like, I'd take the head off anybody that looked at him wrong. But like you're not him. And like, I think there's something to be said with just the how do, like the I guess like the admiration that he has for people of, you know, for his comrades, for his companions and people of that stance. Like when he's talking to, I believe it's Bam, about the whole thing with V, I think he's like, personally, if people had to choose, or if we had to pick amongst ourselves of the 10 family heads, who should actually be the king, who's more qualified, it's V, without a single doubt. He's like, Jihad was sort of the louder character here. He was sort of like the one whose presence, like, you know, purposely overwhelmed everyone else's. But like that just in that moment tells me that he has, again, at least the data version, younger self, has a good judge of character. Like he understands who is good, who is bad, and like how far to cross that line. Obviously the caveat is he doesn't mind crossing that line himself, but I think that does give him a bump up for me. I probably put him in probably A or B, because I mean, like, he's also a Khun.
It's fair. There's subjectivity with it. Yeah. Do you have a thought?
I would put him in the highest B spot.
Okay.
And the reason why, I don't think he plays as much as a presence as the people who have an A. However, what a really shining moment with Khun and me is the amount of strings he pulled on the hidden floor, and they wouldn't have been able to do it without him, even with getting that 1 month extension with Jihad at that time. Not to mention, he is also the reason why Bam is now able to form the spear, because he was able to give the item to read their Shinsu. So Khun is able to use ice with rocks, and Mising as well. So like he is the reason why this is even on the table to begin with, and that is important. But I don't think it outshines the people who we have in A tier, nor is it really the factor why I think he should go in the A tier. For me, it's high B, and that is the reason why. I do think it's important. I don't think it's the most important in terms of other characters or really placement, but I do think that it would make him shine in the B tier.
Yeah, I could see B. That was where my gut went. I was gonna say, yeah, probably B. Because I think he does literally ride the middle line, right? Where it's like he's a pretty likable dude. I like him. He's really dope. Yeah. You know, he's probably my favorite Khun so far. He's pretty cool. But beyond that, you know, the arc that he has is just an arc, really. Mm-hmm. So we don't get to see everything, but he does have a pretty large presence in that arc. And does a lot for the guys to grow. I don't think he has like a crazy amount of like character development or anything like that. But again, we suffer from that so much in the story, being that some of these characters are only in for a very select amount of time. So if they're not one of the main cast, we're not going to be able to see that progression over time, which makes it a little tough to grade. So yeah, I think right now B is a good one.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Bam.
All the crowd agrees.
All right. Next, we have the... Oh, did you give nicknames to these, Gavin? You better not be falling off, dude.
Oh, so wait, we forgot Khun.
Come on, Gavin.
Well, this is Papa J.
Papa J. Okay, I like that.
Oh, man.
Dionysus?
Italian.
Did you say Italian ice?
He said Dionysus.
Oh. Wait, what?
Dionysus, the Greek god of wine and
dog. I don't know Dionysus. I thought you said Italian
ice.
Like
who's based off?
Gavin's like, well, he does like Italian ice.
I kind of like Italian ice, though.
Okay, I guess
without the Italian.
Damn.
But he's not Italian, but he's got the ice.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, he's grape jelly. I don't know.
So what's
his
his
nickname?
nickname?
In Gavin's brain, like even for a second. Because it must literally just be like niggas killing each other 24/7.
It's just war.
No, my brain is literally that SpongeBob episode when it was like he has to learn all. No, we have to learn
how
to
they're all running around.
Yeah,
except like they're killing each other. They're just ripping heads off. And
Yeah,
like,
fact.
like it must just be chaos. Bro.
So what's his nickname?
Who?
Khun. Big Khun. Right?
Oh,
that was the only one you didn't nickname?
No, Italian ice. I don't know. Grape
right, Italian
boy,
ice.
grape jam, fucking
Italian ice. That's what your gut went with. That's
get
what
the
we're
water
going
bender. I don't know.
with. Italian ice.
Italian ice.
Controls lightning. Waterbender.
Water is a good conductor.
All right, so what's our next nickname for the boy Han Sung?
Dude, he doesn't need a nickname. He's too gorgeous for
you
that
gotta
shit.
give him
He's
one
the
now.
big fish. He's the big kahuna.
Well, I've got one.
No,
Shady Shifter, because
Yeah,
he's
I'm-
shady as fuck.
No, I'm gonna fucking shade my cheeks against your face. Nah.
Don't ever say I never did nothing
No,
nice
dude,
for
he's
you.
Mr. Starbucks. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's
Mr.
it.
Starbucks.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Coffee one's
Have you
good.
ever looked at a Starbucks, like the logo? It's quite literally Han Sung Yu.
It's flowing in.
Yeah, 100%, dude. It is. So that's what I'm saying. That's why. Yeah,
that's
Mr.
good. That's
Starbucks.
good. So where do you think Mr. Starbucks goes, Gavin?
Ooh, obviously S. No, I'm kidding.
It could be. I mean, not against the law.
I would. I would say he has a similar presence in my eyes that Khun Edahn has, especially on the hidden floor and kind of throughout the story, because it kind of was highlighted more in season 1 in terms of the decisions that he made. And I mean, they have an underlying effect for the whole story, yes. But like, if we're talking season 2, I did like him. I did like him in the Hidden Floor arc. I liked the other side of him that we've seen, and then continuing into the fight with Kallavan and friends, him helping out and seemingly like is an aid to Bam, and even they're like, oh, this is kind of weird. Grown Han Sung Yu is helping them. It doesn't seem like his character. So I think there's a lot of ambiguity behind him that honestly was why I enjoy him and I love it. So with that bias set, I would go B.
Kevin, I just realized that with this whole nickname thing, you should just be calling everybody blank turtle. Like, pick something about them and then turtle. Why have we not been doing that?
Would that be a cop-out, though?
It is a cop-out. Like, that's not
it's so
not
fitting.
creative. But yeah, because he's already been referred to as the coffee turtle.
You know what I like about Gavin's nicknames is the process that we get there by, which makes no sense at all, but it's just like Dionysus, and you're like Italian ice, and I'm like, that was funny. So I'm like, I don't know what, it's just funny. When you get there.
Yeah, I get in too much trouble when I say stuff because it doesn't have relevancy, and I can't explain it, and that is a problem to some people, and I don't get it. So yeah.
Yo, drowning in Yuki's deep voice says, "Whoever picked that pick for Han Sung has taste." That's this guy right here.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I had to get
It's a good one.
he's
Yeah.
Always drinking. I mean, it's his last cup. Well, what he thought was his last cup. I'm sorry. What did you say?
said
You're-
B?
B? Okay.
Right. I would say personally, A or B, low A, high B. I can see the argument for both, but I'm not gonna lie, I like his character quite a bit. So there's bias there. He's funny, but he's also incredibly mysterious. It's like, what the hell's going on with you? And to be honest, I'm curious to see how they're gonna I hope that this wasn't the conclusion, because I said that I lamented this in one of our discussions recently, that I hoped that it wasn't. Like, I was wondering if it was the end of Han Sung Yu's arc to be like, okay, I have to meet Bomb in the Hidden Floor, and like, this is the last thing I have to do. Like, I didn't know if I hope it's not like, oh, I'm just going to be part of the crew and just like fighting and shooting water blasts now. Like, I think one of the cool things about Han Sung Yu for me is the mysteriousness that accompanies him as a character. Like, what is his motive? What role does he have on the story? And I think we still have that. Maybe, I just got a little bit scared because of this last arc here where it was just like all hell broke loose and all that. So I'm hoping that there's more to it, but I think just so far, season 1, but season 2 as well, we really only see him in the Hidden Floor arc, and then later on. So I mean, but it's just, for me, what it is at the end of the day. Rambling aside, he has piqued and always has piqued my interest. That's literally it. I like this character, but that is for the main reason that it's like, I'm curious to see where this character lines up. Right? I might look at some other characters on this list, and I might say like, okay, I don't know, Quant or Hockney even, or something like that. While I'm curious about where like Hockney ends up or something like that, though, like, it's not as consequential to me. I think like Han Sung is one of the characters where I'm like, I genuinely would love to get an answer, like to get his full thing fleshed out. Like, what is the deal with this guy? I genuinely care, which speaks to a good story, like getting you to want to continue reading it, is for some of these characters and finding out some of these things. Because if I really cared less about a lot of these characters and said, I don't really care what the answers are and where they end up, then why are you reading it, right? So I think Han Sung Yu is an example for me. It's one of those characters that I'm curious to know more about. So,
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That one felt weird.
Dude, you need to go to a hospital.
Bro, I am a hospital.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Cover your mouth before I slap you next time, okay?
Gavin's like,
All right, well, if you're gonna do that, let me fucking get ready.
I'll kill you.
Gavin's like, what are you guys talking about? I'm the pinnacle of health. Grabs a gallon of fucking ice. Starts chugging.
I didn't say that. I said I'm a hospital. Dog. There's a difference. Hospitals are full of dead people dying every 2 seconds. That's why I'm a hospital. Oh, jeez, that's actually not a good thing to say.
Drink some water, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I don't have them because my mom didn't get water.
Anyway,
Sparkling water.
so yeah, with Han Sung, I really like his character too. I think just off of instinct, I'd probably put him like right between Hwa Ryun and Karaka in A, because I feel like Han Sung is somebody who, you know, one of the things we brought up with Hwa Ryun is that like she's literally been an integral part of moving people forward, literally throughout. Basically, not since her introduction, but like at the end of season 1, when she's like, "All right, bam, I'm gonna take up the tower." Han Sung is even before that. He like was one of the people on the floor of test, which, you know, is way down the first thing we see. And from that moment, actually, once we learned from what his data version, even way before then, like he is one of the integral parts in this whole like draping the ruse over Jihad's head of like who's actually on his side and who's not, because he's been secretly working with Fug this entire time. And from the moment you meet him, you can instantly identify, you're like, something is shady here. Like this guy, I don't know what, I don't know how, and I don't know why, but this guy does not mean what he says, like what he says to people. And there's clearly like more going on here, but he masked it so well that you just can't ever like, you can't figure him out. And even the more, you know, and granted, by the end of season 2, we haven't like learned everything there is to learn about Han Sung, but even with everything you do learn about him, you're still like, okay, but like, then why is this that? Like, why did like every answer he brings up has 2 more questions with it, and he's just such a. I feel like this character like wrote the book on like how to tell mystery, like how to tell a mysterious story. He's just so well. This character is so well crafted in like what I feel like is such a huge theme of Tower of God, which is like the long running mystery gag of like getting pieces to, you know, the puzzle like one at a time or chapter by chapter, whatever. And I, you know, something to weigh in on the bias. Like I do like the character. I think he's incredibly quirky. I think he's got this like cool zany little thing where he's like kind of just a little bit of a sadist and a little bit of a dick, and he likes you know, he likes fucking with people and picking on people. You know, but we one of the big things that was for me was when he has that moment with Ivankel in the flashback once they're on the last station, and you learn that like one of the things that drives Han Sung and one of the reasons that he signed up with Fug isn't because he's like afraid of dying by the hands of Jihad or somebody in his empire, but the rage that he feels from the injustice that Jihad's empire has caused. He's afraid of that rage dying down. He's afraid of that becoming extinguished. It very much reminds me, you know, where Gavin and I are like, what, 7 episodes into Hunter x Hunter, but that's a very specific line that Karapika has when he's talking about his motives for becoming a hunter. And that line, it's actually something that's echoed seemingly all throughout Fug, because Jin Sung says a very similar thing, just like etched itself into me. I just feel like it's such a powerful motivation for a character. And I love that it's not innately like something that Bam would, it's not this like good guy stance. You know, it's not like, well, I'm here to save everybody. Like, no, I don't want to die because then I can't save more people. He's like, no, I'm pissed at these people because of what they've done, and I'm doing this because like I can't let go of that, like, you know, that emotion. And for a character like Han Sung, who is so calm seeming and calculated, like it seems almost out of character, right? We've never really seen Han Sung like get angry. He doesn't like do the whole emotional outburst thing. So the fact that like that's such a big motivator for him. Yeah, I would say A.
Yeah, I'd put him, if I could see the argument for low A or high B, personally. I think if he's A, he goes behind Shibasu, in my personal opinion. But I think if he's B, he's at the top.
Really? Behind Shibasu?
Yeah.
What do you think, Gavin?
Dog, I'm confused.
You said B at first, didn't you?
I did. It's so weird because I love this character. Like, he's one of my tops. But with that said, it's like I'm trying to really take into account season 2 and not season 1, and like
that is very relevant.
Yes, it carries over, but I feel like that's where like that prime was, and I don't know, because it is so important. I just love him.
You have 5 seconds.
All right, 5 seconds. I'm just moving them.
3. Okay.
I will agree behind Shibasu, but you know, I like him enough to just not put him in B tier.
Sorry, Hansong. I tried.
Yeah. It's so weird because I just love him. I'm not. What am I saying, dog? He's fucking S above Jin Sung. I love him.
Okay. All right, moving on. We got Al Fine. And if this was a waifu tier list or just looks alone, we're going S. But unfortunately, this is just overall character influence on the story and all that kind of stuff. And again, this is one of these characters that suffers from the I only have one arc thing where it's like not a reoccurring. So definitely hinders. It's kind of hard to grade on that one. I would say personally, B or C for this character. Obviously not an A or S. It's not even a question because there's not enough going on. B, even if it's B, I think it's lower B because while she does have an impact on the arc that she's in, she's not the Elaine of that arc, right? She's not the Horyang of that arc, etc. So there is definitely detractors there. But to be fair, for the role that she does serve, which is Elaine's advisor, keeper, whatever, sidekick, I do feel like she has a pretty cool role in what she does play within the confines of that arc. I really like her ability a lot. I know Joe and Isaiah and I were talking about this the other week when we were going over abilities for the Name Hunt Station. Her ability is really sweet, where it's like this invisible fox that, you know, that has the whole room as the tank, and like it has all these different quirky, cool abilities that accompany it. So I think that is cool. And I do like the fact that she's stuck with Elaine this whole time to kind of be at her side and do all that kind of stuff. And she genuinely does care for her. And then at the end, she takes on the role of continuing the Name Hunt Station, right? And being in charge and hopefully bringing change to it. And all those things are really dope, which is why really my argument for why I don't think she belongs in D, but not necessarily even in my own mind enough of an argument to do like high B. So bias in there, I'm going to say low B. Non-bias in there just of what she does, I would say C, somewhere in those realms. But anyway, what do you guys think?
Well, okay, just as a side note real quick, do we think that Novick would be above Casano in C?
Well, that's what I was asking you guys originally when you put Casano there, and then you guys were saying, let's wait until the end to figure it out. But then we kind of just like skipped over that conversation. Yeah, I literally said when you guys put Casano there, I was like, do we want to do this now or later?
Mind, I remember. Okay, so for Alpine...
But I'm willing to have that conversation, by the way, because I think that's the only one that's really in contention. All these other are pretty accurate in their listing right here. Although I think Rachel goes above that chicken D. But that's just me.
No. I'll cut that bullet now. Rachel stays at the end. She doesn't do anything.
Let me just move Casano with no conversation behind it. Whatever, that's fine.
Back to so
I'm over it.
For Alpine, I think I would also say C because I don't really, to inject my personal bias, I wasn't really crazy about her role in the Name Hunt Station. And that's just because I feel like the biggest thing she does is like give us the exposition on Kaiser's backstory, which is, very worth getting. But I feel like it comes into that pool of like, she didn't have to be the one to give us that. And I don't know, there's something that rubs me the wrong way with this character where it's like, yeah, it's cool that she agreed to after Kaiser got banished here to, come, to be banished here with her or whatever and like be her right-hand woman and her secretary or whatever you want to call it. But like, I don't know. The thing that rubs me the wrong way with Kaiser is this idea that like she was so seeped into her guilt, right, and her shame of what she did to the family that even knowing that they were basically using her at this point, she was like, yeah, whatever. It's my choice though, or like I need to repent for the sin that I caused in the family. It just rubbed me the wrong way that this character like never once seemingly tried to like get her out of that and like was always like, well, whatever, like Kaiser said this is what we're doing, so like I gotta stay behind her or I have to stay with her. And I just feel like it's like, okay, but like why not ever have the conversation of like, yo, what, because she did not know. She's the one who found out and told Kaiser. I just feel like this character is very like Kaiser herself couldn't be the one giving us a lot of the information we got in the story. So like insert Alpine. So that's why I'd put her at C, because I do feel like her presence is felt in the name hunt station, and obviously. But yeah, I don't know. Something about her character just kind of rubs me the wrong way.
What do you think?
High D. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it's a girl where you can mention her name and I may or may not remember it depending on the day. Honestly, her presence for me, the only thing that honestly came out of it that was story changing is finding more info about Elaine and what you just mentioned. But other than that, pretty nothing. Honestly, if we're comparing her to say I look at C tier and I'm like Sachi, Novick, and Casano, I'm for me not even leagues close to anything that they've done. And honestly, it was for me so short and not really just relevant to everything. And she was all right at best for me. Honestly, it's just D. It didn't move me in any way. And yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I just don't see her presence honestly that game changing or crazy or out of the world. So for me,
You said
D.
C?
No, D. Top.
Well, I said C.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lowest C?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
All right.
fine. We'll go there. You're not... Yeah, low C. Okay,
Put it
anyway.
this way, I think that her looks is what gets her most of her fan favoriteness and
Fair
character
enough.
attract.
Oh, absolutely.
Viewer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And her dope fox. Thing's cool.
Oh, yeah. All right. Next, we have Anak, half princess.
Yes, the lizard girl.
Who, I'm not trying to think. What's the last arc that we see her in? Is it the name
That's
hunt?
what I thought. I'm I don't even know.
It's the name hunt, right?
It was the name briefly in the name hunt. Yeah, 'cause she was.
Yeah. She's with Shibasu and company and kind of doing some shit. I think that's actually what the shot is from.
Yeah.
And then that whole thing happens, and then she goes off. I thought she went off with Shibasu and Hats in them, but as we saw with the last station, she wasn't with them there. So I'm like, oh, did she go off on her own thing? I don't know.
I think she's still with Shibasu and Gang. Right?
She was with them.
I don't know. I have no clue.
I guess I just feel she could be, I guess, and she was just hanging out in the background or whatever. But I guess I was just oh, she was with them. I feel like she would have, why would SIU not put her in some character interaction? Yeah. But regardless, I guess, we can still just talk about her as a character.
Sorry to cut you off, but I just, for some reason, my gut tells me C between Novick and Sachi. And I could see the argument for high or lower, but that's just where my gut's going just because I
was going to say
maybe a little higher, maybe above.
Oh, really? I was going to say C between Sachi and Alfine.
Really? I was thinking that at first, but then I was thinking about I keep on having to remind myself to really think of the former half of the first season. Mm-hmm. And Anak, especially the Anak Rand dynamic there was really awesome. I'm not going to lie. That was some of my favorite stuff going on in early season 2. Their rivalry, that fight is, I believe, still one of my favorite fights personally, if not my favorite in Tower of God, just in total. I really like those fights where it's not world ending shit, but it's just grit. You know what I mean? Fucking Rand's popping drugs and shit. Anak's just throwing her whole body into him. That fight was badass. I love that one. I like Anak as a character. I'm not gonna lie, there was a little bit of bias in there. And all that. But I do think that, to be fair, that she has a pretty relevant standing in the beginning of season 2. And while, we take someone like Sachi, and this is where my decision comes, we take someone like Sachi, who obviously has more screen time, if any, really. Sachi's just kind of there with it for a lot of it, kind of like you were saying before, where it's okay, he's part of the crew with the whole Daniel thing and what's-her-face that got killed, but it's not even he himself. What is it? Akka and who gets killed? The lover, Daniel's lover. Rion or something. That whole thing. Sachi's a part of it, but I don't even feel like Sachi's the standout part of it. I feel like Anak has moments where it's it's an Anak moment. Does that make sense? Whereas Sachi's moments are generally shared and then kind of dispersed throughout the group, or anything going on. So while Anak unfortunately doesn't have screen time towards the latter half of the season for, reasons, past the name hunt, I do feel when she is there, Anak made a much bigger impact on me personally than Sachi. And this is all really just my argument to put her in like mid C, maybe a little moving her amongst the C, and then maybe I could see an argument for like low B. But I do like the character.
I feel like my thing is, because that all makes sense. I just feel like if somebody was like, "What do you think of Anak as a character as far as season 2?" I'm like, "Yo, her fight with Rand was dope," and that's it. Like that's the only thing that comes to my head when I think about Anak for season 2, and it's like. You're saying like, oh, well, that's just because she's not in the rest of the story. But like, as I've stated, with these secondary characters who just don't get that devotion, like that's something I just have to lean on. And I feel like with the Name Hunt Station, while she's there, I wouldn't even really argue that her presence like was felt by me. I was like, yeah, she's here, but like, she's not even really one of the like, she's not doing anything in this arc. Like, like if you had, which is weird because that arc actually somewhat centered, like the conflict was like started because of her like not like she didn't, but like they're hunting down Anak and because they want to kill her, the Lopobia sisters.
Yeah.
So it's like she has that in, but like I feel like SIU weirdly puts that on in Dorsey and makes her the go getter about that. Sure. Where it's like Anak actually like I said, that shot is from the Name Hunt Station, but it's like literally her talking to Shibasu.
Yeah.
And that's it. She's not even like in the Name Hunt Station arc, and so I feel like. If that's the case, then my mind really only defaults to the only thing I remember is her fight with Rand, which was fire as fuck. It was an absolutely dope fight. But I'm like, again, if we're talking about some of these other characters, even ones that are secondary, like I forgot where Anak is. Like, you know what I mean?
No, that's a valid argument. I guess to just conclude mine, because in you explaining it, it kind of made me solidify why I think she is where she is. And I think the main two things, at least I'm literally looking at Sachi because I'm like, this is Sachi. I think it's like, I almost look at it as like a currency system where it's like, okay, if you're just like in the story and you have like, you're making your presence, you're doing some dope things. It's like, you're adding pennies to the dollar, right? It's like every time Sachi does some cool Vine shit, it's like, here's a nickel, you know what I mean? Towards that or whatever, right? Which is like a silly way of looking at it. But then, and I feel like Anak obviously loses out, but I do feel like some of the standout big moments, it's kind of like our argument with Kallavan, right? Where it's like when Anak was there a bit small, it was like Anak was there, and I do think, I know that's really just like one major part in season 2. Fair enough. It's a long season, but I just feel like personally that fight in season 2 adds up to more currency, using my analogy here, than all of Sachi's appearances. Like Sachi for me literally doesn't do anything that makes me give a crap about that character, to be completely honest. Like his one moment that he has, again, for me, unless I'm forgetting something here, is with that group there. And like Sachi wasn't even like the standout for me in that group. Like I was really looking more towards like Daniel and Boro and even moving forward. So like, although Sachi is intermingled throughout the entirety of this season, or at least the latter half of it, he literally just is there. You know what I mean? Whereas like, at least when Anak is there, although she's only there a short amount of time, she really made a big impact when she was there in the workshop arc.
I don't get it. Some people will be like, yo, Anak had wasted potential. B tier. It's like, whoa, wait, what? I feel like it's kind of high for a character you're saying.
We are pretty strict with our tiers. I'm not gonna lie. We're like some people, remember the waifu one? Everyone was an S.
But I guess that's my claim is that like if we got 50 characters, like you gotta have stipulations.
No, for
you can't
sure.
Just be like, she kind of looked dope. S. It's like,
yeah. So put it this way. I think.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. What did you say?
I think the arguments between Sachi.
I was just in C. I ain't dying on no hill where she goes in between.
Do you think her or Sachi's better? Because I think that's the argument, right? Because I think we both agree she doesn't do more than Novick.
You were saying between Novick and Sachi, and I was saying between Sachi and Alpine.
Yeah, I probably would personally put her after Sachi.
All right, fair enough. That's where she's going. Damn, she got the sideways stick.
She got the thick.
She spent too much time trying to make people smell her feet, bro.
She kicked Shibasu in the face. That was hilarious.
I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Get on the feet thing again.
And we're back.
Oh, God. All right. Next one is a huge fan favorite here. Riru says, here we go. Yuri Jihad, the gorgeous CEO, sword wielding babe. I'll get mine out of the way because we're gonna see where you guys go with it. I'm gonna say A personally for Yuri, and I think it's A in between Hwa Ryun and Karaka. It's my personal take. I feel like just for appearances and all that kind of stuff, she's stunning. She's absolutely gorgeous. which definitely puts her up there. She's a very likable character. She's protagonist material. SIU's even said it before, where he had debated on making Yuri like a second protagonist, which he kind of does double as. The only, I guess, the detractor for me, kind of when I asked way back with the Hwa Ryun argument, is that I also feel like if we're taking that as an argument, she falls into a boat where I don't really think she has a lot of growth in the sense of like these, big character moments of where it's like, wow, that's like a big thing with Yuri. I feel like Yuri's been doing a lot since she's been risking her ass a lot since season 1, but like that's the thing, like she's been doing that. So I feel like it's been kind of business as usual for her. And I feel like now is one of the first times at the very end of season 2, and this hasn't actually happened yet, where she's like, okay, now this shit's coming to bite her in the ass, and she has a lot of potential going forward with this conversation with Jihad and all that kind of stuff to see where it's like, oh God, this even elevated her to the next step. But I do feel like Yuri has never been in like this destruction forces her growth situation where it's like she's always been kind of clear for that, so it doesn't force her to grow. Like her opinions and all that kind of stuff have not really been shaken. They've been kind of the same except for the very end. So that's my personal opinion on the character, but yeah, that's where I would put her.
So I would actually also say A. I'm assuming most people thought I would say S, but I would say A, although I would say top A, as in front of Hwa Ryun. And the reason that I would is because, like in my Hwa Ryun argument, and I guess we'll defer to Gavin, because I personally disagree in that I do think she's had not a lot of character growth, but more than someone like Hwa Ryun, who I feel like a lot of what Yuri's character does, and let's say from the beginning of season 2, because because that's what we're talking about. At the beginning, it's a lot of her like obviously breaking rules just by being a princess, trying to help out Bam and these regulars and stuff. But she's breaking a lot of rules and putting herself at risk in the sense that she's not really listening to anybody as far as like let's say Evan. Every time Evan's like, oh, we could go about this plan, but let's do it this way. She's like, nah, fuck it, I'm busting down the door because I got to figure this shit out now. It's a lot of like how handling these problems, how Yuri wants to handle them, regardless of the red tape and the bureaucracy. And what I feel like happens at the end of season 2 with the last I'm done, my brain shot. The last station, that moment where she decides not to just keep running away with the squad and actually face Jihad. She has a line, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's something along the lines of she's like, well, here's the situation, Evan. Like, if I run away with you guys, I will be branded as a traitor by Jihad indefinitely, and my family might even cut all ties with me. Like, logistically and situationally, that's the worst thing that could happen right now. So even if it means a tough or, awkward or bad conversation or whatever, even if it means I have to confront Jihad or whoever, situationally, for what all the cards we already have on the table here, like, that's the best call. It's going to suck for her because she has to get captured, and like, you know what I mean? She's separated. She's making this choice to give up her agency, which we know throughout the course of season 2 has been a big thing for her, right? She even sort of states this in a way with her fight with Cheon Hee, where it's like, no, I am the Ha princess because I live by the Ha ideology, which is like punch first, ask questions later, do what I want over what makes the most sense to do. And now this is her finally deciding to make a decision to do what makes the most sense to do rather than what she'd probably want to do. And I personally,
I guess that's my deference to me, where it's like the key words for me there, what you said was finally making the decision. I just feel like it was never really a decision. Like, I never expected Yuri to not make that decision, which is why it doesn't come to me as like this surprise or like this twist or like this turnaround. And it doesn't have to necessarily, but I think if the argument is that it's like, oh, she's finally coming to this thing, and like that's the growth, that's the progression. It's like, I feel like Yuri's character, if that's the argument, is like, it was very predictable in that sense, is that in that, like, for me personally, I always knew it was going there. Like, there was no option that she was ever going to pick the ladder.
Right, but if I'm judging character like Hwa Ryun, I don't think Hwa Ryun's character arc is like super complex. It's pretty predictable. I know where it can go in terms of like where she is to where she'll end up in terms of how that character grows. But predictability doesn't mean I'm just judging off of like how much it's actually happened. Like I do think both their character arcs are pretty predictable, but I think personally Yuri's gone farther in this course of season 2 than Hwa Ryun has.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference because that's I guess where our main disagreement is, just because I feel like Yuri has in her decision making and like in the course of it has remained to me along a straight line the entire time. Whereas Hwa Ryun has had to have a little bit of wavelength in hers where, you know, again, going back to the argument of like, yeah, she's there for Bomb, but there are situations where she's put her life on the line for the squad, and she's you know, made those decisions, and she's still, even though she might not show it blatantly like up there, she has been incrementally like trusting Bomb more in his thing, and then now it's like, okay, here's the part of her arc where it's like, okay, is she doing this in the beginning? Is she doing this for the mission and Bomb, or is she doing this for Bomb, right? And like, I think there's little incremental things where for me, Yuri, like, I don't see, there's nothing for me where it's like, I don't even see that. It's like Yuri kind of all like made her decision and has kind of just been following through, which is admirable, but has been just kind of following through with it. And I think the other thing for me too is that like for Yuri, I mean, like the stakes are high, but like in the sense that, you know, she could be ostracized from the family and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like there's really not much struggle with her in that and making that decision. So she like in season 1, I could see it. In season 1, I think it's S because it was like, oh, wow, I can't believe she's making that decision. But like now I guess it's like, okay, we already knew she was going to make that decision. So I guess for me, there's not a lot of stakes with Yuri's character, which it's like, I feel like Hwa Ryun's kind of a toss up in the air.
Well, the stake is still stays the same. Right? Like her life is still under the same threat that it was
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. In season 1, it's like, oh shit. Like for me, I was like, oh, okay, that's a big deal for her to make that decision. And that's admirable. But then I feel like once she makes that decision, like everything she does, there is no like fluctuation potentially in her worldview or how she goes about something, or maybe having second thoughts and then overcomes that or whatever. It's like, okay, this is it. I'm going to break rules to whatever. But like, that's what I was always going to do. And like, this
well,
is
so
it,
that's,
like a straight
that's
shot,
what I was saying,
you know?
And I guess you're right, is where we disagree, is that I don't think that's the case. I think that while her life being under the same threat and relevance that it was back in season 1, she can oppose jihad and break these rules, but like on her own merit, right? By her own rules, do whatever she wants. I think the decision for her to pick what makes the most sense to do, even if it's something because I think that's like, and again, this isn't like I'm not trying to stake this as like, Yuri breaks Revelation, like she breaks the rules of the tower and redefines what it means to grow as a character. But for Yuri, a character who is very, very dependent on getting her way and doing what she wants because she can, to make a decision, however, you know, obvious or like, you know, needing to be done that it is, to make a decision to not choose that option when she could just get on the ship, like, you know, grab Edahn hand, run away, to face jihad and like attack this like with a much more logical mindset, let's just say, is growth, is more.
But what do you mean? She's always making that same. I don't get that, because you're saying like her character is that she makes her decisions because she's a Ha and she's going to do what she wants. Like that's what she's still doing. She didn't deviate from that. That's the whole reason she went, is because she's saying, you know what I mean? Like I'm going to go face him because like I want to go.
But she didn't say I'm going because that's what I want to do.
Yeah, she did. She says, I'm going to go ask him myself why he wanted to kill him. And then willingly gives herself over.
But because, like, she has to, like, that's the logical thing for her to do, for someone in her position to do. Logically, she probably wanted to just jump back on the ship and
no,
fly
she
away
literally
with
makes that. Somebody, if y'all could correct me if I'm wrong here, but she says, no, Evan, like, I'm going to go talk to him, and I want to see what the deal was as to why he wanted to kill, Bomb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but none of that is framed as like, yeah, I'm doing this because this is what I feel like doing.
Oh, that's how I pictured it. Because she's like, that's the decision I'm going to make, and that's what I'm doing, because I'm a Ha, and I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to go ask him myself. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's the subtext of what I'm saying, where it's like her making a decision is not, like, just the fact that she made a decision is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying the fact that she made this decision out of and following the idea that this is something that logically needs to be done and somebody in her position needs to do over, well, is this what I want to do, or is this what I feel like doing?
That's where I disagree, because I think it's definitely this is what I want and feel like doing, because that's how she frames it to Evan, saying that, oh, you know what, I'm going to go ask him myself, you know, and then like that's, and then she goes.
But her saying, Evan, this is what I'm going to do is not, she wasn't saying that in the limelight of Evan, I'm going to go do this because this is what I feel like doing. She's like, Evan, this needs to be done, and somebody like me, a hot princess, like is in the position to do it. So that's what I'm going to do it because that's what has to be done. It's the what has to be done over what I want to do. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I guess I was just the way I read it is that she knew it has to be done, but also wanted to do it. Like, it wasn't like she's like, oh my God, this is going to like, I got to like, you know, my whole thing, like I'm a ha and I want to go like do my own thing. And it's like, this is where it was. It's like when she made that decision, it was like,
I don't think she wants to because theoretically, like when she gets captured, like Jihad could just kill her. If there's one person that has the power to kill her, it's Jihad. Yeah. She's literally the fight that she's been running away, or the altercation, let's just say, she's been running away from, the stake of her life being on the line is no more a threat than right now when she's going to be in front of Jihad. So it's like, I don't think she wants to do it because, you know, there's some very serious ramifications that could come from this conversation. But again, like in the logistics card game here, she knows that like she's the only one in a position to make this kind of play. We can't just throw a regular in front of Jihad and be like, oh, well, Jihad, what's going on? Like, you know what I mean? If anybody can sort of take it, so to speak, it's probably Yuri.
Yeah, fair enough. We could debate it all day. You're the third man.
So in the nicest way possible, I really didn't give a fuck. And the reason why is because for me,
very nice.
She is the type of person where I don't care if there's really development in her person in the way that you guys are explaining, because for me, that doesn't define really anything that would be regarded to this list, in my opinion, because for me, she is perfect. I'm not going to lie. But with that, it's like, that wasn't the purpose. Like for me, even if you are going to hone in on the nuances of her character development or whatever, I mean, at the end of the day, even if you say this is her line of sight in terms of this was predictable all along, in my eyes, actions speak louder than words. And she actually put her words and displayed it with actions with what had happened at the last train arc. But even not regarding any of that, just her presence in terms of that entire fight at the end with her bathwater being literal Jesus. And not only that, going way back to even before in Hell Joe when her presence was made, and then leading to him going on to the hidden floor, and just like her pretty much giving him Bam that ultimatum, which kind of set him there, and all of that. Like, she has been the person who's opened those doors and allowed that progression to go through, and always sticking true to her character, in my opinion, which is why I love her so much, in that determination and following through with it, and just being the whole presence that she has in terms of being able to fight, the support, literally doing 80 million things at once, and utilizing her abilities so well that for me, it's S tier all the way. Like, just the impact that she has made, and not only on me, just with everybody in the story, being there, supporting, literally saving fucking all the hostages at the end with her bathwater, and then obviously there was stuff in between, but like, she has always been out there for all of them. She has always done her best to try to save everyone and the team, and be there for Bam, and open doors, as well as like the hidden train and everything else that has happened. Like, she has been in these parts that allowed the team to keep on pushing and keep on moving forward, and has been a strong support system in the ability to do that. And in my opinion, is similar to Ha Sung Jong or Jin Sung in that regard. I don't know how I just blended all those names, but Jin Sung in that matter, because it's almost a very similar presence in being the pillar for like Bam and that growth, and you know, making it happen and opening those doors to allow it to happen. And for me, she follows that same role, and I hold her to that same regard, and that is why I say she is S.
All right.
Call it simple all you want, but
fair enough.
I'm about that.
So I guess I will concede it going top A, because if you're saying S and you're saying top A and I'm saying below that, I guess that's where it meets in the middle there, because we're both saying A, right? So I'll concede that. Fair enough.
So where was that again? Top A, you said?
Yeah. Top
okay.
A. Bam. I'm not salty. You're salty. I don't see it, boys. Anyway, moving on, we got the boy Bomb, the 25th Chestnut.
Protagonist Khun.
What do you think?
So deep.
Yeah. I know, Ren. I know. He said above Hwa Ryun.
Yeah, and personal bias comes into it, yes. But I'm just saying,
the personal bias,
like I wasn't gonna be salty.
No. Like,
Personal
don't be like,
bias,
but like personal bias plays into this, and
Yeah,
that's
for
like
sure.
what you have to atone.
That's
to,
fair.
So
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Not to mention Hwa Ryun's a redheaded nun. So
Here we go. Had to bring it in.
Personal bias is a thing. So
play
fuck
fine.
Hwa Ryun.
She didn't take her eye back.
Here comes the waifu wars.
Yeah, fast. All right, now. All right, Bam.
Bam. I gotta not gonna lie. I made this whole list yesterday, and Bam is the only character on this whole list that I've been thinking about like since I made the list till now. Like all these other ones, I was like, we'll get into it and we'll talk and say our words. But Bam, I'm like, oh, Bam.
I want to start this off by saying I would need an argument for him to not really be an S. And I'm going to leave it at that. So, with that said, it might seem backwards to what we're doing.
Gavin goes, change my mind.
no, and that's
fair.
the thing.
That's fair.
Like I do, like I would actually need a hard argument for that.
Fair. No, that's fair. I would say in my conclusion, the only other place I could see him going is A, or rather the lowest I could see him going is A, and it would have to be like above your like top A. And the only thing, let me start with it because I could see the argument for S. The only thing that I could see that would detract him from S and to A is that I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is a little bit backwards because of like how his character just obviously works so differently from literally every other character in the story. But like, where I'm just assuming, I don't know how long. So like, we had that moment at the end of season 2 where Rock's like, Bam, you need to be a hunter. You need to be like a little, more proactive and aggressive in your search and the things that you want instead of just like letting them come to you or trying to run away from them all the time or whatever. So, and I'm assuming that Bam is going to take that lesson to heart. And in season 3, we're going to get a much more, I would argue, like assertive and more or less a Bam that has been taught and reflects Ivankel's personality a little bit. So like a much more aggressive Bam, a much more assertive character, somebody who like if we got to fight somebody, like he's going to their front door first, and like you know what I mean, because he's taken that lesson to heart. I would argue that the only thing that would detract him, and again, I do think this is kind of weak, I'm willing to subside, is that like through all of season 2, with the lot of character growth that Bam does definitely get, I do feel like we are still left off with the incompleted version, right? And like the as far as season 2 does stretch him, a lot of his character growth hinges on like literally this last arc and the tail end of what's going on here with the name hunt, or not the name hunt, the last station. And you good?
No, I'm stretching. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I just feel like the character, as far as he's grown, I don't know, it's kind of like a Jin Sung Ha thing where it's like, I feel weird that we left off with him where we did because it's like so close to like fruition and it's so close to like completed. I feel like where I could be like, oh damn, like look where he started and look where he ended up now. Where it's like, I feel like at the end of season 2, he's like like he's so close.
And not gonna lie, if I'm not SIU, but that feeling that you're having, buckle down because it's going to be for the entirety of the story. like I'm being honest, like that, like this emotional process that he has been going through. Oh, that's scary. This emotional process that what he's been going through has been the entire backstory it's been the backbone of this whole story. And like honestly, I feel like the whole dynamic changes when those emotions are solidified, and knowing the type of the character that Bam is, even as solidified as they may seem, there are going to be instances where it's going to be scraped back up, and that is going to show in his character in that change, and that is just going to be prevalent for this entire story.
No,
you're never going to get that.
I completely agree, and that's not really what I wasn't saying like, oh man, I wish that had happened so Bam's character arc could have been done and like completed, and we don't have to worry about him anymore. But rather that I feel like the natural conclusion to the character arc he's on was so close to being ended, and then we cut this and then season 2 is done. And it's like I feel like for it to like, I don't know, I guess in my mind it's a little less rewarding, let's put it that way, to get to have his character arc, to have the season and by proxy his character arc end where it ends instead of like rounding that out to the last period and then picking up season 3 with wherever his character arc has to go next. Because obviously it's not just going to stalemate and he's going to have to learn and grow more lessons. But there's something in my head that like, and again, willing to concede, this is just sort of like a small personal thing, I guess. But like, there's something that like, I can't help, but I'm like, it was like so close, to being like, to this character arc being completed.
I mean, unless I'm different, I never had that feeling with Bam. Like, for me, it is never a matter of that, and that's where I think it's just everybody's different in that sense. Because for me, I'm like, as much as you can try to sell me that it's coming to an end or he's making those changes, for me, I'm like, I know Bam and I know, or at least I think I know how he is. For me, there's a reason why they're making it seem like it's looking like it's coming to an end, when in reality it's just beginning for him until he definitely finds more information. So that is kind of my like predetermined thought, just looking at him as a whole. So that could be why I differ in that mindset, but for me, it's still S.
Yeah, I'm pretty torn. My gut went to top of A first, and then I was throwing around the idea of S. Because obviously he's the main character, so that's the first thing, right? The story revolves around him. But I'm gonna be real. Until the second half of the season, Bomb's kind of boring to me. I was definitely in like Wangnan camp where I was just like, oh, is this a new main character? Because like I'm here for it. Bomb is cool, but like he's kind of like this like blank slate. Which is awesome because then that means you have room to grow, right? You have room to get creative with it, do whatever you want. So I guess maybe I did feel a similar thing to what you were talking about, if I heard you correctly or interpreted it correctly, where it's like I feel like he's still kind of like this incomplete canvas. It's like literally infantile stage going up. So like season 3 is really where I'm looking with I'm assuming a time skip, him to start really shining, because I feel like he's finally grown into his teenager adult years, and it's like now he's going to do what he's got to do. The second half of this season, though, I think he really bumps up for me after his fight with, I would say, Jihad is for me when it really kicked into gear, which is really kind of the last quarter of the season, when he basically makes the decision to say, you know, I'm going to forge my own path. I think that's the biggest growth moment for Bomb, because before that, I was actually a little disenfranchised with how easily he was able to whisk off some of the worldview, like the arguments that would go up against his worldview and kind of topple it down, right? Like when he talks with the demon earlier, and he kind of like the blue one, right? When he's with the God of Guardians, and I don't know, like that part I was very put down. I was very turned off by like how easily he just kind of like whisked that away. Like there was no like inner thing with that. And then later on, you know, you see with Viol and stuff like that. But again, that's later on. But yeah, I don't know. I think he makes big leaps towards the end. This is all a long-winded way of saying
Viol
that I don't
was
think he's
like
S.
Viol was one of the biggest changes in his character, though.
I don't like Viol. That's the thing. I like
and
Bomb's
to
version
be honest,
more.
I would actually argue that was a detractor of, not like as in that like there was no character growth in that moment, that it was like it stagnated with his time as Viol. It's not until after he comes out of that, and then we get the whole stuff where the Viol identity is brought back up in the Name One station, that he learns to like adopt that into a moment of growth. But I would argue that like the initial moment when he is Viol is actually like there really is no growth there.
Well, no,
That's
but
fair.
like, that's what. I don't know. I disagree.
tell you again.
No, I like that. That was the whole part of him being like that was the whole purpose, though. Where like there was like the coming out of it was the development. Like be it like there's a like he was set into that place, and yes, he didn't change for while he was Viol, because he was in the deepest, darkest trenches of himself, and until he overcame it, that was the entire development that came from Viol. Like you have to be there to come out of it, and that's what happened to him. Like. It was so like that was the entire like beginning development of his character. Like
Yeah, like I said, when he comes
I
out of the Viol identity, I think that's a moment of character growth. But the way.
Well, he was
relax.
saying while he's in it,
Yeah,
is not.
I'm
when
saying
he's-
the time period he spends as Viol, when he's when he's with Fug and how whatever, like that moment, like him being Viol, that's not a moment of character growth. I would argue that like that's actually the pinnacle of something that I don't like about Bam's character, which is that like that's him in his most reactive state.
So
right? When he's just being like
yes.
told what to do by people and pushed around and all that stuff.
But that's the thing, is that's the reaction of what happened to him. Like Viol wasn't a growth. He was actually him reverting back. But again, it was the moments that led him to go into the deepest recesses of his life, and he was in that state, completely isolated, and he was Viol. That was him at that time period to really drive in how everything that has affected him to that point, the state that it put him in. Like that is why it is the most important state that he needs to recognize and understand that he was in. And he does later on, but like just saying, oh, he was in that state, that wasn't development. Like that is literally the foundation of who he is now and the most important part of it. Like you can't, like, I don't know. I just think that's a very poor argument for
nobody's
it.
saying that it's not important. That's what you seem to be hard. It's not. I've never once said it's not important.
No, I'm just saying,
it's very
how is
important.
How is it not development? Is what I'm getting at. You're saying it's not development when it is. Like, that's the whole
Well,
purpose
he's
of
saying
it.
that the development comes from when he overcomes Viol, not when he, if I'm hearing you correctly, not when he is Viol. So are you agreeing with that?
Yes.
Okay, then there is no argument.
But no, but what I'm getting at is, like, it's like anybody to develop, you need to be X person.
Yeah, you have to start from the bottom in order to get to the top.
So that,
every
but that's
champion
why
is what you beginner, but that doesn't mean that Isaiah has to like him when he's Viol or think that Viol in and of himself is the growth. Viol is the necessary, I guess if I'm hearing you correctly, Viol is the necessary beginning bedrock, the rock bottom for then Bomb to grow. But when Bomb is Viol at that bedrock, there's like that's the stagnation. The growth is when he's not Viol anymore.
But it wasn't stagnation, because don't forget, when we see Viol, this was after coming everything we knew of Bam, and literally I remember, because I loved it and we all shared same thoughts, was he was a fucking savage. He was completely different from what we have ever seen of him before, and it was we had never thought that he could amalgamate to this person. And that's the thing where I'm like, everything that I saw of Viol was so different, so crazy, so many changes in his character that we saw it and we were like, whoa, what the fuck happened? This is insane. And then we got to see from there the different interactions that was completely different from who he was before, literally a whole new person. And then slowly him shedding that skin and coming out of it and then leading to who we are now. Like, I don't know. For me, the whole thing was crazy and insane, and I thought it was important.
Okay, well,
like,
here's the thing, though. Character growth and character change are not, they're not the same thing. So just because Bam and Viol are two different characters and Bam was like acted different and was different and got new power-ups and stuff, does not mean his character grew, right?
Wait, what are you trying to say? Repeat that.
Okay, so character growth, as in a character becoming a better version of themselves, learning more like lessons about who they are and how they interact with the world, is not intrinsically tied to that character changing, right? That's character regression. That's why that exists, because a character can regress, as in get worse, but still change.
Correct.
So Bam turning into Viol, in my opinion, is a regression of his character.
Which is what I said before, yes.
It's not. You said that it was growth.
No. So listen, I did say he hit his rock bottom. That's not growth. That in definition, rock bottom is regression, and that's why I said it's the growth. It leads to growth, and it's necessary for that growth. And in this case, like I said, it was that rock bottom that he hit. It is a regression. However, and for me, it was essential that he hit that regression, especially at that point that he did. Otherwise, it would lead to it being turned later off into the future.
Yeah,
for
and
me,
that we both agree with.
Agreed with
but
that.
the thing
like
is, when I
10
then
minutes
said
ago.
that Bam's being in the Viol state is regression and not growth, you were like opposing me as if you didn't agree with
I was more opposing because you said it was stagnant in him being Viol, and in my opinion, it wasn't stagnated at all.
Okay, so if you don't believe it's stagnant, then you believe that there's either growth or regression, that the character moves one way or the other, correct? During his time as Viol. So from the moment we meet him in season 2 all the way up to the workshop arc.
Yes.
So which one, where do you think that as Viol, his character was moving forward or backwards?
Wait. So he when he was Viol and we saw who he was, and then he started to move out of it. He started to move, like, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
So my claim here was that Viol, that persona, that part of Bam's life, is a moment, like the time he spends as Viol. Again, not obviously he becomes better later, but the time he spends as Viol is a moment of character regression.
Correct.
And then meaning I was saying, okay, well, I'm saying it's not a moment of character growth because it's a moment of character regression.
Okay.
And then you were opposing me and saying that it sounded like the argument you were trying to say is that you were arguing me. So if I'm saying that it's regression, it sounded like you were trying to claim that moment of that his time as Viol is growth. But now you're saying it's not growth.
Well, I'm not saying
where
that.
Do you think?
So no, you're taking it too literally. What I meant by growth is that regression is what leads him to his growth and the most important part of it. So like, yes, in a sense, actually, that regression is growth because it leads to that growth. And I feel like that was the purpose that I was getting at is, yes, it is a regression.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying, but that
Yes.
kind of feels like moving pieces to make a puzzle look like it fits when it doesn't.
But that's what happened. What do you mean?
But to say that like recession is, or
I'm not saying it's good.
So wait. So let's put it this way. Maybe Gavin, the word that you might want to use, which chat is saying a lot, is development, rather than growth, because
Yes,
I don't know
that's-
about you, but when I'm picturing growth in my mind, although I do understand that you could grow into something negative, I'm generally taking that as more of like a positive light. Like, where are we going to the narrative of the story? Like, are you growing in, in your
Right, that's
worldview
what-
and
if
all
a
that kind of stuff?
character-
Are you making a positive,
If
right?
a character
Like,
ends up in a worse state, they're not growing because nobody says, "Oh, that character growth where he did that thing that's not good for him." No, right? So development, that makes more sense.
I
because the
wasn't
changes-
saying that Viol was growth. That wasn't what I intended. And if I did, sorry. I just meant from it leads to his growth.
Because I was saying that, and then you were like, "What? No." So
Yeah.
I thought you were opposing what I was saying, which was that. Okay,
Yeah, I feel like development and growth,
Yeah.
at least the way we're looking at it here, are two separate things.
Yeah.
We didn't get anywhere. I'm going high A. I'm going personally.
Well,
I
yeah,
just-
I
I'm
said-
going-
I
I'm
think,
going
yeah,
S.
we-
I said
What'd
S.
you
you said S. I said A.
I said a top at A.
Top at A.
I guess top at A, because this is the same, unless you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
All right, just put
that's
them
fine.
top A then. We did it.
Okay, and with that said, and with that rant, we probably should start trying to go through these faster because we still have 2.5 of these lines, and it's already 3 o'clock or just about for us. So we gotta start. Like, we literally will be here till.
No, you're
midnight
right.
if we don't.
Unless it's like a major character.
Exactly.
Who's that? Boro next?
Boro.
All right, I'm gonna say Snap B.
Snap B.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, I'm willing to go. I'm gonna say low B, high C. I'm willing to go like a higher C.
Okay,
He's
so-
higher than Sachi, I would say,
What? Okay, so
because he has the same exact amount of time and the same exact like moments as Sachi. Like, Sachi and him seem to be like linked in a way, but Boro just in general to me is just a more not well-rounded, but just like a more active character per se, like in the story, with more dialogue and more introduction in the beginning and all that kind of stuff. So I
feel like-
can see there.
I feel like Sachi's the only one who does anything though after the Hell Train. Even I would argue in the Train City in those moments, because Boro has the one fight with Sim Swordsman, and then that's kind of it. He literally becomes like a mouthpiece character for the rest of the story, where Sachi at least has like battle tactical stuff that he does, which I feel like
I just feel like Sachi's like just so blank to me a lot of times, that the fact that like Boro, even if he's not doing like a crazy amount of fighting and stuff like that, he's still along with the gang. He's still there. And maybe he doesn't have that busted freaking spell wand like Sachi does,
I
but I just feel like he adds a little bit more life to the story. Whereas like Sachi, I'm not going to lie, you could put that wand in the hand of anyone and I'd be like, okay, it's the same result. You know what I
But
mean?
I feel like they
don't-
both play that role of like the out of touch, like adult guy of the group who's like, wait, what's going on? What are we doing? Like, neither one of them is like,
But Sachi just like never says anything. You know what I mean? It's like if you're gonna say that, like Boro is the one saying it, and like that's where I'm saying I think Boro adds a little more life to the story. Whereas like Boro for me would be a little bit tougher to replace, because I understand his character a little more through the dialogue and through the things that he's done, a little bit of backstory. Whereas again, Sachi to me is like a cool design, but if you put that wand in like anyone's hand, I feel like you have remotely the same character.
see, that would make sense to me if you were like, all right, he has to go in front of Sachi on C. But I don't think that warrants Boro like a whole nother tier up. That just seems like
Just to clarify, I'm willing to go C. I was just saying definitely above Sachi if we went C.
Yeah, I would say I would go in between Sachi and.
Okay,
Novick.
that's fine.
All right, fair enough. Slam him in there. It's a Novick Boro Sachi sandwich. Joe would be displeased, maybe. I don't know. He's here right now. He said Sachi equals cooler, Boro equals character. All right, let's do this. Next one is the Flash. No,
Eden
Speedy
Dan.
Feats was Horyang.
Oh, well, yeah, his nickname.
Well, he has less
You've been
speed
really
feats
slacking
now.
on your nicknames. I gave you one
you
job.
don't-
Yeah.
Well, we did have a philosophical debate about who banned is, so that kind
Unreal.
of stalled the.
All right, I think Dan goes personally again. I'm gonna go with high D, low C.
I would go high D personally, and a $5 coupon for a haircut.
Wow.
I'm sorry, dog.
Disrespecting
that was
the
really good.
man's
Look,
cut.
All right, I'm just saying if I can
Bro,
zoom in right
not
now.
everybody's a rich regular, okay? No, we can't all
And
afford
no,
those
I
fucking.
can't say shit because I have a receding
$60
hairline, but I
fades.
gotta say, even I know I'm not that bad.
Look, not every regular can afford the $60 fades, okay? Sometimes you just gotta
No,
you
but
gotta
you can
run out
afford-
there with what you got, your kicks on and your jacket zipped, and just fucking
Yeah,
make a difference.
but all I'm saying, dog, is all you need is a razor, a knife, which you could probably find at the dollar store, even if it's a plastic one, and give yourself like you can do something with that.
Hang on, I changed my mind. I actually think he goes in between Novick and Boro. And I'm not even just saying that to like just to be ridiculous right now. I kind of forgot again. I keep on getting in this mode where I'm like thinking a lot of times at the end of season 2, and I keep on trying to then have to backtrack and go from the beginning. And then every time I do that, I'm like, wait a minute. This character actually had some like pretty big moments, and then like it takes me through it. And I'm not gonna lie, Dan I think Dan actually has as many big moments as someone like Boro, if not more, and plays a pretty important role, at least in the very beginnings of it. And I think that stand-up moment against Rachel is definitely something that takes him a little higher for me.
I was originally gonna say bottom, not bottom. I was gonna say in between, Sachi and Anak for C. But I'd be willing to bump him up. Where'd you say?
I would say between Boro and Novick.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bump him up to there, just because I feel like it's weird to have someone like Rachel in D and Dan in the same tier, where like Dan's whole character arc is literally taking Rachel's character and like flipping it and being like learning the lesson from that.
But let's be real. Realistically, the only reason why Rachel's in D is because there isn't a trash category. So I wouldn't really judge her off of that either. Like
well,
she is
well,
kind of.
What I'm saying is like that's the point. If that's the lowest tier, anybody in that tier, you're assuming for X reasons you state, like just doesn't do it in terms of the season.
Well, then we got to make another
does.
tier.
What were you saying as far as Dan?
I said the top of D.
Okay, how about we put him... All right, we'll meet in the middle then. How about we put him behind Sachi, like you were saying, right? Or if you're saying there, like, between Sachi, I'll concede that. That's fine.
Oh, wait, well, that was weird.
Actually, no, put him behind Knock.
You're like, we agreed on this, right?
You're like, I'll give a knock a bone.
Actually, a knock a bone here.
She's cool. She's green and shit.
Evan, the dwarf guide.
Silver dwarf. Silver hair. Well, yeah. Silver dwarf,
I'm going to go, gut is telling me top of C. Maybe I could see an argument for lowest B. That's my gut, just because he has a lot of cool abilities. He takes place in a lot of the fights. He does a lot of, like he talks a lot. He's got his own scheming going on, but I do feel like he's just kind of like the Yuri sidekick. You know what I mean? Like he's along a lot of the times, and Evan is really just accompanying Yuri. Like he's getting Yuri through whatever's going on, and then getting him to meet Bomb. But like if we're comparing him to some of the other characters in the core group of Bomb's group, except for the fights when he like absorbs shit with his frog finger and stuff like that. I don't feel like he makes much of a difference for the core group of the story. I don't feel like, I don't know. He has the training moment with Khun, but
like,
I don't know.
So I would say,
all right, fight me.
All right, punch me. I would say B, because I do feel like, while sure, he doesn't have like a lot of, I guess, like crazy Evan taking a stance moments. Like, make no mistake, all these niggas would be dead if Evan wasn't in the story, because they would have all died in that entire fight.
Yeah. I get a little shaky on that argument though, because it's like, then if you say that, then Yuri obviously goes at like the pinnacle, and like then the whole list gets queued.
Well, but what I'm gonna get into is that I feel like the moments that Evan does have do stand out, but not just in the sense that it's like, oh, thank God Evan was there because he saved our skin, but it like proves Evan's character, where it's like Evan is a guide. He's not the same kind of guide as Hwa Ryun. Like, obviously they're levels of foresight or abilities or whatever differ, but Hwa Ryun is so steadfast in like, I've seen the way, like this is the path we got to go. We have 90% or whatever the fuck like chance of survival if we take this route. I'm not hearing no ifs, ands, or buts. You can cry all the way there, but we're fucking doing my way or the highway.
Yeah.
Where Evan, I really like as a character, because just the fact that he runs with somebody like Yuri, who again, like I stated in my Yuri stance, will always be doing whatever she wants first, and then like let the consequences fall where they may.
Sure.
Proves that even as a guide, even as somebody who literally like knows more and is somebody you should probably be deferring to, is like willing and able to adapt his plans like to fit any situation, which is like in my opinion, kind of proof why I wish Hwa Ryun's character would move a little bit from where she's so steadfastly, because I do think it proves that like just because you're a guy doesn't mean that like you know better, or like your plan is.
But I feel like there's never a lot of stakes with Evan as compared to Hwa Ryun. Like I hear that a lot, but it's like Evan is with Yuri, dude. Like he's packing the biggest heat that we got, like at least until this point in the story. And like it's really kind of like he's saving the skin of the little guys because they get caught in the crossfire. But it's like I feel like Yuri at the end of the day is like, Evan, tell me where to go. Where's the toilet? You know what I mean? It'll be like that way. But when it comes to something like Yuri, we should definitely do this. She's like, nah, I'm gonna do what I want. Like she kind of does that, and like that's fine. But I don't feel like there's a lot of stakes for him because it's like he's like already like top X amount of like, you know what I mean, rank or so is Yuri, and it's like I don't know. It's like when Evan, like if Evan's there or he's like not there, it's like he's a cool addition, but I don't feel like he's absolutely needed, I guess is my point. And if he's not needed in terms of like gripping me in the story or in terms of progressing the squad, then for me, I feel like he doesn't.
Well, I think he's definitely
doesn't rank as high.
needed just for the practical reasons that I stated earlier. Like there's so many times where even like we talk about the last station with freeing White and Karaka, like Evan plays such a tactical role in how well our operations like play out and succeed that if he wasn't there, if we didn't need him, then he wouldn't have had to do those things. But he like we did need him because somebody needed to do those things. And
like what does he do specifically though? Maybe I'm drawing a blank, but like I don't like
in
what
the
plan
entirety
what like major plan does he have for so you just listed off Karaka and White, right? Like what is it specifically that he does besides, you know, absorbing attacks or whatever it was, like in terms of like some like 4D chess plan style thing or like what or just anything in general? Because I don't really remember him standing out.
Well, so that's
that
the thing.
much.
I don't think Evan has like Hwa Ryun workshop like big Uno reverse card moments.
Sure.
But I don't think he has to. I think it just comes down to brass tacks of like we need somebody here to do this thing or somebody needs to be able to watch these people's backs and like. It's not we need somebody to play 4D, you know, Omaha chess or whatever, but like we need somebody to do this, and Evan is capable of doing.
Well,
this,
I guess that's my thing. It's like
valuable.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like I guess for me that doesn't really rank him higher because like no shit he's capable of doing it. He's like one of the top dudes. So if we take that as the criteria, then like any character that is just inherently stronger off the rip is automatically going to rank higher because there are a lot, let's admit it, Deus Ex Machina moments in this series where like a higher power, i.e. Yurick or someone like that, will come down and kind of save all the little guys because they have just that raw strength and ability to do so. So like, I guess that's for me what detracts him a little more. Like I would even say someone like Casano as compared to him or even Novick, I feel like have more relevant screen time in terms of like what they're doing towards like helping the main cast, but like, you know, with the drawbacks on the line and like getting into some of the personality and like, you know, being an antagonistic force or whatever. I don't know. I could see, fair enough. I could see like bottom B right now, you know, with or C, but, that's where I am.
No, and there are instances that we're forgetting where even with Yuri, when she would handle situations where higher ups and she would walk away, he would have conversations. Like you got to keep in mind, he has Yuri, the loose cannon, who quite literally goes against Jihad in many ways, and he has always been the person who comes behind her and cleans up situations and kind of makes things not like you got to think about who he's with and how he is planning around every move that they make. And I mean, and even with, you know, if you want to talk about tactical decisions, even when they were trying to get on. I think it was getting onto the train with that fight with Karaka, and he even uses his cloak over them, and he's like, "This is the plan," and that doesn't work through. When he has like for me, he's always been there, and we may not see it as much, but he is pulling his own strings behind and is doing his guidely work. So I personally, with personal bias, would put him at the very least in high B.
All right. So
what did you say?
I said bottom B.
All right, bottom B then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. The little dwarf gets it. All right. Next one we have is Hockney, Mr. Shotgun.
David Hockney.
Yeah. I'm going to say for him that he's, again, I keep on floating for a lot of these characters between the BC because it's like D is like, okay, it's disrespectful. And then AS, well, S is like, that's another level on the other end. And then A, it's like, I see who it's stacked up against, right? So it's like,
bombs in A.
yeah.
Like,
so
you
it's
can't
like
just throw
kind of
anybody
hard
in
for
A.
me with, it's like, I keep on floating between B and C for characters that are kind of side, but that I don't hate.
Yeah, I feel like most of them are.
You know what I mean?
B or C because that's like that's the everybody that's not super
so
relevant to the story.
I don't know.
in some
I
way,
feel
shape, or
like
form. Yeah, Hockney.
I don't know.
I feel like Hockney has got to go.
He's got to go C.
I was gonna say high C. Like maybe even potentially highest C, because I just feel like I don't know. It's tough because it's like obviously from the moment he's introduced, like, which is akin to right before the floor of death, like his presence is felt and he is a character that is there. But I'm not going to lie, and at least maybe this is just my personal feelings, he did get a little bit of the Borosachi treatment once he like signed on with the party and agreed to follow them even further. I feel like, unfortunately, if you're not Khun Harak or Dorsey, like that kind of happened to everybody who was in the party. But there was this thing where it's like, okay, Hockney. Also, I'm not really 100% clear on like how Hockney's ability works, because we had this discussion when we were talking with Joe, because we were doing like an abilities, our ranking list. I don't know if, and this is a big deal to be honest, just in terms of like his valuableness and his worth. I don't know if his whole situation here is that he can selectively and actively choose moments to use his ability and see into the future at those times, and then, essentially sort of what Hwa Ryun or whoever does, where it's like, all right, now I have this knowledge, let's make a plan around that.
Yeah.
Or if it's passive and he's just doing his thing, and then all of a sudden something outside of his control triggers his ability and is showing a glimpse of the future, i.e., let's take it akin to something like the spider sense, where he's just doing his thing, and all of a sudden if somebody's about to get their head chopped off, like seconds before, Hockney gets a vision of it and is like, duck, or whatever. Or if it's just literally a passive vision, but it's of an event that's going to happen later, or he sees somebody is going to die or something like that. Because I feel like just innately, the latter makes it a little less reliable in the sense that it's not something that we can consistently use, because it's like, well, we just got to like, all right, Hockney, do your thing, and like if it happens, let us know. And that's assuming that whatever the vision is about is something super relevant. I guess my point is his presence is felt because he's here, but like Hockney himself doesn't really like. When I think of season 2, that's kind of all I think about when it comes to Hockney, is that like, oh, Hockney was there, but like he doesn't. It's not really like, even the Floor of Death, which I would argue is his like one of his central arcs as a character, is like about learning about his character. But his character does. I mean, like, fair enough, you have to learn about him first. But like, I don't know. I would say, what did I say? High C.
What do you say?
I
I forgot what I said. CB something.
I put probably right behind Casano.
Behind Casano?
Yeah.
Okay, I could subside to that.
Can we put him behind?
I wouldn't put him
Okay,
behind
that's-
Sachiboro or anyone else, honestly.
No, it's fine. Yeah, you can put him there. Yeah, he's all right. All right, Garam's the next one.
he's
The
cool.
lovely waifu of Yurik to be, Garam.
She just doesn't know you.
And she just doesn't know it yet. Yeah. Garam is just
Poor
one
girl.
persistent gentleman, and eventually she will marry him. So,
Her choice doesn't matter.
yeah. No, I think for me, I'm floating in the B category. I just don't know exactly where in B. I almost want to say higher, but I'm not going to lie. It is definitely personal bias, me putting her higher, because I think her relevance on the story, while she is a huge part, don't get me wrong, in the backstory, again, she's kind of one of these one arc style people that might come back later. But to be fair, she's just sexy as hell. That's why I'm kind of putting her up there. Like realistic. Yeah, if this is a waifu
I would
tier
say
list.
right behind Khun, personally. Yeah,
Behind Khun.
right behind Khun, and even
How the fuck did
challenges
Khun
him,
be-
or not Khun, or Edahn.
No, I'm just surprised Edon's that high. I forgot. Ida.
I would say no lower than. I think.
Yeah, I think she
I
beats
think
Horyang
I
too. like-
personally think that she is
Wait, you said above Horyang?
Yeah, I literally think right below
there,
Edahn,
yeah.
because I do think that with Bam, Khun, and everybody learning their specific Shinsu abilities, I do think that trumps a lot of that argument in terms of him against Elaine. But like, yeah, I wouldn't be mad if Garam. Why did I say Elaine? Jesus, my brain. But yeah, no. So I would say right behind.
I would say
but
above,
I wouldn't
personally.
complain if it was above.
I would say above.
Think I'm gonna go with Gavin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. The deed
I
is
tried,
done.
guys. All right. Yeah, we need to see more of her in the future.
Facts.
That's definitely undeniable.
That is
And the
facts.
and the wedding. All right. Next one is, what the fuck's her name? Goosang.
That doesn't bode well.
Goosang. Goosang.
Goosang.
Goosang.
Yeah, Goosang. Sorry.
Goose egg. All right, goose egg.
Yeah. Well, I guess your opinions aren't
Yikes.
I'm gonna say low C. That's me being nice.
Okay. Hold on, no. It's not against what you're saying. Realistically, I'm like, she's D tier, but I get the whole disrespect thing. Can we just make a fucking, because like, let's be real, she's all right, fair enough. I would say D tier.
can't make
Well,
another
there's
one
a
because then we
ranking
have to-
within the tier though, so don't worry too much about it.
So like if
she's
we put
above
her,
Rachel.
well, okay.
I get that. I'm just like, what's the purpose of having a D tier then? If just those two are in.
Well,
I
if
don't
Rachel's
know.
at the bottom of the D tier,
Well,
that
if you
means-
genuinely think they belong in D tier, I was gonna say D or low C.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just gonna like avoid D tier just because Rachel's in it. And
No.
the other bitch. All right,
No.
all
It's,
right.
it's genuinely
All
someone's
right,
in
then
D tier.
I would say high D tier.
Hi D.
High D.
Okay.
Sorry, go saying.
All right, Heidi.
Damn, even
Still
me
that
saying got
counts.
more character growth than her. Well,
Yeah,
she's no, she's
she
not.
is.
I was gonna say she was asleep. Horyang's asleep. She's watching Horyang asleep.
She's been asleep.
Drowning says the Goseg disrespect will not be tolerated.
Look, chat.
Bonehead's crying.
Chat. Bonehead, chat. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be
It's gonna
fine.
good. All right.
All right.
Look, if Gosang,
You see who we're going up against
if
right now?
Gosang gets a glow up, like me saying, look, if Gosang gets a me saying level glow up at least,
She might get
Then
into
we're
low
talking.
C. Yeah, no.
but like Gosang's literally been not in the story.
Yeah. All right. Next one's the boy Hots.
Who I've already seen people in chat be like, if Hots gets disrespected, they're leaving.
In all seriousness, my gut, I'm not gonna lie, I really love this character. He's one of my favorites. So take that as you will. But I do think I do think he serves some pretty important parts within the story. Again, trying to make myself go back to the beginning, right? And kind of throughout, but he kind of, he's with Shibasu's crew, so he's not there the whole time. But I do think his moments are really badass. I personally would put him at the top of B or the bottom of A, is my personal opinion.
I
with
would
him.
say top of B. Yeah, I think top of B for me.
Top of B, I agree.
All right, top of B. That's what it is. Mm-hmm.
There you go, swordsman Hots.
Let's go. All right.
Hell Joe,
the
Hellster Joester.
God.
Joe's like cool for like 2 minutes for me. And I was like, oh, he's funny. He's like a Borderlands character. I like him, blah, blah, blah. And then he just like, I didn't really give a shit.
I'm not
gonna be
gonna
real.
lie. Because I did 100% run with this vibe. I was like, yo, if we just have like this kind of jokey off character who's like just here to fuck with us and like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, Yurik, yeah, kind of like maybe you should like, vent a little bit who you give these things to because like this dude was crazy. And then like that was the whole thing and that was his shtick. He was like that, just the wrong guy.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, and I've had several conversations with people about the Floor of Death arc in general, and his character is actually one of the things that like I have a real hang up with about it. The second we like delved into the fact that like, oh, actually, like there's a lot of traumatic backstory behind this character and he's trying to grow, which then gets like immediately, if that's on a train, like fucking side railed by the fact that Gusting's like, oh, you wanted to keep your memories?
Yeah.
It's like all of that combined into, I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, this may sound a little, hot take here. I kind of feel like that latter half of the Floor of Death, other than obviously the stuff that gets established with Gusting talking to Bam, like kind of wasted my time with that stuff because it's like, it was great, and I know some people have the argument that it's like, well, Hell Joe does have the character development because, well, I forget what the argument is to be frank because I don't agree, but because I feel like it's like for somebody to be like he has the character development, it's like he has to have the memories of the time he fucked up because again, as we established with Bam, you can't have growth unless you have an active memory and can call back on the recess, like the going back or whatever that your character does. If Hell Joe is like doing good things now, it's like that's not really growth. It's like happenstance. Because if you wipe his slate clean, he's now doing good, but he doesn't have any of the memories of the bad shit that he done, which is in character
This
growth.
is why Gustang sucks.
Is what should motivate you to do better, right? If it's like okay, it might be better. The Floor of Death might be better off, and Hell Joe might be good now because he's doing good things, but he's not doing good things because he learned from the bad things he did, because as far as he and everybody else is now concerned, those things never happened. They didn't exist.
Yeah.
The only people who know them are the people who aren't even on the Floor of Death anymore.
Sure.
So it feels a little kind of like SIU wasn't quite sure like if he wanted this character to be just jokey or serious, and like landed in this weird middle ground, and then Gusting kind of came in and
My gut is between Dan and Alfine.
That's literally where I was thinking.
wait, I'm sorry.
Between Dan and Alfine at the bottom
that's
of C.
exactly
Shoot.
where I was saying.
All right,
yeah.
go for
Yeah,
it.
I'm about it.
All right. It's kind of rude that Alfine's going to get kind of put behind chat there, but it's all right. I'm not. Could we switch those? All right, next one we got.
Kidding, it's a waifu tier list.
Yeah, we're scrapping this whole thing. It's a waifu tier list. All right, next one we got the boy Sim.
I thought this
Swordsman,
was
right?
actually hilarious because so many people like to obviously snap on me and be like, his name is Danwa, not Sim Swordsman. But I'll have all of you know that when I was making this tier list, I went to Google and typed in Tower of God, Danwa, and got no fucking pictures of this nigga. I literally deleted Danwa and typed Sim Swordsman and got 3 pictures. So as far as I'm concerned, he's Sim Swordsman.
And as far as
the story
SIU's concerned,
he doesn't even respect him enough to know his name,
it's hilarious.
and I've capped. I'm done.
Yeah,
I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's
So,
kind of telling.
Where are we
of his
putting Sim
character.
Swordsman?
An
All right,
S
S tier.
right?
Yeah. All right. Two
Oh my
agreed.
God.
Above Jin Sung too. Obviously.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yo, people hate Casano. It's so funny. Every 4 chats, somebody's like, "Wow, below Casano, can we move Casano? Casano? I don't understand why Casano is so
I mean,
despicable.
he's not my favorite character at all.
no, but I
was
feel like he
important.
does have pretty important.
I think that's
things
what
on the
that. Yeah, that's what it
story.
leans on to me. It's like he's
Yeah,
a dick.
literally, as I said at the end, Casano's still top of Sin. Literally, that's crazy. Like,
It's all right. If it
like
makes you guys,
Casano
if it
plays
makes
an
you guys
important
feel
role.
better, I see people left that could debunk him, but that is funny because it's Casano. Well, Casano's he's a weird nigga.
I think Sim Swordsman, by the way, goes low C, high D.
I would say right above Rachel or right above that blonde chick.
I think above the blonde girl, Lilial or Shilial.
Yeah, I would
I'll
say
go
in between Gosang and Lily.
Yeah, like he's kind of a
whichever one.
he's a simp. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, cut and dry.
He's
All
there,
right.
bro. It's
Ivan
like he's
Kel-
got one of those weapons. That's cool, but he uses it once.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
gets it taken away.
Literally.
Wait, is Paracule on this list?
Well, I don't think he made an appearance.
Unreal. I can't believe that.
he did in the,
He had the Revolution.
Revolution.
All right, Paracule's S tier. You just can't see him there. All right.
Yeah, just imagine he's there.
Yeah, so Yvonne Kell, the warrior goddess, the elephant of fire. Where does Yvonne Kell go? I'm going to go with B, personally, because just for aesthetic and prowess and fighting presence, all really badass, but we only get to see about 10 minutes of her. She kind of suffers from the same exact thing that Kallavan does. So it's just, for me, it's off of, what do you like about this character? How dope is she? Yeah. So that's where I'm at. I definitely think she's that badass to probably go in B though. I would say for me personally, I think it's between Kallavan and Evan.
I would say right
my
in
personal
front of Kallavan.
Yeah, my only.
Wow.
Oh, go ahead. Bum, bum, bum.
Actually, I feel like that I might bump her up higher. I'd say
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'd actually. So a lot of this, I mean, obviously, just a savage character. I planned this because of her now presence in terms of teaching Bam, and is going to be, his new master, pseudo master. I think I might bump her.
Well, season 2 though. Keep that in mind. I know she says I'm going to train Bomb, but we didn't see anything yet.
No,
so,
but it's. Come on.
Yeah, but it's season 2 that we're talking about.
Yeah,
to
but
be
I mean,
fair.
come on. Like, it's Bam going up and saying, be my master after she...
No, I get it, but
there's no
like
cutting
if
out.
you're saying that, then off of that criteria, then Kallavan gets shot up because he's going to be like the main antagonist next to Jihad, from what we're being told.
No, but what I'm
Really?
saying is I actually
That's
think
what I-
no,
that's what-
I my argument is that's actually growth on her, because I feel like that Even Kel as a person isn't necessarily the type of person to go look after prodigies and offer to help. I just think that the plane of existence she's on is way above even offering some sort of help to someone. And just the fact that even though yes, Bam kind of showed himself to her to open that door, but just for the fact that those words came out of her mouth, I'm willing to train you for me, is pretty dope, and in some I would feel like growth knowing the type of person that she is. So with that said,
That's
I would
fair.
go right above Khun.
I don't know.
where
I
did you say,
disagree,
Gavin?
but
I would say high B.
Like
how high?
Yeah,
How high? I would
specifically.
say either I don't know, above Hots, but within these two. So
Yeah,
in
I
that
was-
range of up below, I would either say in the beginning or in between, or even maybe I could, if you argued enough, maybe behind Edahn.
Yeah,
But
I would
I
say
think I'm willing
she's tied
to-
with Kallavan at best, personally. Because for me, and listen, you could have arguments for if you like the style of personality she has and all that kind of stuff. But I do feel like a lot of it is, this one is just a lot of its subjectivity. like it's just her aesthetic for me. You know what I mean? At this point where it's like I feel like if you just like the look of this character and what she does, because I just feel like there hasn't been enough yet. So I don't think it ranks like Hots and above Gara.
No, but that is also
even above
that is
Horyang.
within our regulations of ruling.
No,
where
I know.
that-
I
that's
was just giving my opinion. I'm just saying.
I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to agree with Gavin, going in between Hots and Edahn.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah.
She got a high one. Okay.
'Cause like you said, I think to be honest, her and Kallavan are tied, but I just really fuck with Yvonne Kell much more than Kallavan, like character archetype wise. Of that arc, like that's the character who I definitely remember. Where it's like Kallavan just kind of sticks out to me as like the villain of that arc.
Like for any particular reason, I'm just curious. I mean, she is where she is, so I'm not going to try and argue to move.
Well,
her,
her character archetype, I like.
Oh,
this-
like the personality and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said arc, and I was like, what arc? She's only been there for 10 minutes. That's why I was curious. All right, fair enough. There she is. Next one is Sleepy Boy. Where are we putting him? I'm not gonna lie. I put him at like bottom C, high D, because like it's funny, the jokes, everything. It's like, haha, he's asleep all the time. But then you think about it, it's like he's literally asleep all the fucking time. And it's like, what does he actually do? You didn't even see his face half the time. He's on Bahat's back. He has that one cool moment in the workshop where he wakes up for 10 minutes and then does a thing and then goes back to sleep. But it's like,
And
really?
he's a fucking inspiration, dog. So that is why.
This is Gavin's idol, I forgot.
No, I would agree with.
I feel
C.
like he kind of rings with this Anak thing, where it's like, oh, that one thing he did in the workshop arc was really dope, but then after that, like you said, he's just kind of asleep the whole time.
I feel like he's
he has to be at that Alpha though. He's just like one step
Has to
above.
what?
I would put him like.
I actually
right
don't
there.
think so personally, and that's not even bias. I'm like not even gonna lie. Like I'll find like whatever.
No, mine's
like,
completely
looks.
biased.
Oh, okay. Mine literally, I think that Lorray, literally, besides that one minimal moment, you can make the argument with a knock, but like a knock is like a full fledged like badass like brawl where it's like holy shit, that's one of the most memorable moments in the story. Lorray is literally like a 2-second thing where it's like there's a worm in his head.
I just meant in terms of like their character impact for me. Like I didn't think
that's fair.
Lorray should be any. He should be in C.
Yeah.
Because we put a knock in C, and for the reasons. Like,
oh yeah,
I'm saying
no. I guess I was just saying. I'm sorry. I integrated that argument in there, but I was just saying between him and Alfine, I actually, believe it or not, in my opinion, think Alfine had a bigger impact on the story. Not gonna lie, literally the story. Even if it was just for that arc, like Lorray literally does nothing. Literally, he's literally asleep the entire time. So, like, off of subjectivity, if
Yeah,
you
I
like
feel
his
like
character
it's an
style and
inspiration.
stuff, fair enough. But like,
I'm
he
gonna,
literally doesn't do anything.
I'm gonna subside with Ian. I think bottom C.
All right. Is there a way you could drag down like the thing, or do you have to fill it up and then they start going below?
Yeah, you have to fill it up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. All right. Alfine and Loraya there. All right, next one, Naya's favorite. We got Mule Love, baby.
Mule Love.
Oh, man. Where he
Now-
at? Somebody get him in here.
Yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just kind of in the mood to say some contra. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna need one of you guys to defend him because I really don't have a super high opinion of this character, and
Fair
not that
enough.
I don't like him, but like, we've been talking a lot about like one of our main features here being like what presence and impact these characters make on the story. Like, quite literally after his test, we don't even hear him mentioned again.
Yeah, I feel like
don't know,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
don't know what. I don't have like a crazy. I'm gonna be honest. I do usually forget about him until somebody brings him up.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm like, they'll be like, oh, what about Mule Love? And I'm like, oh yeah, he was dope in his little thing. But it's like, again, we're talking about characters who are like always on my mind when I hear the word Tower of God. Like, I can't in good conscience be like, oh yeah, Mule Love, like up there with the best of them. Like he's cool. I don't hate the character, but in terms of best character for season 2, I can't really put him. I think I would have to go somewhere in C.
Yeah, so I'm not going to die on a hill with him because he's not like my favorite character, but just to offer some other points. Sure. I feel like a lot of Love's character is maybe not necessarily looking about on how he impacts the the story overall and more so like his growth within his arc and then like the little bit that he has on the story overall and like that specific little pocket of time where he himself does, I feel, have a decent amount of growth where he is basically he's playing the stereotype where it's like anyone in Fug, like Fug killed my parents. You've seen it done before. And I have to do, whatever I have to do, like Fug is bad no matter what. And then Bomb comes along and through Wangnan as well, kind of shows him differently that it's like, there's a different way of looking at this. And then he comes around to that, which is a nice character arc to have. And to be fair, it's an arc. You know what I mean? Even though it's small, like you take someone like, I'm not going to lie, bro, like, you know, maybe not Borosachi because they have like I keep on forgetting the Daniel thing, but like I don't know, like in that realm, like I think it's relatable there. And then I think the other portion of it is Bomb getting that freaking blue ore, and some of his moves off of him was kind of dope, like in terms of impact.
I could see the argument that it's like his. And I say this very loosely, presence is felt throughout the arc just because of how Bam is like, those are some dope moves, they're mine, and like uses them forever. But like, okay. Yeah, he does have like an arc.
And then beyond that, I think it's literally just like him and his aesthetic. And it's like, do you like love? Do you like Mule Love? Fair. You know what I mean? And it's like, I do like him quite a bit. He's pretty cool. Yeah. But I would probably put him somewhere. I'm actually thinking we should put Lorray lower. I'm not going to lie, bro. Because I'm like, I think the C's getting a little clogged up. And like Lorray just kind of like sneaked his way in there. But I would say probably C tier. And for me, and this is personal bias because I like this character, like his style, his fighting style, all that kind of stuff. I put him like higher C, like the upper half of C, but I'm willing to delineate where he goes specifically. Do you have any thoughts?
I would put him behind Hockney.
Behind Hockney? That's pretty high.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I guess it was influential on Bam. You know, he has like the blue shield and shit. Like, you know, and that has honestly played a huge impact. So like with that, like, I don't know. Yeah, that's just what I'm feeling. That's what my giblets are telling me.
I agree with Gavin's giblets on this one.
All right, majority rules.
Screw it.
Give him the cheeks.
All right. Who's the next one? Was that Miss Chenny?
I literally could not find a picture of this girl with like her full face or her full face in like in panel. So that's the best we're doing with. But yeah.
Is there a way sorry to interrupt the flow here, but is there a way we could add characters like by just searching them like on the fly, or do you have to do like a whole roundabout thing where you get like screenshots and all that kind of? Okay, gotcha. Sorry guys, not everyone can make it.
I really tried and like almost this whole thing got thrown out because it's Tier List Maker is not like friendly or good interface to use whatsoever.
Okay, got it. All right. We'll tell you where we would have put the characters that you guys are requesting. How about that? Even though we don't have a picture of them, and then you could just imagine their picture there. See, because like Paracule, he's an S. All right.
Chat's just like, do all these other characters that aren't on the list. It's like, guys, the whole point of limiting the list was that like, we can't just do every character we do all day.
Oh my god. All right, so Chenny.
So I will go by your guys' word.
I don't know. I'm about to rapid fire this chick into like. God damn, there's so many C. I think she's in C somewhere, personally. I'm not dying on that hill, so I could see an argument for maybe B, but like lower B. And definitely not anything higher than, not A or S, in my opinion. At least in the second season. I feel like we just don't get enough of like what the plan is. And it's like we get some like badass moments. She fights Jihad, gets mollywopped. But I mean, like, it's cool to like see she's got balls or whatever. And then she's like playing 4D chess. But like, I didn't feel like there's been enough. And quite frankly, I don't like her personality. Like,
it's weird because there's this part of me that wants to be like, not that I know what she's going to do, because obviously I don't know what the fuck her plan is, but like just off the inkling that I know her plan is more complex than it looks, I want to be like, oh, there has to be merit to that. She wouldn't be going through the rings she's going through if like that wasn't the case. But then it's like, okay, yeah, but a lot of that is just stuff stated by her, right? And we haven't seen any of those fruits, so to speak. So as much as I want to, it's like as much as my mind wants to be like, I know this character is important and is like doing things that are going to, shake the story or what's going on or interact with characters in a big way. It's like, yeah, right now she's kind of just been fucking with people. So yeah, I'm
going to say that she's like in the middle of C, personally.
In the middle of C?
Yeah, in like the from like love to Dan, like somewhere in that area. Personally,
I could see. All right, so you're saying like no higher than in between love to no lower than in between Dan, or
yeah, something like that.
Okay, I could see. I could see in between love and Novick.
Forgot. I don't have the mouse. Okay. Cool. Gavin said we'll take his word on that, or take our word on that one. Love and Novick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Boop. There we go.
Himself.
I feel like I just need to like drag this guy down. Do we really want him here? Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, this guy literally does fucking nothing. But fair enough, Gavin's not here, so I won't cheat it. Like, I just like it like pains me to even look at him there. All right, it's like even like Go-Sang like has more lines than him. Like everyone does. Anyway, I know Gavin likes this guy quite a bit, Mata. So I'm whatever. My snap too is I'm not gonna lie. I think he's probably a low B for me. I think that's where he chills because, again, he's got this one arc thing. We've been through this, his one-shot moment. But I think he's very comical within it. He's likable, and he does, while not completely altering the story, have some pretty standout moments within his time with, Hockney and his speeches and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think for me, that's where I rank him.
Wow, it was right in my ear. Gavin, I'm curious what you think for Mata. Also, just so you're filled in, Ian is very high key trying to push Laura out lower on the list. So if you
Go-Sang has way more dialogue than
he is the low C, and he will stay there. With him, I'd probably go D.
Really, Mata?
I thought you liked him.
I did.
You see what I mean when I say I don't know how his brain works? I don't understand.
All right, fair enough.
It's even worse than you, where you're like, oh, my favorite character. You're like, top 3. He's like, favorite character, gotta be D. It's like,
bro, if this guy goes D, then Lorray has to go fucking D. Like, that's actually insane.
I personally wouldn't put Mata in D, but if he does go D, we gotta also drag Laurel down to D.
If that's the case, then he's going C.
Then Mata's going C?
Yeah, and Laurel staying C.
Oh my God,
is that good or not? So I will.
Okay,
yeah.
I guess he kind of serves a similar Alfine thing to me. You know what I mean? Where it's like he's like kind of the guy with Hockney, and like he's the and then he has those moments.
Yeah, I would say
I'm thinking like here personally, but
there.
Yeah, I thought about it more, and I'm like, I actually think that.
I was gonna say between
somewhere there,
Edahn and Hell Joe.
All right, fuck it. You convinced me. There we go. All right, next one, Misang. Oh, you're a Misang. Okay.
Girl.
Misang, I'm gonna say, goddamn, C is just stacked with people, huh? I think we should delete chat at this point because it's just straight up getting in the way. We could, what is it? Desktop capture 1. We'll just mute that bitch. Well, it's still blocked off, so that did nothing. All right, never mind. We're gonna put that back.
Oh, can you shrink it?
We get
like our box?
No, because we can shrink the box, but it's like we'll be so tiny by that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Get rid of the socials. We could do that.
Yeah, and I think
that.
if you make the box a little smaller.
Okay. Well, if we fill up B, because we're not there yet.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay. We'll take that as we go. All right, guys. Chat has been eliminated.
Put the chat. Well, you put the chat up now.
You've been shot.
Oh,
what? I thought you were trying to clear the line of sight, though.
No. That.
Wait. Why did you?
Oh, I scrolled. That's why. Oh, no.
Okay, so let me see the mouse.
I'm so confused. What's happening right now?
I'm just gonna make it smaller.
Okay, but by that logic, at some point it's going to get so small that like, why do you have it up?
Yeah, I guess we'll delete it after that.
That's what I
then.
mean. Eventually,
Yeah.
you eyeball, but for now.
Yeah, little bits. Okay. Anyway, moving on. By the way, I think Ariru does have a point. If Isaiah and I are both saying that Larray belongs in D, we are doing this thing called majority rules.
Yeah, but I'm also doing this thing where like he is just.
He's in fucking D. Can you put him
let's
below
say,
Go Sang, please?
Yeah, I feel like you gotta move.
He's
on.
gotta
damn it,
go.
bro!
He's gotta go to D, dude. It just doesn't even make
No,
sense.
look,
It makes sense if you don't think about it.
I get the spirit animal connection that you guys have, but like D is D.
Oh my god. All right, Misang. Let's hit up the next one here. I feel like for me, Misang is probably somewhere within C again. Between I would say between Novick and Boro. Like somewhere mid C, I would say. She has her moments and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Misang, you're so cute and shit." But like when I really think about it, I'm like she kind of has her own little growing moments, and it's like if I'm being kind, but like on the real, like
What did you say?
I would say like somewhere between either Novick and Boro or like down in
Go
like
behind a knock.
like there. Yeah, that was the other one. Like a knock or somewhere in that. Like
What,
beyond-
between a knock and Dan?
Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
I would go.
That's where I would go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Okay. Glad we got that one solved. All right.
Jesus.
Well, looks like there she is.
she's like, no, I'm
Yeah,
on
you
it.
put her there and she grabbed a knock and was like,
yeah.
the fuck if I'm going back there. All right, next up on the list is Beta.
Mm.
First whole complete ignition weapon. Who also suffered from the Anak syndrome of sometimes I forgot he was in the story.
Spitfire, right above Helljo for me. That was just Spitfire. So I don't know if you guys share or defer.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
Oh, before Helljo, you said?
No, right at. I would personally put him right above Helljo, just because he I don't know, he went through a lot.
So
yeah.
before, like,
No, right after Helljo. Like he would go
Like
right
before
here.
visually. Right? Like to the
I
left
would
of
put
Helljo,
him
right
here.
there.
Oh,
okay, yeah, I was saying before, and you were saying after, which was confusing me.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
I mean in front of Helljo.
yeah, in
yes.
front of Helljo.
Okay, yeah, that I think I would go there too.
Yeah.
I just like his development
Do
more
you
than
want to go
Helljo
somewhere else?
personally.
Really?
Um,
I don't
Yeah, he
I
went
don't
from
like-
this stubborn kid that nobody liked, everybody hated, and then he kind of went through like this inner stuff, grew out of it.
But the thing is, the grew out of it part, I didn't see the whole grew out of it part. That was one thing that I disliked about the story. That was one of the parts that I disliked, was that I felt that there were a lot of people just kind of like joining Bomb's crew to join it. You know what I mean? Like they went through this thing where it's like they try and slaughter everyone, and there's this like, big fight and all that kind of stuff. And like, I don't feel like Beta really did anything to really grow out of that situation personally. I kind of felt like he was just this like pouty kid who stayed as it was, and it's like, fine, I'll come along with you guys and help. But
Well, I
like,
mean,
I don't know.
He made a shift from like, wanting to kill Bam because Bam is responsible for all of his trauma to not that.
and
which I feel
befriending him in a weird way, like
Yeah,
Did he
and like,
befriend
and
him?
again, maybe if it's not even like I'm Bam's best friend, like that, like
Support.
where he started was so drastic that like even where he is now as like a pouty kid is still forward momentum from wanting to kill Bam and everyone he loves.
Okay, maybe it's just that I actually think that Helljo personally has more to him, just in general, even though his memory gets wiped. Like, that's kind of out of his control, I feel like, his whole turnaround. So, could we put Beta and Helljo above Mata? That make more sense? Because I
would be
feel
okay
like
with that.
I feel like it's weird to have Helljo behind Mata, first of all.
And I could see Beta being behind, like right behind Helljo as well, because I don't want to discredit Helljo entirely.
Yeah,
but
could we go like Helljo behind Dan and then Beta?
And then
Does that work?
I'm okay with
I
that.
want to.
I don't know. Yeah, that's
I don't know.
my
I just
personal
really-
opinion.
I just really didn't really fuck with Helljo, but that's fair.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um,
All right, Gustang, D. All right, put it this way. I'm going to defer. You guys have done it once before. You guys are going to change my mind. You know what I mean? He does hold like a big significance because, again, he's uber powerful. I get that. But you could take that for 50% of this fucking list. You know what I mean? Just off of likability, I don't like him, so that's gonna be a hard one to change my mind.
Well,
Don't even try it. But
I don't want to get into like the power scaling thing because I think it's in terms of this list, it's a little irrelevant. But in terms of like Gustang is uber powerful as compared to people on this list. He does like hilariously outclass almost everyone. Like it's not even like, oh, he's like he is literally one of the heads of the, like
no, that I'm fully admitting.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think that in and of itself, for me, that's not an argument that I'm willing to accept to make him just go higher on the list.
No, that's okay, that's fair. I just wanted to be like, because it's not like, it's not like, oh, I'm Yuri strong. Like, like, because if you were to use that argument, Gustang's a good character.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah, because I know
like,
a lot of people that stand him really hard, at least at this point in the story, are like, but dude, like, he is so powerful. And I'm like, I kind of don't give a shit. So is Jihad. You know what I mean?
But I think a lot of it is because, like, he's one of the heads that you know, one of the first family heads that you meet. So it's like, oh, like the novelty of it almost.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay, so where did you say? You said D. Gavin, what do you talk to me? What are you thinking?
I can see an argument for C or high D.
Gustang.
Yeah, I think he definitely is above Gustang if he was to go into D.
That just feels so odd, bro. It's like Gustang. Like, they couldn't be more worlds apart.
Yeah, if not, I could see him.
All right, so I will say real quick that I feel like him or not, as far as a character, like the relevance he has in terms of how this game is being played, like is almost indisputable, right? Like whether you hate Gustang or not, like. Not only has he been pulling strings with Garam and like, you know, like low key supporting Arlene and like their side, but now with Jihad getting onto that and being like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what you think, we're gonna kill you. Like Gustang is now taking his whole family and going to war with Jihad's empire, and I think that's pretty weighty. Like that's not nothing.
The only thing there is that you could make the same argument for, you know, someone like Miss Cheney. So like, does Miss Cheney go higher then? You know what I mean? Because she's like pulling strings. And then again, I feel like this sort of argument gets applied to a lot of characters that are just inherently stronger because they have the ability to work behind the scenes and they know the extra people and you know what I mean? It goes into this whole thing. So like for me, I won't lie, a lot of it is just personal bias, but to be fair, I feel like sure he's pulling strings, but there's not a lot that we get from him in terms of like, you know, like this is what he did, this like great thing for the story, or like he did, you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. It's really just like the little bit that he did. Well, he sends him on the task to go get it, but he like gives Rachel whatever, and he fucking wiped everyone's memory.
He comes back in at the end with the whole melting thing. What? Of the thorn. With that fight.
No, I guess to me, again, I think that's that to me doesn't hold too much weight because anyone, you know, because he's like uber powerful. I don't think that there's, you know what I mean? They just kind of bend to his whim. If anything, that kind of bothered me. But yeah, I don't know. I think for him, it actually is so much in the I'm so powerful and I'm morphing the events that it like it flips him on its head for me.
I also actually, never mind. That's not a solid argument.
All right, where would you go?
I would go C. And yeah, because I feel like, to be honest, like for me, D is like, you know, aside because you guys have made points about Rachel. For me personally, it's like up until now in this season, D, it's like if that character was there or not, it's like things might have get shooken up a little bit, but they would still relatively be the same. Where it's like Gustang's, you know, again, his character is one thing, but he's too much of a major component to the story. I just feel wrong putting him in D.
I would actually put him above Mule in C. I think.
I'll put him
for real?
In front of Mule.
Well, that's high.
I don't know. That's
for me, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't see. I feel like he's like this like force of nature thing where it's like, okay, I'm just like more powerful and I'm gonna like pull these strings, but it's like we still have only gotten so little of him throughout season 2 that it's like, okay, like sure, you have a plan, no shit, you're the big smart guy, but like I don't see, like, there hasn't really been anything from it yet. You know what I mean? He's just come down, called everyone bugs, and then left, you know, a lot of times.
You said in front of Mule Love?
Correct.
All right, I think I would put him in front of Miss Cheney, so behind Mule Love.
You like him more than Miss Cheney? Really?
Well, it's not all liking more. Like,
well, to be fair, but do you also think...
to be honest, though, like, most of my argument isn't, at least for this character, is not weighed on like likability. It's just weighed on importance to the story.
You think Miss Cheney though has like that much less relevance incorporating how much you like her? Really?
I think the fact that he's a head of the family puts him in a significantly higher position to play this game than someone like Miss Cheney.
Yeah, I guess
she is just
no. I get your point, but again, I think that's where I get like hung up because it's like if somebody's inherently more powerful and has status, it's like, of course, they're going to have more relevance on the story. But I guess fair enough. It's subjectivity and majority rules. But like for me, it's like, that's not, that to me, that isn't, it's like, yeah, it's there by default if that's the criteria, fair enough. But it's like, I don't know. I just feel like that's not the, it's like this like unfair advantage, like putting it that way. Because then it's like, like Rachel's in D. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. All right, whatever. It's fine. You can put her above Miss Cheney if you want. I would say behind Miss Cheney. I like Miss Cheney more than him, but if we're gonna go off how much relevance he's going to have
you
later,
like Miss Cheney more than Gustang?
Absolutely.
You don't know anything about Miss Cheney.
I know nothing about Gustang either. They're in the same boat. I know Miss Cheney's will to fight. I know the fight that she had with Jihad. I know the
That's
what
dated,
she's
though.
What?
That's like younger.
Yeah,
Miss
but it's
Cheney.
still Miss Cheney.
Well, that's like saying younger Edahn is current Edahn, which isn't really true.
Oh, that, to be fair, I was ranking Han Sung off of the same shit. I was taking his Hidden Floor arc into consideration as well, because he wouldn't be an A if I didn't even say the Hidden Floor, because then he's not even fucking there the entire time, the entire season. You know what I mean? He's only there for like 2 minutes at the end, so I thought we were just incorporating them as a person. Like, me at 10, I'm still Ian, whereas, I have different views and things like that now, but I didn't know there was a difference that we were doing. I was just taking Miss Cheney from everything that I've gleaned from her, whether young or old. You know what I mean? And just kind of compiling that all into a list.
No, I feel like they're two different of characters, even if they're the same person, to be like, yeah, they would go in the same spot. Because again, as we've seen with someone like Data Jihad and current Jihad, like, talking about the actual Data Jihad, not the messed up version we meet.
Okay.
Like, they're basically two different people. So like that picture is of current Han Sung. That picture is of current Miss Cheney.
Oh, all right. To be fair, then I actually like Data Miss Cheney more than the one that we've seen so far now. So yeah, I would still stand that I like her definitely more than Gustang. Like just by likability. But Gavin, what do you think?
I'm still going either before or after Love.
All right, so put him after Love before
yeah.
Miss Cheney. Then that's right in the middle. I would like to make a vote then to put Han Sung lower. Not that he has to go to like the bottom of B, but like if we're not taking his data self, are we taking his data self or are we taking his normal self?
I mean, like his normal self.
Then yeah, I think I'd put him lower because he literally doesn't do anything. He's literally in it for like he's in it less than Kallavan. You know what I'm saying? At the very end there. I mean, off of likability, it's something, but it's like, I don't know. I think maybe like one down, but I don't know. I guess we can get to that later. That's fine. But I just didn't know. I was incorporating both when I initially. All right, next one's Quant. What do we got? Quant, not going to lie. I'm just going to go off of what I like, what I don't like about him. I'd probably put Quant between Love and Gustang, maybe above Love. Just because I like him. Piper Charms with the £5 super chat says, I feel like we can't complain about unfair advantages when we have irregulars, including Bomb, if you compare him to his friends and also family heads. I don't get it. But thank you for the super chat.
Because earlier when you were saying like, oh, it's unfair that it's unfair to compare Gustang to someone like Miss Cheney because Gustang or most people because he's just so uber powerful.
But
like
so let me clarify again. I am acknowledging that he's there and I'm not complaining that he is powerful. I'm saying that in and of itself to me does not justify the argument that he deserves to be higher or lower on the tier list spectrum, strictly because of how powerful he is. I thought, his personal development, his relevance on the story, and just whether the character is liked by the individual or not was really the criteria. And if you're going off that, then obviously all of these characters that were at that level would automatically get bumped up. So that's what I was going just to clarify myself. But anyway, moving on. Quant, what do you guys think?
I'm trying to remember anything that he did in season 2. Not gonna
He's more towards the beginning with lower row, but he doesn't really do anything. I was strictly going off of that. I like him.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking season 2 and the fact that I don't remember anything, I'd score him probably lower, even though I really like him. If I'm being, I guess honest to the tier list. So I would probably go high D or low C, personally.
What did you say?
Me or Gavin? You. I was saying somewhere in C, just because I like him. Like in the upper half of C.
upper half, and then you said low C to high D.
Yeah, just because there hasn't been any relevancy of him. I mean, I like him, so that's really where the C would come into play. But if we're being like,
I'm in the
shortest,
same boat.
Probably D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see low C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put him behind Alpine then, I guess. Put him at the end.
Yeah.
All right, next one, the boy Rack. I'm gonna say just with my gut here that Rack goes A, personally. Just in terms of the fact that he's there with the main squad, so he has the advantage of having obviously large impacts on the story and the characters, including Bomb, Khun. He has time with Yeon, etc. He's at a huge advantage there, but that's the name of the game. And I do feel like, personal bias in it. I like Rack. He's a really cool character. He adds a lot of comedic relief to some of the moments, kind of puts things in perspective, grounds the story, kind of makes you not take it so seriously sometimes, which is something that can be needed because people get, as you've seen, in like some crazy debates and all this kind of crazy shit about the story. And like, he just kind of grounds it in that way. I think he's an A, but he does have a lot of relevance in this season. This is a long season and he's been in it for the whole thing. So yeah, I think he goes somewhere between, either between Hwa Ryun and Karaka or between Karaka and Shibasu. My personal opinion.
I was leaning between Karaka and Shibasu personally.
I would say between Hwa Ryun and Karaka.
Okay.
Ooh, split.
Well,
Any reasons? I'm curious. Arguments?
Wait, it's not a split. What?
Because I said I was saying either between Hwa Ryun and Karaka or Karaka and Shibasu, and then he said Karaka and Shibasu, right? And you said Hwa Ryun and Karaka, and I was like, shit. I was like, split.
Okay. So for a lot of what you said before, but like, I feel like, again, now that we're getting to like over what character in this tier, I feel like if we're comparing it to like Shibasu, like actually, hold on. I'm sorry. I did that wrong in my head. It would be between Hwa Ryun, Karaka, and Shibasu. I thought somebody was saying between Shibasu and Han Sung.
oh no! Right after,
which was putting him before Rack.
Yeah, no.
But you're saying the lowest would be between Karaka and Shibasu.
Yeah. The lowest would be.
And then the other thing you said was
would be
between
there.
Hwa Ryun
Yeah, so
and-
I'm saying right here.
It's whether he's more relevance, I guess, or if you like him more than Karaka is really the play.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I am gonna appeal to my subjectivity. I don't think he has more relevance than Karaka, but I do kind of like him more than Karaka.
It's fair.
So I would put him between Hwa Ryun.
All right,
Karaka.
I'll go Rack between there. Okay, next one we have another stunning, beautiful woman, and that is Elaine. Elaine has grown on me substantially the more we read the story. And it's
weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because she, up until the end of season 2, actually wasn't even in it. So you might be like, oh, you're getting a little more used to her now. You're seeing more of her and she's grown on you. I'm like, no, I just keep on thinking back to like whatever. That might be just because she's drop dead gorgeous. But like besides that, I just like, the more I look back on that arc, the more I appreciate it. Because in the moment when I read it, I was like, okay, that arc was pretty cool. But I think going forward with some of the other arcs, we've had some hits, we've had some misses, etc. I actually really like that arc looking back on it. And I think Elaine was such an integral part of that arc in general, and highlighted some like very, real issues that potentially lay dormant in a lot of people, except on a way larger scale, obviously. But I don't know. I thought it just spoke to like a lot of what it means to be human in certain ways, where it's like this overwhelming sense of guilt and like what's right, what's wrong, or knowing what's right, going ahead with it, etc. Like maintaining the status quo even though you don't, and then kind of like through this total reworking, having your mind change and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. So I didn't answer where I want to put her, but I think for me, I'm not going to lie, there is some bias in it, but I do think that if I had to choose, that she would go at the top of B. Low A would be my personal opinion. I think if it was A, it'd be above Han Sung. If it was B, it'd be above Hots. It'd be at the top. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Do you go? I was gonna go the highest of B personally.
Highest to B. I was also gonna go high B.
Okay. Yeah, top of B. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited to see.
She's one of those characters who, like, when she wasn't on panel or whatever, like I would almost forget that she existed. But then the second she'd come back on panel, which granted arguably is only once, but like I'd be like, oh shit, it's Elaine, and like, because she seems like It's funny when we talk about characters like I think Anak was one where it's like a character that has waste potential. Because if Elaine had like lived and died in the name hunt station, I'd have been like, oh, like okay, cool. But it's like it sucks that you killed a character off with like those abilities and this position because it's like you could do something with that in the story. Now that she's not dead, like that chance to integrate her into those moments and possibly have that character grow and learn are exist and are really high. So it's like, yeah, I do have this affinity towards her definitely, and because she's dropped it fucking gorgeous.
Oh, dude, look at that!
But,
look at that, bro. She's definitely got a
yeah.
6-pack under there too. She's rocking it.
Course.
Slender AF.
Yeah, high B. All the way.
Absolutely. All right, next one we have Joaquin White. Kind of the same shit, to be completely honest with you. The main one.
Yes.
I am.
If you put him lower,
I personally think that White is a little overrated. So I was like thinking for a second. I'm like maybe A. Then I was thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I think he's a little too jazzed up. I'm not a huge fan of him, but I think my gut goes with somewhere in B personally. Higher B, on the higher end of B, or the lower end of A, I could see as well. But I don't know if any of you guys have any strong opinions or opinions at all.
He's grown on me, and I'd say probably more than Elaine. I don't. Yeah, I would go. Actually, now I would go the highest of B. I don't know. It's just not only that you see him more, but he's grown a lot, and he's grown on me a lot, and I like his presence now, and I'm even more curious in the future when we see him and just how like internally he reacts, especially with the voices in his head and just, you know, his very stubborn fighting style. I don't know. I like him. He's not overrated in my eyes. He's a lovely guy.
What do you think?
where did you say?
Well, we
I
both
said the
said
highest
high
to
B. Yeah, but I don't know if you had just another argument maybe to sway someone, or if you agreed.
When you're saying like
The highest B.
I think,
Highest of
yeah,
you.
I would say above Elaine, me personally.
Yeah, I like Elaine more than him, but I can understand like his, relevance and all that kind of shit on the story, so I could see higher.
yeah, highest to be.
All right,
I feel that.
let's do it. Mm-hmm.
Soul Eater himself.
That's him. All right, next we have the other one, Shilio Lilial.
Like
I get them mixed up.
yeah.
It has to be
Yeah,
above the
I feel like
blonde.
she's above the blonde.
Yeah,
I actually
yeah.
feel like she's
above her sister. Sure.
Yeah, she's above there. Is she above the Sim Swordsman? All right, how is
don't
Lorraine
think
still above these people?
Whoa, all right, bro.
I feel
No,
like dead ass, dude.
I'm gonna move this nigga off the
Dude,
board.
I'm just saying, dude. He literally.
He'll like put him behind Razor and be like,
no,
guys,
no.
how is Laura still on the
Ah,
option?
dude, I don't
even
know,
fucking
man.
at me right now, dog. All right. Above her sister?
Above the blonde.
yeah.
Yeah,
Whichever-
for sure.
Yeah, I forget their names, but whoever she is, above the blonde for sure.
Hey, get out of there.
They're fighting.
Yeah. Is she above Sim Swordsman?
I think so.
I
Wait,
think
no.
so.
Keep the.
The red-haired prince?
Do you think
Yes?
the princess is above some swordsman?
The red-haired princess. Do you think she's above Sim Swordsman?
I don't think so.
They're two of the same pod.
Yeah, just off the fact that it's like she's a better flavor option of her sister, but
Fair.
they're both like in the last bucket that you would go to. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be going to that bucket under
That's
any
fair.
circumstance, but if you do, like pick the red one.
Yeah. All right, next one we got Daniel, right? It's Daniel?
Yeah.
I'm Daniel.
Daniel.
I'm not gonna lie, I really fuck with Daniel, and not Daniel was one. So there's only. Did we already? I don't know. There's this story has. I've only like really been fucked up by the way the story presents certain character moments and arcs and stuff a few times, and the first time was with like him and Ronan and the whole their backstory and really just that team and how they dealt with Joaquin and all that. Because I don't know, man. It sounds like corny, but it's like when we first met Daniel, I actually hated him because I hated this idea that I'm like, dude, look at your situation, like objectively. You're literally working with the person who caused you all the problems that you have in your life in this vain attempt to maybe fix that. Like, but it's like if he did that to begin with, like it just nothing made sense, like at all. And I mean, not that it does now, but like, I don't know. It sounds corny, but it's like I get it. You know, Daniel at the end of the day is somebody that was so stricken and taken, just sort of, destroyed by his love for Ronan. Like, it's love does like fucked up shit like that to people. It can make like really nice people do terrible things in the name of love. You know what I mean? He's not the first character that I've seen go down this arc. And I think that's why it hits me so hard though, is because this arc is so human. It's something that happens to so many people. And the way that like it's presented with Daniel is no different. You know what I mean? Like the idea of having that person in life who you love more than anything else taken away can really make you feel like nothing else in this life, as big as it is, matters. Like anybody else who dies is just flavor at that point. Nothing matters because that person was the gas. Like that person was the reason that you got up and tried to be a better person. And to have that taken away from you, I could easily, like, it makes sense why Daniel like went so low, because you know what I mean? If that was such a crutch for him, but it's like, you know, and to be fair, a lot of his coming around is, you know, in watching that fight, in meeting and / talking with Bam, but like in seeing his fight with Joaquin and sort of seeing their ideologies clash. It's like a real, you know, anime moment. But I don't know. I you know, if nothing else, because I sympathize with him, I guess I would put him in C.
That was actually very moving. I'm not going to lie. And you are right in the sense that I also was in the boat where I was like, Daniel's annoying as shit, you know, when I first saw him. But then when you think back on it, it's, you know, for the same argument I made for Elaine, right? It's very relatable, or hopefully not relatable in the sense that nobody would ever have to go through that. But the point is that like it talks to the human condition, right? And a lot of times now we're getting so past a lot of this with just the grand explosions and the freaking, you know, craziness going on that you kind of forget some of those things. And while it's annoying in the moment, sometimes changing your perspective is something that's weighs very heavy. And I feel like Daniel, although it's like looking from an outsider perspective, is like, dude, what are you doing? I understand it. Like,
it's like not akin to like if you did that, like let's say you had like a high school crush, you know, and like this is dumbing it down, but like my point is like it's not akin to like you looking back at your younger self and being like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know what I mean? It's like you look at objectively because you have the outside perspective. Of course, you can ridicule him now, but it's like, you know, with like Elaine. Like to be honest, if I was in the same boat, I don't know if I could say I would do the same exact thing that Elaine did. Or like, let's say, you know, I don't know, Karaka, right? Like some of these people who take these grandiose stances that they do, but it's like, no, I could see myself like thinking the way Daniel thinks. Cause it's like, that's what love does to a person. It makes them, you know, it can drive you to the best and worst places of yourself.
Wow. You've moved me, Isaiah. You've moved me substantially. I'm actually going to say B, low B. I'm going to say
I could see low B.
Above Kallavan.
Okay.
Personally.
I could
or below.
I could rock with that.
I don't know. Maybe below. What do you think?
I could
majority rule. I mean, I was thinking like around Borosachi range, but I mean,
all right,
you guys are doing
put him
your own
below
thing.
Kallavan.
Yeah.
I'll concede that. I feel like I don't want to disrespect the man too much. He is kind of badass. All right, next we have Deku. I mean, Ran. Doesn't that not look like a Deku thing with it, like minus the pill? Real quick
drugs,
too.
Deku doesn't take drugs.
Can we what does it take to add someone to this tier list? What do we need to screenshot it? And then is there an add button? And you can just like insert them in?
It's not you would literally have to discard the whole list.
You have to discard the list?
Yes.
Because you can't add pictures into the current list without getting rid of the ones, like there is no way that it saves pictures and then like, you know, like say these ones are in here. Yeah. You can't just be like, oh, whoops, forgot this character. Also, there was kind of like a whole point to limiting the characters, which was that like we can't just be adding every single character that's in the story.
Yeah,
that wasn't the point of this.
I was just gonna add like one or two. I was just gonna add Arc Raptor. It seemed like a lot of people were talking about it, but I didn't know it deletes the whole list or whatever. Like you can't just add it in on the fly.
Ooh, that one's actually pretty good because I thought he was on here.
Yeah,
and I'm totally realizing he wasn't.
Yeah,
didn't I could have.
But that's what I'm saying. Is there a way, like, if you just screenshot it on you know, online, like, is there an add function? Can you just like pop a dude in?
No, it's
you
more.
have to create a new list and then drag all the characters back in.
Really?
Yeah. So the problem surmises is because I don't have these pictures. Like you need all these pictures that I took on my home computer. You need them on this computer because you have to literally remake the list again. And so if you don't have these pictures to re-import, like we lose all these 50.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you could just add it on the fly. All right, guys, we tried. Arc Raptor's there. I don't want to hear another damn thing about it.
That's my goof. I did genuinely think that he was on here. I don't know how I missed him, but
yeah. All right. Anyway, Arc Raptor though, just to appease everyone right now, and then that's the end of it. I would put Arc Raptor probably at high B, low A. There was a little bit of bias in there with that one because I do like that character a lot, but I think he has a monumental role in the former half of season 2. And even when he dies, spoiler alert, his death is again not one that's like shoehorned in, right? Where we were talking about like why does the character live, why does the character die? It was a very fitting conclusion to that character. I thought that character was well from start to finish. You know what I mean? It wasn't like this weird lull, or it's like, why are you still alive? What's your purpose, etc. It was very well rounded.
Or I would even
together.
argue that it's like, and this may sound mean, but that it's like he died when he was when he should have. Like the spot in the story in which he died, I think left the most impact. Like, if he had lived longer, I would have been like, I'm kind of impressed he lived this long. Because it's like, you know, like, because obviously because of how many characters in the story, SIU is going to be running into this problem of like, how do I give every character, if I do want to give them a send-off, a notable send-off?
Yeah.
And I feel like Arc Raptor, like, he hit the precipice. Like, that was right when he should have tapped out.
Yeah.
And he did, and it was beautiful. Yeah, I think I would go, what did you say, B?
I was going to say like the high B, like if not the highest B, and then like somewhere low A was my Arc Raptor thing, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, I think I would do high B.
All right, high B. So picture Arc Raptor there, right by white.
Yeah.
All right, we did it. Okay. Prince, C. Because I know that was another one they were asking. And that's it, right? Okay, now you all know.
I agree, Prince C.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to
Ran.
Ran here. Little SIU best boy. SIU praised him a lot in the when he likes Ran a lot. He is cool though. Okay. So I am going to say personally, I think he is somewhere in between Hots and Ivankel. That is my opinion. Which is B.
Oh, okay.
Is the
Okay.
higher B.
Is that just like a...
There's a little bit. I think that Ran has some really cool points in the story. He has the fight with Anak, so he's the other side of that coin. You know what I mean? So he's got to go at least where Anak was, if not higher, right? If Anak made it there just from that. And he definitely has more screen time. He has sweet fights and all that kind of stuff. I feel like he is this little ball of fire, ball of electricity, like this force of nature, where he doesn't have like these relevant, huge character moments, or he doesn't really pull that out of other people per se. It's just kind of like he's their little assassin dude that wants to go just like fight all the strongest guys, which is really cool. But I feel like that would be something, let's say, that puts him like behind Rack, right? Because like Rack has a similar mindset where it's like, give me the strongest challenger, but Rack has a lot of these heart-to-heart moments and like a lot of this personal growth, etc. So I feel like, so he's like definitely below Shibasu. So I look at that. Hansung, I'm like kind of whatever, still in the air. And then I don't know. I think he's somewhere in the B. But this is where personal bias comes in. I like Hots more than Ran because I feel, for me, I gravitate towards the character that they don't necessarily have to win all the time, but it's like putting the, like, I don't know. Hots is just dope.
No, that's fair. I think I would also say high B. I think... yeah, that sounds pretty right. Like ran between Elaine and Hot, or no, you said between Hots and Kaiser. I think, I don't know. I would go either between Elaine and Hots or Hots and Ivankel.
What do you think? I was saying Hots and Ivankel.
Yeah, I think I'd go between Hots and Evanco. I think Hots has a little bit more in my favor, but I do love my boy Ran.
Ran's a little badass.
He's a little badass.
For sure. He's a little psychopath too, but you know,
That's what
there's
makes
that.
him great.
Next one is the Chad of the Tower. And that is Yurik Mazzino.
That's how Son says his name.
Yeah,
Urek Mazzino. And it, like, it never makes any sense to me. I'm like, how you take the English language and just backslap it like that much? Yikes.
Oh man. All right. So Yurik, let's see. I'm gonna say Yurik goes at. Okay, we're probably. I feel like no matter where we put this, if it's not S, we're gonna catch some flack. So like, I'm gonna be me. So
I said A.
Yeah, I'm gonna say A, somewhere lower A. Like
I would say
between Rack and Karaka.
That's exactly where I was
or
thinking.
like, yeah, somewhere there.
I was
think
going to say right before Rack. Right after Rack.
You're saying, so in between.
In between Rack and Karaka.
in between Rack and Karaka.
Yeah.
He's just so damn likable. That's literally what
that.
propels him so high.
Yeah, I was because
you
it's
know,
like Rack
he's a
has
good person.
Yeah, because Rack has like I feel like a lot more character growth moments consecutively in like this season but like compared to Karaka and Yurik, I'm like, oh, I do like Yurik more than Karaka.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see that, and he's like still, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm about it.
Now, I will say, when we're done compiling these characters, we might move some into S because I feel like we were very hard on a lot of these characters.
Yeah. To be honest, my main goal with this was I just didn't want to get S trigger happy and be like, oh, I really fuck with this character, put him in S. Because I want the ones in S to I like to really feel like they've earned it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Now, speaking of which, is this Wang on?
Yeah, S.
S. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I a lot of bias, I will say. I love
100%.
Wang Nan. I think he's my that's who was my favorite character, because I was saying Jin Sung. I was like, Jin Sung's up there, and then I'm like, there's someone else that I definitely know I liked more than Jin Sung. That's why I'm like top 3 or something. I found it. It's Wang Nan. Wang Nan has been my favorite character since basically he was introduced in this show.
Not that favorite.
I could
He is. I genuinely
I could
forgot.
just see like a meme like Ian puts character in S. Actually, I think they're my favorite character in the whole story.
Yeah, dead serious. Wang Nan has just paid dividends. Like it's really something to be able to switch your main character at the beginning of a new season. Someone that we've got so accustomed to. Somebody apparently got pissed off. And
So about what?
I don't know. It's just like so. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I got distracted. His impact on the story is ginormous. I think it is amazing that they were able to take him as a character that was completely new and basically propel him to be the main character for that short stint there for the first quarter of season 2. And it worked, right? And it worked so well that I was like, I'm honestly okay with this guy being the main character for the rest of the story. Like, if I had to, right? If it was like, sorry, guys, you can't have Bomb anymore, I'd be like, Bomb, it's been a good ride. But, like, Wang Nan is, like, that cool. You know? Like, I really, really stand this character.
I'd love to hang out with you, but, like, Wang Nan's going to go to tacos.
Yeah.
And, like,
he's just awesome. And, like, talking about what it means to be human, right? A lot of these characters speaking to the human condition, all that kind of stuff, and his sway on the story, right? Because we've had this argument where it's like, oh, if you're powerful, etc. Wang Nan is like Rachel in terms of power level, maybe a little stronger, and has paid dividends in a positive way on this story. He's propelled these characters forward. He's helped them grow in every which way, shape, and form. Bomb obviously included there, and has his own goals of his own. Like I said, he's like the flip of the coin protagonist. He's literally the other protagonist to me next to Bomb, where he's like having his own story there. And I could not be more curious to see where that's going. Kind of another thing with Hansung. It's like all these positives that I'm seeing that standouts from certain characters. I could literally pull like 5 of them and just put them on Wang Nan immediately. And I'm like, I love this character. I think currently he's my favorite.
That's definitely a very good point that I would say is for any of these characters that I like, I could easily apply those traits as like Wang Nan has them all.
Yeah.
There's something about Wang Nan that as a person I heavily fuck with. I fuck with this like, the average Joe archetype who like at the end of the day doesn't have the strength to back up what he says, but that does not mean he barks any less, any quieter than anybody else in the room. And arguably he's usually the one barking the loudest because that's the point. Even if he dies, he's dying on his principle. This isn't about like, I can beat you. This is, I'm not going to die with regret. I'm not going to back down. I'm not surrendering. I'm not giving in. I'm not pulling other people down into this pit, of negative emotions where I may be. It's about like, how do I climb up to reach them? Yeah. And it like you said, it's just such a beautiful flip on a character like Rachel's personality that I just, every time, dude, Wang Nan is like opens his mouth, I'm just like that's my boy. Like you said, I do actually think like if this story dead ass was like Bam's a villain now, Wang Nan's a focus. It's like, all right, cool. It's like I love, a lot. Not gonna lie, like all my points are just gonna mirror what you said, so I'm not gonna copy it. But a lot of it is like biased as far. I love Wang Nan.
Yeah, he's my favorite character.
Needs to be an S.
100%. Do you have any?
No, he's dope. I mean, yeah, I feel I do. No, I gotta say, I do feel like if he goes in S, I would want Bam in S, but majority does rule over it, and I don't know. I see.
I said, we might put some people in S afterwards because we're very slim. So
you do have a token.
Yeah, there's also a token as well.
I wouldn't use it on his ass, but I just mean
he put it on Laurel. Yeah. Lorraine.
No, but I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird in my eyes with Wang not being an S and Bam not. But I mean, majority rule. So I'm just throwing that out there. Yes, and that is just my personal take on it.
So okay,
he's top S. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's better protagonist. Anyway, moving on to Khun. My immediate, again, knowing that we might tweak this list after the fact, my immediate is like top of A for Khun. Potentially even above Bomb for me. Maybe between like Bomb and Yuri. That's where my gut tells me right off the rip. Because he does have a huge part in the story, with his scheming, with, the ways that he acts as a good friend to Bomb, etc. I guess one of the deters for me is that he has. It seems like I've been very in the dark a lot of times on his lack of on his purpose a lot of times beyond just like I'm gonna follow Bomb, and like that's something for me that just like kind of feels like a part of it's missing. It's like a piece of my soul's missing. Like whenever I kind of try and latch on to what this character's motivations and stuff are doing, I think he's amazing in a lot of other terms beyond that. But that's like I said, that's a very small nitpick because I do think he's like upper A. But yeah, that's where my gut's telling me. So,
yeah, I will just get the bias right the fuck out the way. I fucking love Khun so much. To be honest, like probably next to I think he's my favorite Khun of the Khuns that we've met so far. I just absolutely like there's something about this character that just makes me want to hop on his dick. No, I'm kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but I have more points. There's something about like the stance that his character comes from, which is, the very like, oh, I come from this naturally gifted family and I have all these talents, so I don't need to try hard at anything, right? Because anything that I slightly apply pressure to, I just fucking, he's got the Kageyama thing, right?
Sure.
But, and again, even to rope a character like that in, this character archetype of like somebody who will never be at their best until they find something worth fighting for, and that thing like has to be something that is hard for them to obtain. It's right. It's the one thing that they can't just easily apply their talents to and get.
Sure.
But that makes it all the worth fighting for. And I like one of my favorite sayings that just whatever is nothing worth having in this world is easily obtained. Like that is Khun's. That is one of Khun's like central character focuses, is that like Khun is a character that if, logistically and like tech wise or whatever you want to call it, like and skill could get anything he wants because he has, he's got his Khun genes and he has this incredible intellect and just the ability to understand and move and adapt to situations. But the thing that Khun needs is the hardest thing for him to be able to get. But like, that's why he needs it. And it's bonds, human connections, understand like relationships with people, and at the end of the day, understanding and learning like the value of a human life. Because I think one of his lines at some point during the Hidden Floor is that like growing up in the Khun family, as I'm sure we know, isn't like growing up in a regular family because it was like a business. Everything is like transaction, and it every day, or it was political. Every day was you fighting for your life. Essentially, you had to prove your worth every single day because if you didn't, it meant you were worthless. And worthless, that didn't exist in the Khun family.
Sure.
So that kind of mindset easily led him to living this life of somebody who doesn't value like just what it means for a person to be alive and exist, right? But like him going on that lesson, and i.e. Meeting up with his boyfriend, Bam. Like, and learning that is one of my favorite character arcs in this entire story. And then, and then I'll get, to the whole, logistical stuff. Like he's probably one of the smartest people in their entire group, and his incredible like intellect and understanding of skills and people has gotten them out of numerous situations, or at the very least kept them all alive. And I just really fuck with this character, dude.
So where would you put him?
I would say either top A or between Bam and Yuri.
Yeah, it's my exact thing too. Do you have a differing opinion?
With top A, he's about Bam for me.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
The boy.
Boom.
I also feel like Bam and Rack are in A. Like we can't, Quint's got to stay with the trio.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it'd be weird, right? Dr. Blondehead, he's still in here. Anyway, somebody called him Dr. Blondehead. I thought it was funny. I'm just picturing Joe Blonde now.
That's what I was like, who the fuck is that?
All right, Endorsey. Here we go.
E. Move on. Let's not waste time talking about.
All seriousness, I think she is personally. I think she's between Rack and Yurik, or between Yurik and Karaka. That's where
I'm totally sorry. You said
I think she is between Rack and Yurik, or Yurik and Karaka. Is where that's where my eyes gravitate towards. Because I do genuinely think, like, all jokes aside with the waifu wars and all this kind of shit, I do think that she has a pretty large impact on the story, and I feel like actually in season 2 she does have quite a bit of growth. She's obviously not there yet, but that's, life's a journey. So, I do feel like she does excel quite drastically within the confines of season 2, if we are judging it off of that. So that is something that's nice for her on an individual level. Definitely helps the squad with that in progressing it, and has to jump over a lot of hurdles. And all things considered, I mean, I like Endorsi. She's not my favorite character ever, for sure. But I do like her at the end of the day. I think the story benefits from having her, in my personal opinion. So I think my bias can't, I don't think she goes above Rack, because I just quite frankly like Rack more. But and then Yurik is kind of a like a 1-2. But anyway, that's where I'm chilling.
So you said between Rack and Yurik, and Yurik and Karaka?
Yeah, that's where my gut's telling me.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Endorsi. Probably a little bit less than you, but I do acknowledge her importance in the story, in the sense that, like, one of the lines that I'm remembering from the anime is she says something along the lines of to Bam, where she's like, "Oh, it's best that you leave things like this," referring to killing somebody, to her, because bad people like her should be doing this, not good people like him. So I do understand this idea of having a character, again, maybe a little bit more in line to like the Khun mindset, where it's like that's willing to cross that line and not be the goody two shoe that Bam is.
Yeah.
However, I would actually argue that after the name hunt station, she doesn't really do a lot of that. Like her mindset seems to alter a lot closer to Bam's, and starts to lean more into like, oh, I'm just going to support Bam now, and like whatever he wants to do, I'll be there to help him. Which in my mind, kind of it's like, okay, but so then what are you bringing to that? Because, like, you know what I mean? Your initial tag on here was that, like, you were that person. You were the one who was, like, willing to sort of, like, get into the gray of situations, right? And, like, maybe do what needed to be done or whatever. And it's, like, ever since the name hunt station, I didn't like the way her character went, but I would argue it was, like, the most Endorsi we saw of Endorsi. Now, like, at least for me lately, a lot of it has felt like Endorsi that's next to Bam, or Endorsi that's acting on Bam's behalf. Because I feel like she's actually like lost a little bit. I don't want to say lost a little bit of her character, but like it's been like diluted in a weird way. And I don't know. I feel like one important thing for Endorsi, because if I relate it to someone like Yuri, and I actually think this is amplified with Endorsi to maybe not amplified, but tweaked in a different extent, dealing with the whole princess dilemma, right? Being that I'm a princess, I feel like there's a lot of play with this idea where it's like Endorsi has to choose the road that she wants to go down, and where Yuri kind of has to do the same thing as well, but it's a different circumstance, where it's like Yuri's already an established princess, which comes with its pros and cons, right? Because she is sway, but that also means she has a bigger burden to bear if she screws up. Whereas, well, actually, Endorsi's a princess too, so fair enough. But you get my point. Yuri's it stands because Yuri's from the 10 families and she's not.
Yeah, that was what I meant. And then Endorsi, on the other hand, is not from the 10 families, so she might not have as much sway and all that kind of stuff. So like the ramifications might not be as severe as they would be for someone like Yuri, right? Or like bad for the family and all that kind of stuff. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass here, but there's the play of like it's harder for her to find her own way, right? To gravitate towards that. So I do think there's that play when she meets like Garam, and she has those moments where it's like, past the name hunt to name one, where it's like she wants to see like what's the life that she wants to live. And I think her putting everything on the line for Bomb, you know what I mean? Which which is basically what Yuri's doing as well, is definitely something worth merit. Actually, the more I look at it, I actually find a lot of similarities personally between her and Yuri in their outlook. They just seem to be at different stages in their life. But
calm down. No, I'm kidding.
Just saying.
Gavin, what's your thoughts?
Personally, high B.
Oh
wow! Damn, slashing this chick down.
I thought we were on the.
I mean, if I'm being honest, and we're talking likability for me, like Karaka more, like Shibasu more, like Hansung more, and then it'd be up debate at white from there. I mean, you throw out the end of A, so be it. But that's just for me personally.
You said.
Can we go
Well, hold on. You said between Rack and Yurik and Karaka originally.
Yeah.
I think I can do between Yurik and Karaka.
All right, I'll settle on that. Yeah, that's fair. Handshake. Good. Okay. And Dorsey, you made it. All right. Shasha. I don't give a fuck about this character personally. I literally think she's like useless and stupid, and I don't understand why she even joined the squad. She's after money or some shit. Her design is dumb, and I think she belongs in D personally. So you can at me on that one. We got a £5 super chat by Piper Charm. Piper Charm says Khun would be S in my opinion, but that's my bias. LOL. Here's some more support. Hope you have a good day. Thank you so much for the support. We love your face and all your contributions to the channel. So, anyway, any of you guys have thoughts on Shasha?
I put her above the twins in D. That's about it, though.
That's fair.
And even that's a brownie
I can
point.
concede that. Yeah. Okay.
I totally agree.
All right, moving on. We got Yeon. Where's Joe at? Yeah.
Hopefully,
Somebody-
no one near. No, I'm kidding.
Damn,
I'm gonna take the stance for Joe here, and just off the bat say that I do think Yeon actually turned out to be one of my favorite characters in this whole season.
She's really good. Yeah.
Which surprised me because I didn't think that was gonna be the case. I totally thought she was gonna end as like a secondary character. It's like, oh, she's just one of the leftovers from Sweet and Sour. But I do actually really like where Yeon's character went, and I think one of the because we joke about obviously like the whole joke that Bam has his harem of women and stuff after him.
Yeah.
I think there's something really powerful about when you learn that like Eon's new motivation for following on Bam's team is the first time that she sees him interacting with like Khun and Rack and them at the workshop battle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's talking to Arc Raptor, and her line is something along the lines of, she says like, oh, I didn't know he could smile like that. Like she's never seen Bam happy before because obviously she only knew Viol before. And sort of makes it her mission to be like, okay, at this point, like I want what's best for him. I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to get as strong as I have to protect that smile, to make sure he stays happy for as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the penultimate moment, if you will, for that is her sacrifice during the name hunts, or at the end of the name hunt station when they are escaping to the train, and she volunteers to throw away her and low-key Rack and some swordsmen's well-being.
They agreed.
Yeah. I think. She texted me. Like, yeah,
Rack
cool.
definitely agreed. Sim Swordsman when I got pulled into it.
But when she makes that sacrifice play, because that it's I think it's tough maybe to like value that, but you always get points in my book when like you're the character that's willing to make that sacrifice, because for all intents and purposes, like she was falling to her death. None of the, you know what I mean? We didn't know that any of those characters were definitely going to live.
No, dude.
And,
you're right.
And her, and then so I loved that moment for her character, but what complements that moment really well is her fight with Angel. When you learn about her backstory, and again, this is the reason why I actually like a lot of the royal characters, so like your Khuns, because I feel like they get a lot of flack of like, oh, they're big OP people, like why should we care about
but they have
them?
to live to these super high standards.
Yeah, but it's like they don't. Yeah, the line of like from the Khun thing where it's like, dude, living in those families is like a battle for your life every single day. Like these are still Khun. Yeon's a person. She's still a human girl that like has the same thoughts that regulars would, except the standards she's held to are insane.
Yeah,
she's like, they were training her to burn people alive when she was like 6.
Yeah,
it's amazing that she didn't come out killing. Like,
no,
you know what I mean?
For
it's
sure.
Like, I love where her character started, and again, looking back in retrospect, it's so easy to see why she was like as hesitant or whatever you want to call it as she is. But I love the strides that she makes as a character. I would say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was gonna say if you need some help with this, my gut is telling me where
my gut's
B, and it's above Ran, anywhere within that margin. But I think she ticks above Ran for me. Okay. But anywhere
I was
in there.
Gonna say like low A, so we're close.
Okay.
Gavin, let's get your pool in the mix here.
Well, for me personally, I didn't get that impact that you guys did. So,
Oh boy.
you can go ham. For me, it's a cool C. So that's where I
Oh,
stand.
dude, I think she had a massive amount of character development.
I'm just saying, for me
personally,
personally, I'm looking at who we have on the list and differing impacts on these people. For me, Iwa really was just kind of mid. So you can throw me under the bus, but I know there's some people there who
How do
agree
you
with
sleep
me.
at night, nigga?
I'm just saying, Iwa wasn't all that chopped up to me, especially when you got a girl like Yuri in your sideline. You don't need
Oh,
no
Gavin
other
says compare
side
to Yuri,
host.
but this is not.
No, but I'm saying she don't compare to.
I'd like to use a token.
No, I'm just saying, bro. She's,
Never thought I'd use it on her, but I guess we have it. No,
Funny how fate is.
Gavin forced my hand. No, okay. Well, let's
so-
go to an
Yeah,
agreement
yeah,
then,
so,
because
yeah, you're-
C is just, come on.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just like
too loud.
rude.
I'm just saying, no, it's not rude. It's
Where did
pretty
you
normal.
say in B?
I was saying above Rand, but actually the more I look at it, I think that she can go at the top of B. I'm not going to lie. Anywhere within those. But if
Yeah.
you were saying A, I'm willing to meet you in the middle at the top of B.
Yeah, because I was saying like behind Han Sung, like literally bottom of A.
Yeah.
So top of B, I feel like that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Top of B it is.
Top of B.
Right next to Arcrafter, who's right there.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gents, here we go. The final two. Next one we have is Yura Ha, right? That's her name? Mm-hmm. Hate this bitch. She's probably in D somewhere. I don't like her. I think she's right there.
Literally
Yep.
right above Rachel. Perfect.
That's all we
Like,
need to know.
Ever so slightly better than Rachel, but
Oh,
like that's not
man.
saying much.
So then we got
Data Jihad.
young Data Jihad with the goofy drip. Hilarious.
Bugs Bunny pajamas.
Oh, damn.
No, I'm kidding, dog. I'm
You know
kidding,
he
I'm
killed
kidding.
babies,
Oh,
right?
shit. Yo,
Yeah, but that-
baby killers are the best. Whoa! All right, you said baby killers, bro. We're going up there. Yeah,
Savage!
someone's gonna clip that, bro, and I'm gonna get FBI at my house.
Oh my god.
No, I think...
He's kind of stuck there. I can't drag him back down.
all right, that's
so.
fine. We'll whole
Just
climb.
go around.
Whole climb the tier list like he climbs the tower.
Facts.
So I think young Data Jihad. To be fair, young Data Jihad's not the one who killed.
That
baby.
We gotta make it stated.
Yeah.
Yes, and we should
There is
say
a major distinction
that
there.
we are taught. We should. So I think it's fair if we're talking about the data versions, which are the younger versions, to be talking about like actual Data Jihad, not the corrupted, because that was basically the King Jihad, but just like put his,
Just an
influence or whatever.
amalgamation of everything we got from him, and then like his turnaround and all that, because we knew that's what he was capable of. Yeah, I'm gravitating towards A, somewhere in A. I'm not gonna lie, I really, really like Data Jihad quite a bit. I love the fact that he looks goofy as sin. I think that's just hilarious. It adds to this like nerdy goofball aesthetic, but that could just whoop your ass on a dime. I think that's hysterical. Also, could you get rid of chat real quick? Just blind it. Yeah, I don't know. I just really like his aesthetic. I love how he is obviously powerful as hell. His fighting style is sweet. I love the abilities that he has. The fact that he uses like the cosmos and the sun and like there's this golden aura to it. I think that's really sick. The way he fights, which is kind of the polar opposite of Bomb, which is interesting, and Karaka, weirdly enough. But yeah, I think that this guy is cool shit. I mean, a lot of it is personal bias, but I do think that when he came in and in his adventurer mode, he seemed to have similarities to Wang Nan, but also definitely more of like this cocky, pompous version of it. So it's like he's definitely a little, less down to earth than I think than Wang Nan, like someone like that. But I don't know. I think he's an A somewhere. I think he's for me, he's between. Okay, let's see. I think he's either between Rack and Yurik, or no. Do I like Yurik more? Yeah, I think he's between Yurik and Endorsi, or between Endorsi and Karaka. That's my opinion.
I would personally go between Yurik and Endorsi.
What do you think? Something totally different or same?
I definitely think he belongs in A, just because of most of the stuff you said. I love this idea that like while he's not, he's younger Jihad was this adventure crazy guy, right? He everything he did was for the sake of like discovering, learning, and like traveling to new places and like conquering them. But like he's that guy that like wants to have seen and done everything. You know what I mean? Which I really like and I admire, and I think that his persona, sort of like you were saying, where it's like there's similarities to him and Wang Nan in the earnest that they have for their journey, and their companions, but by no means was Jihad like a Wang Nan in the sense that he was like, started from nothing and now we're here. Like SIU makes it a point in his blog post that he's like, Jihad was cocky, but by no means stupid. Like he had almost like the natural talent to back up a lot of his cockiness. And it shows. And yeah, younger Jihad, I really do fuck with.
Yeah, incredibly battlefield savvy is badass.
Yeah. I would say, what'd you say? You said between Endorsi and Karaka? What'd you say?
Or Yurik and Dorsey.
Yeah, and I said Yurik and Endorsi.
Yurik and Endorsi. Okay. And you were saying between Endorsi and Karaka?
Or Yurik and Dorsey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would actually say, yeah, okay. I would say between Yurik and Endorsi.
All right. That's it. The boy wonder. Also, he kind of like laid the smackdown on Miss Cheney after she was being like cocky as shit, like going in there. And Jihad's like, "That's cute," and he just beat the shit out of her. Which I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like coons are great, but like they kind of got to be put in their place once in a while. And Jihad was like, "Oh, that's funny," and just beat the shit out of three of them at the same time. Kind of satisfying to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Jihad doesn't take that shit, so that was cool. Okay. Real quick, let's do a quick run through on this and see if there's anything we want to change. Our A tier is stacked. Keep that in mind with only 2 in S. I think that there might be some room, if anyone's in agreement here, to maybe move some people up to S if we wanted to. Okay. And just in general, if we want to move anyone around, you can move them within the tier itself, or if we think it's higher, lower, etc. We won't go too ham. Starting from the top here, I think that we could definitely move some people into S. I personally think that maybe the first 4 could be moved into S if we wanted to. That's just a hot take right now. If anyone,
first 4,
yeah, I think Khun through Hwa Ryun could be moved into S in terms of their ordering. I guess if we want to tamper with Jin Sung or whatever, if it's the same. Saying it's a bold statement. I know.
Damn. Oh, it's fucking madman.
I know. It's a bold statement.
Playing the game.
But that obviously be a cap.
I'm backing it.
You like that?
I'm backing it.
What do you
personally
think?
I can see them all being there.
I'm backing it.
Okay.
Under the stipulation. Nah, fuck stipulations. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah. Yo, the wind goes, please lower the fuck out of Casano. I did not realize everyone hated Casano that much. I did not know that. I was like, yeah, he's annoying, but like, shit.
That's funny, too.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Oh, I wonder who chat would vote. And it's like, I think I know who chat wants to move.
Now, looking at S here, I'm gonna make a proposition. And
he's like, there's too many.
Yeah, we got to move him back. I think that Jin Sung Ha should go to the end of S. Personally,
I am also in agreement with that.
That's fair.
Okay,
you're here.
And then this ordering,
Jin Sung was like, I'm second best, and then other people moved up, and he was like, oh, sorry, I'll move to the back.
Okay, that ordering's pretty good. The Hwa Ryun Yuri just rewind like an hour into this video, and we're fucking done. I'm done. Majority ruled on that one. I'm not even trying again. So A, how do we look with A right here? We looking all right? Yeah, I think Rack deserves that.
About it.
Yeah. Do we think Jihad's better than Dorsey? Yeah, right? Yeah, because you guys were pretty hard on her.
Jihad.
Yeah. Data Jihad, for sure.
Current Jihad is below a lot of people.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of iffy on Han Sung being an A.
Not going to lie. I'm going to come for your knees, bro. Let my man have a bone. Give him a bone. Let him have a bone.
Okay. So where would you move him to if you had to move
B,
him?
Somewhere in B. Just because, again, I was taking, I don't know yet.
Okay.
I was taking both versions of him and incorporating data and where he was at the end of the story. And I did not know until we clarified that later, and I said to get back to this later, that it was a split, which is relevant. Because if we're comparing his not data version, he literally does nothing, dude. He literally has a fight. You know what I mean? Like within the confines of that, he's drinking coffee, he gets teleported to the Yvonne Kell, and then he shoots a couple water blasts.
Yeah, if we're having that stipulation, then I would prefer it be Data Han Sung Yu over the real one.
Yeah, if it's Data,
well, here's the thing. I feel like Han Sung is a little bit of a different story when I'm talking about the split between Data, only because it's not like Miss Cheney or Jihad, where they're like literally flips, or even Edahn, where they're 180s and they're just different people. Han Sung is more or less like the same person as his Data version, just older and knows more. And I would even argue, I don't really know how to explain it, but somehow the Data version is the only way he is because of the current Han Sung. I don't know how, because this nigga's weird like that, but like, so I feel like it is more fair to combine them because his date of birth, it's quite literally just a thing of like same person got older, as opposed to like Jihad, where it's like no, he got older and like
flipped.
Yeah, shit hit different, and now he's like he's a dictator and shit.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine then. I guess we'll have him chill today. Okay, in B, I want to make. I want to make a. I want to throw a bid, throw something in the hat here. I actually have a couple screw arounds here, but I actually like Elaine over White personally, and I also like Garam moving up a couple slots, either above Ran or above Ivankel. And yeah, those are the two that I had for B. I don't think anyone needs to move up to A. Maybe Yeon if we wanted to, at the lowest A. But I think B's okay for her.
Personally, I think White. I like Light more than. My God, I like White more than Elaine. So I think that he should stay there. As for, I mean, you know how I feel about Yeon. The Garam exchange, though, I could see.
What was the Garam exchange?
I think Garam should go up a little bit, whether it's above Ran or above Ivankel. Personally.
All right. This is gonna be a weird flop around.
Look at how gorgeous she is.
My eyes, it's Ivankel,
She's just so
and
pretty.
then Garam, and then Rand behind then. Because I don't know, Ivankel has this weird like thing in my heart where I'm kind of about her. So that's
So I think that's what's fucking me up about the Garam move. Like I feel like if we move Garam up, you have to make it Garam, Ivankel, Ran. Like you can't Ran if you're moving
I'm fine with
Garam
that.
past Ivankel, Ran can't be before Garam. So if you put it has to be Garam, Ivankel, Ran.
Okay.
So you're
That's
saying
fine.
That yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about okay? I'm also gonna say Horyang above Papa Khun.
I don't agree with that one.
Horyang above Papa Khun?
Yeah.
No, I don't agree. I was actually going to say to move Horyang down.
Really, I
was
just feel like
actually with that,
Horyang
too.
is so relevant in the earlier half of the season. Like he is one of the main story points all the way up until like almost halfway, like before they get on, almost to when they get to the train. Like he's so relevant
but I
between
kinda
all
feel
of
like
that.
it's
There's so many human moments with him too.
There are, but I feel like it's a lot of like, let's say like the Mata thing, where it's like in his arcs, they're really good, but he like the stark contrast between him being a focal point and him not existing in the story are so drastic that it's like, because here's my thing. I actually kind of feel like Horyang would be in C and Casano should be in D, or at the very least like bottom C, because I feel like the flip side is literally Casano is just kind of a worse Horyang, but like they start and stop kind of around the same time in terms of relevance.
What? I feel like you guys
Well,
are
see,
docking
no,
Horyang a bit, dude.
for Horyang, I think it would play a lot more of a crucial role if Bam knew like what had happened, because he still doesn't know that whole situation.
I guess, but then couldn't you just argue that'd be something for Bomb? You know what I mean? Like that doesn't really make Horyang any different. You know, I just feel like Horyang is like.
Or did Bam know about Horyang? Did he or did
Oh
he
yeah,
not?
he knows about Horyang.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of Prince Nar. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
That's right.
but
That's what I was thinking.
So to be fair,
that
Bomb
was
does
wrong.
know.
Okay,
I
no,
just
he
feel
does.
like Horyang has a very large impact just on a lot of the human beats, right? If one of our arguments with like Daniel per se, or people that appeal to the human element, like Horyang has to struggle with this fact that it's like, I'm a weapon. I had no love. I had someone that betrayed me. I have love, right? Like he's one of the only characters in here that's like explicitly in love, right, with someone, and there's that as well. I feel like Horyang is like this archetypal like machine or weapon that wants nothing more than to be human, and there's something that speaks to me about that. And I feel like a lot of the beginning arcs in season 2 really highlight him as like a major player. He's there from the start, and like he does a lot to really throw down. He has some really hype moments as well when he reveals himself as the actual Devil's right arm, when he goes out on his own, he has the fight, etc. So I don't know, I just feel like in front of like Papa Khun, I feel like, for his arc, like he's all right, like he's pretty cool, but he like, okay, he like, not that I'm discounting him per se, but I guess between the two, like he teaches Bomb the thing and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like Horyang spoke to me personally a lot more
Which
than Cooney.
I can see, but the whole thing with the little glossed over, like, yeah, he showed Bam and like, you know, rack these things. That is literally like the most important thing almost of like what has happened in terms of their like development.
Wait,
like,
say that again. I'm sorry.
no, with Papa Kun, where you're like, yeah, like, you know, he taught like Bam had found out these things in rack and such. Like for me, that is just such an integral part in all of their development. Like that just trumps it. Like I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I
Yeah,
feel
Bam,
like
now
I
he
feel like
used Shinsu,
put it
right?
this
Like-
way. Like I feel like for Kun Edahn, right? The like, okay, you taught someone like a major move, right? And that move, because I feel like that's the argument. No, that he taught them the move.
He didn't. Well, he didn't teach them anything. It was more he showed, like, he sat them down and was like, "Hey, do you guys know about like you need to know this if you want to move forward." And then that's when he presented whatever item that was. And then for Rack, for Bam, for Kun, and for Mising, they were able to find out their own independent Shinsu abilities and kind of explain to them and trade them how to use it.
So is it?
forward.
Well, to be fair, he was only going to do it with Bomb. It was Bomb who said, "I want the other guys to
Yes.
get in on this." He didn't give a shit.
It's
about the other
still irrelevant just for the mere
All right.
fact
So
that
is
he
it
showed
just
them
that
to
he?
it.
So is it just that he gave them the item that showed them that?
Well, yes, which is integral for all of their growth. Like it's not
I
just.
guess,
It's
all right,
not
fair
just a
enough,
little
fair enough. But
item,
I guess what I'm saying is that Kun Edahn didn't have to be the one to do that, right?
Well,
if
I
you
think
take
but he
Horyang
did.
out of the equation, the story is drastically different, right? There are so many elements in the story that are very integral to the character's growth, etc. Whereas Kun Edahn is like convenient that he's there for those types of things. But to be fair, if the argument is Kun Edahn is more important because he gave him said item, you could put any character in that slot and say he gave him a relevant item, and like you'd have.
However,
hold on,
all right.
because I do agree that like there should be more importance placed on the Edahn thing, but I don't specifically think it's not so much that he, that he gives them that item which helps them learn their abilities, but I do think there's importance that in the sense that he had to be the one to do it, because the more important thing I would argue that he does is he helps contextualize how these characters grow past the Hidden Floor arc, and nobody knows how fighters or warriors, whatever you want to call them, work and function other than somebody from the 10 families. And I think it speaks a lot to his character that he would be the one in this position, because like he states, he's already somebody who like kind of doesn't really rock or vibe with the whole, jihad empire or like everybody for jihad thing. I think like you needed somebody in his position to be like, yeah, this is how like fighting and shit works in the tower and with Shinsu users, like from here on out.
I guess that's the key remark there. You needed someone in his position. For me, that's like the key takeaway, where it's like we didn't necessarily need Kun Edahn. Like anyone with that item could have come along and be like, it could have been someone else from a 10 grade
my
family,
thing
right?
is, I don't think anybody else would have been willing to teach them, even Bam. Like I think Kun Edahn specifically, like as a person, is the one who was willing to do that.
Especially how he even taken care of the whole Hidden Floor with like that pill, like just the way he handled that whole situation going throughout. Like I thought it was perfectly executed. I don't think anybody could have done that. And just from the get go of him getting there and meeting Bam, having that month stipulation, doing that item, training them to the point, like Bam literally went from little baby boy to like I'm a fight like high rankers and like being able to hold his ground, or even rankers. Like that's what I mean. Like the jump in just like what had happened from his teachings and everything that happened on the Hidden Floor was like monumental, and just the growth.
Yeah, I guess
of a lot
just
of
in
people.
terms of physical ability, sure. But I guess just to me, like speaking to like the human element and what, for me personally, what grips me in a story and like what makes it relatable and all those kind of things is like Horyang's character definitely honed in on a lot of those, whereas like Kun Edahn just seemed to be not discounting him because he's cool, but like sure, he'd be the one for that moment, but like to me that didn't like, oh my God, like you guys remember when Kun Edahn gave them that item? Like that was probably one of the things that spoke to me the most in this entire story. Like for me, I guess I just don't get that same sort of feel. We'll just leave him then, I guess, where he is, because we seem pretty cemented on this for now. I guess we'll just, if anybody wants to use a token on anyone or whatever. Besides that, anyone in B that we see? I think I don't have anything else for B.
No, I'm pretty good with
No,
B.
I'm fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Piper, thank you for the £2 super chat. Edahn saves Bomb's life, didn't he? Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing this argument a lot, though, guys, and, like, I love you all, but, like, we could probably name 30,000 scenarios where, like, A, if X character wasn't there, then X character wouldn't be saved, or X character wouldn't do this, right? Like, you could literally say that for, I would say, 75% of these characters that played some sort of important role, and if they were not there, then, like, main cast cannot move along with plot, right? Like, I don't know. I like that. That's a kind of shaky argument for me personally. But all right, moving on to C. Is there anything that we want to move up, move down, move around, to the side, upside down? Let's see. Anybody got anything?
Maybe I'm just I kind of want to excuse me, subside with chat and lower Casano.
That's are you caving in?
No, because to be honest, the first time that somebody brought it up, I was like, it's not that bad. And I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, I really don't think like the top of C is fair. I could see in C, but I feel like the top of C is just a little too much honor on him.
Okay. I can see that. I think the argument, he was one of the first ones to go up. So the argument initially for anyone who maybe came in late was that we were judging this off of relevance to the story, their own character progression and growth, and also just our personal bias included. And I think the reason that Casano went higher in C, at least at first, was that he did have a relevant impact on the story, at least in the earlier parts of season 2. But to be fair, now that all these characters are kind of fleshed out and they're on the tier list, I could see moving him around in those terms. Also, we just could not like him, so there's that. And I'm not really a huge fan of Casano, so I'm fine moving him around. Okay, let's do this. Let's tick him down. Is he better? Is Hockney better than Casano?
Yes.
Do we think? All right, let's do that. Is Love better than Casano?
Yes.
Is Gustang? I actually think Gustang should go lower. So I'm going to say no, personally.
I'm going to say yes, because ultimately, with bias included, I do like Gustang more than Casano.
Same.
Okay. Miss Cheney.
I think he's lower than Miss Cheney.
I feel like at this point, if you're putting him that, well, not that I'm saying for me, like at this point, if I'm putting him that much lower, it does just have to do with, some sort of personal bias, because I'm not really married to Miss Cheney anyway. And like, I actually do think that Casano's part in the early parts, I want to see if anyone could give me an argument in chat. Let's put it that way, because there have been a lot of vocal people about saying that they want to nix Casano down to the bottom, or just lower. And I guess if it's just in terms of likableness, fair enough. But we are injecting a bit of objectivity into this in terms of like his impact on the story and all that kind of stuff. Like, do you genuinely think he does nothing?
I would say objectively where he is fine. But putting my bias in how much I like him, I would put him one lower.
I'm cool. Where
Okay, I'll do a deal here. Can we put Novick can we switch Novick and Casano?
Yes.
Okay. I could live with that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. And we think she's better than these guys? I do genuinely, all right, no, I'm going to stop it there, because I do genuinely, I'm not going to cave to chat. Like incorporating the objectivity and the subjectivity. The subjectivity for me is what put him down this far.
That's
yeah,
fair. You can stay there.
To there. Okay. Also on this list, I would like to make an argument for Novick getting moved up, at least past Gustang and potentially past Love, because Love, a lot of what I put Love up there for was personal bias and just like his likability and some growth towards it. But I do think that Novick provides a pretty important role. Again, more in the beginning of the season up until like workshop and a little past that, where like Love is very one shot. So it's a lot of like bias there. So I'd like to make the argument for him to move up a bit. Actually, maybe it's not that I want to move him up a bit, but maybe Love down. I don't know. One of those. But I definitely like.
Well, the thing
more
is, if you
Gustang.
want to move Love down, you said you already want to move Gustang down.
I do.
Which would,
I could see moving Love down because I just can't get it to where I'm like, Novick over Gustang.
Yeah, Gustang for me stays. I can throw Love after Novick and call it a day, but like I don't think relevancy wise he beats Gustang. Likability, obviously, but in terms of just presence of season 2, no. So
really,
personally, yeah.
All right.
So
enough.
love after Novick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Also, I think Hell Joe actually deserves to go higher.
I actually agree with that. And
Yeah.
I was thinking
above, either above. Oh man, so either in between a knock and Misang, or going a little bit more ham into it between Mescheni and Casano.
I was thinking a knock and Sachi, personally.
But yeah. Damn. Gab, you said between Sachi and Anak?
Sachi and Nanak, and I could see an argument between Casano and Mishteni.
I would almost do Casano and Boro.
I was thinking that too.
Because I feel like Miss Cheney and Casano's a little too high, and the others are a little too low. I feel like that middle spot.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
willing
okay
to go with that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Him there.
Boom.
And then That
actually kind of okay.
looks
with that.
okay for C, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're
Yeah,
good.
I'm
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay, moving on to D. If we think anyone up, around, sideways, whatever.
I do want to make the yes. I will put in a card here to move. Laurel.
You motherfucker, dude!
I was gonna
Come
say it if you
on.
I'm actually gonna.
Is it gonna kill you to just leave him there, Isaiah? It's fucking Sim Swordsman. Jaja, just fucking leave him and pretend like he's not there. That's it. Goosang's the only relevant one and above. Like, who do you want above? Sim Swordsman? Sim Sword, I will fucking beat your ass, bro.
I actually think. He should go between Shasha and the
I
sister.
will fucking put you between my Shasha and have it fucking
You want to hear something crazy? I actually think that he should go between. No, you're right. Shasha the sister. Yeah.
No, I ain't
I'm just
moving
gonna
him.
fuck with him.
Yeah.
But Gavin, you got to bite the bullet, dog.
Nah,
He's
I
got
ain't
like
biting
3
none.
lines
Nah,
in the.
bro.
He
Well,
literally
yeah,
has
nah,
less
bro.
lines than the sisters.
I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck. And the sisters are fucking... No, he is there. He's always on Hot's back. He's the one.
Gavin,
we can either be an adult.
Well,
about this.
all I'm saying is it's changing in the future. So
sure. If you want to use your token,
ready.
that's fine.
Or I might just use it to fucking knock someone down.
I will say Shasha could go above Sim Swordsman. I know I bashed her before, but I was kind of in this like speed run mode.
No, Sim Swordsman for the win.
Any reason, or are you just being spiteful?
No, dude, no. He's like, honestly, Shasha,
No, I
like,
can
I
see
get
that.
it. She wants to save her existence, but like, she just has these ugly ass ears. So
Okay, well with that,
I'm kidding.
with that
I'm kidding.
well-rounded
It was
reason.
pure. It was pure spiteful. Actually, I think she should go above Sim Swordsman. So.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I was just being an ass. All right.
Okay. Gosang above Quant, and Quant at the top of D.
Oh, swap them.
No, I lied. I like Quant.
Yeah.
Gosang could kick
Really?
rocks.
Damn, I'm on that.
Oh, shit. I don't know.
I just feel like if you're all right, so
Maybe Gosang above Quant in C, but not moving Quant down. I don't know. Or maybe
All right, if
Quant
you're doing
down.
that, then Laurel is going to the top of D, and that's the end of it.
He's
If you-
not though, and it's
Then,
not.
then you're
the
not.
end.
Then you're not taking
the
her.
fuck are you
out.
talking about?
Nah, dog.
we're like
nah.
all right, we'll move this screw to here, and Gavin's
Nah.
like, well, then you got to use wood instead of metal. Like you just got.
No.
to It's like whoa. No, I just. All right, I do.
No.
If what?
So I don't know what I said, but Drowning goes, yes, Ian. And then they go, no, Ian. I don't know what I said to finish.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
They loved you and they left you.
Oh, my God. What did I even say? I forgot. I
I could
Quant
see-
is
I could
biased.
see-
Like, I like, Quant's a cool character.
I could see not moving Quant down, but I do think Gosang should go bottom C.
Yeah. I think that's fine.
You guys are whores.
All right, move her to D. No,
Just like if we're doing that, just do me a solid and have Laurel. above
I'm not gonna
Shasha.
lie. You guys are gonna hate me. Move her back to D. You're saying D? Now that I actually like double thought about it.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool with D. All I'm saying is, if she moves out of D, I want my boy to represent D.
Well,
And that's
he's
it.
not doing it. So
Well,
she
he's
can move
going
in.
to. So
That's
you better
fine.
wait.
So she's
Yes.
there. Move her back out of D.
You have a token, Gavin.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, I don't have a token. I'm not gonna forget what you fuckers did. So.
All right. So now I commissioned for Lorraine to be moved back a couple. No, I'm playing.
Wait. So should we do chat's vote first or our votes first?
Well, I was thinking that our votes, and we can't tamper with each other's votes, but then chat could actually tamper with one of ours if they wanted to, just for
so they should
the
go
laughs,
next
lulls.
or last.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
For the goofs.
I think this is all right so far. Now it's just like you use a token for personal bias.
Yeah.
Okay. So, chat, who's going first? Pick the order. Gavin, Isaiah, myself. Who gets to use their token first? So if you use a token, the token cannot be tampered with by these guys.
Right.
But the token can be tampered with by the chat if you want to tamper with one of them, or you could just do somebody else who you believe.
Can we use our
Go somewhere
token
else.
as a lock so the chat can't tamper with ours or no?
But it stays in the same spot.
Yeah, it just kind of came to mind. I don't know if we'd ever use it, but it was
Or
just.
what if because we're doing this one like specific, where it's like not just a tier, but like what order, they can't move your token out of the tier, but they can move it in what spot it is in the tier. So if you put somebody up in S, they can't take them out of S, but they can put them to like the bottom S.
Okay. Yeah, I can deal with that. That's fine. All right. A lot of people are saying Gavin should go first, and then followed by Isaiah.
All right. Shoot, Gavin.
So, Gavin,
You have the floor.
what do you got? Choose wisely.
So what are the stipulations? So like if I move someone into.
So if you move a character wherever you want,
Mhm.
that character cannot be moved out of that tier or spot by us, but chat can move them not out of the tier, but out of that specific spot. So like if you move Miss Chenny up to A and you put her specifically between Dorsey and Karaka, as far as we're concerned, we can't fuck with Miss Chenny. Chat can move Miss Chenny all the way down to the bottom of A, but can't take her out of A. That make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So whoever you move, they're going to be in that tier, but chat is the only one that can ultimately say like maybe if they stay higher or lower in that tier.
Here's an interesting one. Amir Cricket says, AoA, idea for you. Chat votes to move 6 characters. I think that's a little much, maybe
Holy
like
shit.
5. But you guys have a key to negate the chat to keep a character in place as well.
My only problem is I'm thinking, how are we communicating with chat?
Yeah, that
and
seems-
anything more than one character seems a little hectic.
That's a cool idea, but unfortunately, just because we have to make the list on the fly and stuff like that, we're just gonna rock it like we did. But that is a good idea. We might be able to implement that later for other tier
for
lists.
other
So
lists.
thank you for bringing that up. That'd be cool. Anyway, but yeah, Gavin, what do you got?
I'm stuck with the thought of being an asshole, and like a complete asshole, just because you fucked with Laurel.
Sounds very mature.
I'm very mature, but no, I'm actually trying to think. I'm actually okay with the list so far.
Well, if you don't use it, you lose it.
I fucking know that. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, well, you should be more worried on how I use it right now.
It's all right. I'm not worried about it.
I'll destroy you.
You should be worried about it.
Gavin, joke's on you. I like more than one character in this show, so like I could just not care.
No, I know, but
Could just not
I'm.
I feel like any anime fandom argument, it's like, what do you think about this character? I could just stop caring. Like, damn.
It's crazy.
All the
I'm
power.
just trying to think of how I can throw so much salt in the wound to just piss people the fuck off. And that's what I'm really going for
Good
right
headspace
now.
to be in.
Ooh, and
Travis says Gavin with power scares me.
and
Scares
I'm
us
Us as well.
And I'm between 2 goodies. I just don't know which one I want to fuck over.
I think you should move Casano up to S.
No. That would be funny, but I want to make.
Yeah, someone in chat says you should move Rachel to S.
The day I do that is the day I also die.
I thought you were going to do that for a minute, to be honest. I was like, I could see it.
No, I actually could see it, but I'm not going to.
Crazy son of a bitch, you did it. You have 30 seconds.
No, bro, you have 30 seconds to suck my cock. Let's see. I got.
You would be able to blow in 30 seconds, you nerd.
Hey, bro. All I'm saying, don't. Quick shooter is the real shooter. Western movies. Have you seen them? Let me go back. What
Damn.
we got?
Good argument.
What we got, dude?
You can't compete with that.
Rest my case. 19 seconds. 15. 12. 10.
It's between Eon. Do I touch this beautiful
7,
face?
6.
I think I want to make more people angry.
5.
Wow.
Wow.
Y'all wanted that.
Wow.
I'm just saying, you mess with my Laurel, you get the bones. So you can blame these two. 'Cause that's really what happened.
We like put Laurel in a room and Gavin's just swinging a blind bat, just hitting anybody and just whips Dorsey in the face.
Oh my God.
I was just saying, it was between her and Neon, and I was like,
Wow.
honestly, yeah, don't matter. So,
Sorry, said, oh, fuck no.
and don't forget, that's why I made sure the rules. You can't take her out of that list. You can't take her out of that tier. She's staying there. That's why I said you can thank them for messing with my Laurel because I wasn't gonna do that, and I gave them the option to.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying. Fuck with my Laurel.
First
you
off,
get the
excellent
pick'ems.
display of shifting the blame onto us.
Yeah,
Your
excellent. And
choice.
fucking delicious. I must have to say.
Okay. Isaiah, what do you got? Using a token. Please be careful.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was actually kind of bad.
Sorry, goes Gavin. After how much I admired you, you pay me back with this?
No, I
Wow.
love you. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
The disrespect is loud, folks.
Yeah, where's Smile, right? If Smile was here, he would have freaked out.
Oh yeah, when he sees the VOD.
I'm just saying. Duality.
Let's see. I'm actually not gonna lie. I'm in a pretty good spot because a lot of my favorite characters are in A and S. So it's not like it is a little rough. But
Yeah, I kind of didn't care, so I just wanted to stir the pot.
it's like my
we made a good list.
my
We did,
actual
yeah.
faves are like pretty. They're in nice spots. So I am gonna do a little bit of a wild card here, and learning from Gavin's excellent tutelage. I'm gonna.
Somebody disliked the video that had liked it because you put a Dorsey down there. Oh my God.
I love it.
We are who we are.
I
Yeah.
live for this.
Yeah, you know what, Gavin?
It's all funny games, my guys.
You
And girls.
Dagon ripped off the Band-Aid. Now I'm just feeling some kind of way.
I'm ready.
I want to move white to S.
Yeah! I'm about it. Wait, we're an S though. We're an S though.
Bottom S.
Oh, bottom S? Okay.
Wow.
I'm feeling this vibe right now, dog. I'm feeling it. Come on, Ian.
Yeah, make it a trifecta.
Oh, man.
Go as already.
Shit.
Now I'm actually having fun.
Okay.
Oh.
You ready for this? Oh, God. Okay. No, because I can't go too crazy because chat can tamper with it. So it'd just be like if you go too nuts, then they're just going to move it right back.
they can't
can
move
only
out of the
move it
tier.
within the tier.
Uh-huh.
They can't move it out of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is why I put her
Yeah,
top
which is why
C.
it's strategically smart to be putting white at the bottom and then Dorsey at the top
Yep.
because they can't go any
They
higher
can't
or
go
lower.
any higher or lower.
I feel you. You know what, Gavin? I feel you.
Oh, man.
This power tastes good.
Yeah, we got this.
Oh, they can only move in Dorsey within the same tier?
Correct. Yeah, that's why I asked
Oh,
for explanation.
wow.
on that.
Dude,
I was really thinking it through.
It is a dick move, but it's also a pog play. Like you can't.
I would love to avenge you guys, but I can't move in Dorsey. That's part of the rules. I can't move in Dorsey. He's got it locked. Wow.
I
Okay.
kind of love how that just played down.
Let's run through this one more time. So funny because we'll post this list and people won't have the context of like what
Not
happened.
at
They're gonna
all.
be like, "Are you fucking
they're like,
kidding
and
me?"
it's gonna be
Oh, they're
amazing.
dumb. I get it.
Okay.
Should we wait? Scroll down, Gavin, on here for a second, because you can down.
Oh.
Keep going as far as you can
Oh,
go.
okay. That's it.
Oh, okay. There's an option. Maybe it's because we're in the presentation mode, but there's an option to like save the list. I was gonna say you could save the one that we had before we moved them, and then we could get to moving. So we have that list as a reference. But this one's also funny. So never mind.
Matsu Babkin says just turned off notifications for that. I love how you are taking a very mature approach to this, to this tier list of subjectivity and fun. Don't take it too seriously, guys. Okay, I am gonna move the power. Bop.
Okay.
Wow.
Actually, I respect that out of moves he could have made.
I don't. He put her in front of Khun and Yuri.
He did, which is insulting because she's trash. But I can deal with it for the disrespect that I laid.
I was going to put Rachel somewhere, but I was like, I can't even do that. I was like gonna just like stir the pot, but I'm like, then we'll just get like 40 dislikes and everyone will, you know.
Bro, I moved Ed Dorsey to C.
What
are you saying?
No, I was just gonna mess around, but I was like, I genuinely don't think that. I do think she's higher than D, but I don't think that she was like where I would have moved her to joke
about
around.
like genuine. I don't genuinely think White's an S, but I'm not. I'm just.
Oh, you
having
don't?
Fun.
Oh, okay.
That was the whole point of the token.
Too late.
That's the point of the token. Was
Yeah,
that fun.
no, it's all right. I still got some sort of vengeance because she's above Khun and Yuri.
I mean,
so.
you can try to piss me off, but I'm kind of living the high life right now. Like, I don't care who you move to the back. You can move Laurel below Rachel. I really don't give a fuck because your president, your great Dorsey, is running that C life. So I'm just saying, I made that move because I don't care what you try to do.
In 2 whole minutes, Gavin's now an Dorsey hater.
No, I don't hate
It was
Dorsey.
like for the joke, and I was like, you know what? Fuck her.
No.
That's like time to move Yuri.
You can't move her tiers, dog. You can just move her to the back, which you're cool with. That's why, like, I kind of went by asking all like the actual rules so I can amalgamate something to really screw with people. So
I actually don't think that they should be able to only move them within the same tier. I think
you can't change that now because I made that.
Well,
entire
to be
choice
fair,
off of it.
all right, whatever. That's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't have stirred the pot
Okay,
that bad if I get
what if
away
it's
with
this?
it.
What if it's this? If they choose some, wait, wasn't the rule, or if it wasn't, how about this? What if chat chooses someone that you moved? If you use your token, which I actually thought was the original rule, they can only be moved within the same tier. So if they choose Dorsey, or they choose Hwa Ryun, or they choose who else? Isaiah, whoever Isaiah hit.
Yes.
White. They can only move those characters within the same tier because that's
Yes.
where we move them. But if they pick anyone else, like if they pick Yurick to go to S, like they can choose someone in A and put them to S, or they could choose someone in B and put them to C. Because that was the original rule. I feel like it limits them a little too much.
like you
Was that the original
like
rule?
moving the other characters?
What's that?
Moving the other characters that weren't already moved.
Well, I don't.
What?
I don't know
Like,
what you're saying.
The only characters that they can't move out of a different tier is White, and Dorsey, and who did you pick?
Hwa Ryun.
And Hwa Ryun.
Yeah.
But any other character they can move to any other.
Yeah,
tier.
to anyone.
Yeah.
But if they
Yeah.
pick one of our, oh, okay, I just want to
Yeah,
be sure.
I was
sure.
just limiting it so that it doesn't nullify the point of us using a token. Because if we use a token and then they just revert it, it's like, okay, they
Yeah.
just wasted our token.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we did it the way
they
we
can
did.
move another character.
Oh,
like,
okay.
so-
I just want to
yeah.
be sure. I just want to be sure.
Yeah.
All right, chat. That's the rules. You have a collective token to use to move any character wherever you want, except the ones that we use the token on. So that would be White, Hwa Ryun, and Dorsey. You have to move those, if you want to move those, somewhere within that tier. That's how they locked you out.
Give us a chance to return character. No, And that's what I'm saying. You could put Yuri in D or C tier, but I hate to tell you, my boy Khun's still up there, so it's still a win in my book. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Damn.
So
Yeah, we got it pretty lucky, man.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't hurt me right now. I hurt you guys.
Oh, it'd be a pretty left blow to put Laurel below Rachel.
What? Again, for me, it's still just as gratifying getting that Enduracy. Like, that's the thing. Like, I went in it well knowing that they can try messing my favorite characters, but I don't care because I know Endorsey is new and true to a lot of people's hearts. And I'm just saying, if you didn't fuck with my boy Laurel to begin with, it wouldn't have gotten this far. Just saying. I gave you the out.
I gave you the out.
Yeah,
Oh
I just
my
think
God.
like White's really cool and funny, and not enough people give him credit for it.
It's true. He also killed 1 billion people. So
All right, we can sack every pro and con of everybody together.
no, it could be a pro, according to some people. Okay, so let's see.
All right, so should we do a thing where it's like we have them, like, let's say we do like, okay, chat, pick 5 characters, and in the chat they'll list 5 characters, and
Yeah.
then we'll make a poll of those 5.
Agreed.
To- yeah,
so
yeah.
it looks like we have Yuri as one of them.
Okay.
That one's being.
So Gavin, if you want to pull
vocal.
up the straw poll.
It also looks like we have Misang.
Okay.
Looks like we have Rachel.
Okay,
Those are the 3 that I'm seeing so far.
Option, we
Okay.
got Yuri.
So I have 2 more.
Yuri.
Oh, actually, I need the capital. Yuri. Oh my God. Why? U-R-I. Okay. So
And then
Yuri.
Misang.
M-I-S-E-N-G.
Great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, English. All right, and last one?
Well, it's
Well, no, 5. We're gonna
yeah.
do 5. You could add
Oh.
more, right? How do you add more?
Yeah, there should be a.
Type something in and enter.
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
Oh!
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Wait, I didn't click anything. I literally just hit enter. What? Wait. What just happened?
I don't know. I think it like refreshed it.
All right, so what is it?
Try and create a poll and see if there's an option to put more.
Yeah, you have to make the poll.
Yeah, just
what's the question
okay.
again?
What character do you want to move? And we have Yuri. Oh,
Character.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Missing
Misang, Rachel, and a lot of Khun's are coming in.
Yuri. All right, so Yuri, Misang, Rachel, Khun.
How do you spell? Is it AEL?
What, Rachel?
Yeah.
Yeah, RACHEL.
Um,
Khun, and then one more.
and then
Yuri, Mising, Rachel, Khun.
there's a Karaka one and a Gosang one, but it seems like pretty dead even right now. So give me a second. Let's see.
I say we go with the more popular character, Karaka.
Yeah, Misang's already there. You got right?
Yeah, Yuri,
Yeah,
Mising,
yeah.
Rachel, Khun.
And
Was it
Karaka.
Karaka.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
I spelled Rachel wrong, I know, but it's all good.
Okay.
Just create list.
Create.
And then
poll.
create the poll. And then it should be a way to share the link.
Go to the
this.
copy
Yeah,
the link. Yeah.
yeah, and then take that link and post it in the chat.
You'll have to post it in Twitch and YouTube because I don't
Yeah.
think Restream will. I don't know if Restream will go to both. All right, guys, we put a link in YouTube and in Twitch. If moderators or anyone could just copy paste that a shitload of times in the chat there. Excuse me. We're gonna give you all a couple minutes.
Do you get like a live feed if you stay on it, or no?
I think so. Results. If you get a
Or
result.
do you do that at the end?
No, yeah, well, I think it's like not like live, but like if you hit results, you can refresh it. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah. You
like-
can hit results in a
yeah.
moment.
Okay. All right. Then we'll let it sit. I'm gonna go pee again real quick.
Yeah, I got
so
to pee
if
after
there's
you
no-
too.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna give you all a couple minutes here to pick who you want to move, and then we'll move them, and yeah, we could go off of that. So yeah, choose wisely, my friends.
I cannot wait for all the people who like Tower of God but didn't watch the stream to be like, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah, I know, right? People are gonna look and be like, Dorsey and C, Yuri and whatever. Like, yeah.
I think that because I don't know, it's weird. I know Yuri has more like people that like Yuri and stan her, but I feel like Dorsey and C is going to be probably the biggest like slap in the face
Yeah,
to Tower of God
really get
fans
it.
of anything. Like even well, unless they move Khun. Khun could probably because he's a obviously fan favorite.
Or putting Rachel to the top would just kind of do all of those things.
That's true. Rachel Khun. Yeah, it's like Rachel and Khun because they're in their like their rightful places. Because it's like because I actually feel like as many people that I know like Dorsey, there's people who don't like Dorsey. So it's like fair enough that the ones that don't I feel like are the minority, but like Khun I know is a fan favorite and Rachel is a fan
Yeah.
hated. So it's like to move any of those would probably be a pretty big.
I feel like all things considered, we could probably take a picture of like what the tier list was before we like screwed with it if we wanted to post it or something like that. And just for people that were in stream, we could get like this version.
Oh, you know what we could do? We could take a screenshot of both and do like a before after.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Before chat got a hold of it, after chat got a hold of it. That was mostly us.
That's funny. Oh man, that's some funny stuff. Woo! All right, guys, vote away. Exercise your right to vote. All right, exercise your right to vote here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be either Rachel or well, I don't know. Because I know most people. I think they're either going to pick Yuri because they just want to hurt Gavin and I. What was the other option? Because I know a lot of people stand Khun. So I don't
Khun,
really see
Rachel, Yuri, Misang,
them- I
Karaka.
don't really see them picking Khun.
Go
unless they
vote.
Don't like Khun that much, but
Go vote. Do it.
Kind of like.
Do what you got to do. We'll probably, Isaiah, it was a good idea. We'll probably take a before and after because obviously this is the joke around one. For anyone who has enjoyed the stream so far, if you're on YouTube, dropping a like on the video would be fantastic. Seriously, we appreciate you guys. We know there are some salty spittoons out there. It's all fun and games, though. We're just playing around. We all enjoy the story, and I think that's what matters, that we could share it together, make content about it, and talk with the fan base about it. So seriously, thank you to everyone who has liked the video so far and has supported the channel in any which way, shape, and form. We're nearing about a 5-hour stream right now. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. Put in the work here. Subbing to the channel if you're new here, following on Twitch really goes a long way. All that sort of support. You can hit up our links down below on YouTube and our panels down below on Twitch if you want to support the show further. Join our Discord so you can talk about Tower of God, get in on the fun and all things anime as well. It's not just Tower of God that we are covering if you are new here. Yep, we got a lot of stuff going on. Thank you. Much love, seriously, to everyone. I'm going to be right back. I got to use the bathroom as well. So.
Yeah. Although if you are watching this and you've watched all the way to now, I'm assuming you're a Tower God fan. We are starting season 3 tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
At 11 a.m. EST. Same place here, AoA Reacts channel. So stop on by because we're going to be getting into the next season of what we're talking about here.
Vote Yuri C. There's a part of me that, like, it would be really funny if they voted Yuri C.
I was telling Ian, I was like, I could see them voting for either Yuri or like general consensus, because I feel like Khun is too much of a fan favorite. Like there's actually too many people like in the fan base that like Khun to vote him down, unless they just move him higher up on the tier. Or what was the other one? Yuri, Khun,
Mising, and Rachel.
Rachel. Oh, Rachel and Karaka. And then I was like, if there's like trolls, they might vote Rachel to move her up.
Yeah, like Karaka. I feel
like
Karaka's safe. Mising is safe. It's really between Yuri and Rachel.
Or rather, I would say like it doesn't do it. Like the only ones that like matter or like mean anything is like Khun, Rachel, and Yuri. Like because like Rachel. I mean not Rachel. Mising and Karaka are just, it's kind of like, I don't care where they go, to be honest.
Yeah. No, it's honestly hilarious. That's why I'm waiting for it, because I'm going to be like, yes, do it. Because I know that they...
Corrupted.
What? Yeah, get corrupted. Yeah, because the satisfaction alone that I got out from moving her and Dorsey down there, just for giggles, like you can't kill that. And I'm gonna sleep perfectly fine at night, even if you move Yuri down to below Rachel, because I hate to tell you, it was God. Oh man, y'all just want to watch the world burn, dude. The world is burning. What can we say? It's been burning for a long time.
Oh, are people voting Rachel?
Oh, people are voting Rachel. Interesting. See though, like under that's the other thing. Under the grounds that we made this whole list, like I wouldn't even be mad if they like moved Rachel, because I mean, although she deserves her own category in the trash field, she did play an important role in season 2. So if you're like, oh, you move her to S, like under that, like my mindset is, yeah, she played an integral part in season 2. Although I don't agree with it.
Villegas Oscar says Rachel supremacy. All right, relax, sir. We're joking around, having a good time here, but let's keep the benign comments to ourselves.
The benign comments.
So, let's not get a little, let's not get absolutely nuts.
Can't believe 40 people stan her. Yeah, it's either that or they want to try to mess with us. Which, yeah, I'm down for either.
Can't believe 40 people. I mean, apparently there's a lot more that stan her from, from knowledge that the RDF exists. Apparently Rachel actually has a fan base, if you can believe that.
All right, so with
All right,
Ian
let's
getting
get those
back,
voting results, huh?
let's take a little damn for a
Oh,
little.
man.
So we could give chat some power here.
Apparently Rachel's winning.
I don't doubt it.
All right, results. Rachel won by 43%, followed by Yuri at 20%, and then Khun 17, Mising for 14%, and Karakla a measly 6%.
Chihuahua worm, baby.
Yes, that is the final readings of our voting. So,
Man, all right, Rachel it is.
Rachel, it is.
All right, so then I guess now if you make another
Create
poll,
another poll.
and just put the tiers where they want to move her to.
Do you just need? Oh, create a poll. Okay.
So yeah, where does Rachel go? Other than the canon answer, which is the garbage can.
I feel like I'm spelling your name differently every time, but it's all good. So what do we got? S A B C.
Yeah.
So S A B.
Sorry, guys. Anyone who voted for Rachel, you need help.
Oh, and
I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe I forgot Arc
well,
Raptor.
no, they're not going to move her in D.
well, they can still move her like to the top of D.
That's
Like,
fair.
it's the
I'm willing
No,
to bet
yeah.
a lot of money that it won't
Leave
be
the
D.
option.
Fair
It
enough.
probably won't get used.
Fair enough.
but
I'll eat my words full-heartedly if they do. They're like, no, just move her one up. We just really thought she was better than Euro. Yeah.
All right, so then let me copy this URL, and then we are going to
put it in the both chats.
Yep.
I can't believe I forgot Arc Raptor and put Quant on here.
I can't believe you
kinda
forgot
crazy
Arc
to me.
Raptor and who is it that I was like
And who else that I just forgot right now?
fucking. You know, fair enough. I guess Quant. Yeah.
To be fair, most of this list came from our like casting sheet thing.
Yeah.
I literally just copy and pasted the names. So some of them, like, yeah, because like Quant was on there from the beginning, but I'm like thinking back, I'm like, he didn't have a super huge role in the season.
Create trash tier just for her. Honestly, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
If they're like,
So we'll give you guys a couple minutes because it looked like I couldn't refresh it, like the results that I.
We'll
did
give you
for
just
the-
a
Yeah,
minute
yeah.
for this one because
give it
whoever's
a-
gonna vote's gonna vote.
Yeah.
Copy paste that biznatch in Twitch on YouTube.
yeah.
That's Theo. I'll call you later, my dog. Yeah. So do that. Take a minute or so to vote, and then we will decide where in that tier that person is going. We'll just, I guess, number it like 1, 2, 3 or whatever.
Wow, that's so funny. Just like the actual story, Rachel's getting a hand-me out. So crazy.
Yeah, facts.
She's totally
Yeah.
at the bottom, but like somebody's picking her up. That's nuts.
You can blame Gavin probably, right?
Yeah, probably.
No, I blame you guys for this one.
Shit, not me though.
You fucked with Laurel. That's all
I
I'm
feel like
saying.
less people care if you move somebody like White up than if you move someone like Endorsey down. Like I feel like people love Endorsey more than they hate White.
Yeah,
Exactly.
for sure. And I
Yeah.
feel like White's not really even hated.
Also, not gonna
Yeah.
lie, I feel like if I didn't move in Dorsey to begin with, Rachel would still be probably the one that they'd pick just because
Yeah,
it's
she's
Rachel.
like
Well, like if I'm being completely honest.
Maybe I think they want to
Like-
spite you a little bit.
Yeah, but who else like would they have like other than maybe moving someone else up? But like I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like it would have.
It would have been down to like the go sang me sangs and
Yeah.
the freaking stuff
Saying,
like that.
saying.
All right.
All right.
Two girls who just got
Okay, so if you haven't voted, you literally have 5 seconds and before I refresh, and then we will get our results. Okay, are we ready?
7G goes, we do it to not let them sleep at night.
All right.
That's pretty.
So let's refresh the results right now. Yeah.
Wow.
I saw
I
it
will
coming.
eat my words.
I saw it coming.
I apologize because D was the other half of the votes, and I was really willing to bet my mother's life on that they were not going to pick D. So fair enough. I'll concede that to you.
Okay.
All right, but S looks like it's
Yeah.
S. Now,
I felt like it was us.
it is where is she going in S?
So we'll do.
I feel like a lot of people that voted D were ones that like voted Rachel to go maybe to S, and then they got scared. They're like, wait a minute. Do I understand what I'm doing right now? You know what I mean? Like, am I really willing to do this? Do 2 wrongs make a right? They're just like, no, put her in D. Oh, man.
they fucking like corrected themselves halfway through.
All right, so I'm just putting, I guess, front, mid, bottom.
Yeah, middle would be
In between.
So yeah, let's say middle is between
Bomb and
Bam
Yuri.
and Yuri. Bottom is between Jin Sung and White.
Well, or
I was
just
going
at
to
the
say
end.
literally
Oh,
at the
yeah,
end,
yeah,
at the
yeah.
beginning, or in
like
between.
extremes. Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
fair,
you know what I'm
that's fair.
saying.
Yeah.
So we will do that.
Yeah,
I
can't do it
will create a poll again, and I will copy this URL.
Well, the only thing is that there are some people that are saying that they want to put him specifically above Khun. So, like, that kind of throws a wrench into it because then chat doesn't get to have their cake and eat it, too.
Well, I'm not making one for every single fucking thing. So you guys can honestly.
I was like, I'm not typing 1 through 5 or 10. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no.
What do I look like?
No, you guys get to taste your own broccoli on this one.
Taste your own broccoli, did you say?
Dude, I don't know. Gavin's wild.
Nope. You don't get that satisfaction, chat.
I've been feeding y'all broccoli.
I love it, dude.
It's week old
It's so much
broccoli, too.
fun.
It's that stanky broccoli.
Oh, man. Anime World, is Tower Guy getting a season 2? I don't know if it's confirmed if they're getting a animated
like
season 2.
Heavily implied, but I don't think it's like,
Yeah.
like, you know, whatever like a company is or studio is like, yep, we're doing it.
Yeah.
But I feel like it might be one of those shows though that gets a season 2 more because people keep asking about it as opposed to how it did. And not to say that it did poorly, but I think if like the people who made it were like, oh, all right, it did pretty good, like then they're gonna see the fan outcry for it and be like, oh shit, maybe, you know. So
I'm going to go ahead and assume if they pick top, by the way, that they mean just above Khun. I'm going to just go ahead and assume that if chat wants to clarify on that, just in general. because we seem to be getting a lot of messages like that. So,
I'm not. You're facing the full broccoli. You're voting.
Yeah, I was like,
You
oh,
knew
I
what
see
you're
your
getting.
vegetables.
Tops, top, bottoms, bottom, mid.
yeah, let's get one is a type of 1 in the chat if you want it to be above Khun, 2 in the chat if you want it to be at the very top if top is what you're picking. So we have 1, 2 ones, a 2. All right, give it a second here. Another 1, 2.
Wait, what was it? One for very top.
No, 1 for right above Khun, 2 for top.
top.
2, 1, 2,
1, 2,
7 ones, 5 twos.
2.
Oh wow,
Dude,
Surprised
I'm
to
just
see
saying it's staying the
8-1.
way I have it listed. We're not doing this little nuance shit.
we are.
Like one,
We're doing it.
you are. I'm not.
2. Okay, Gavin, I'm gonna move you.
I'm just saying tops, top, mids, bottom.
Okay, 6, 7, 9. Okay, looks like 1 is winning.
I already forget which one.
Monica goes, I can't believe we're doing this.
Yeah,
Kevin,
no.
you asked for this. They said 1.
No, I'm just saying. You saw the stipulation.
All right, looks like it's 1, so it'll be above Khun.
Damn.
For it. That one cracked 10, and it's still leading by like little bits. So it's like 3
Ian's
above.
just playing for the fan service. It's all good.
I'm literally reading chat.
No, I'm just saying.
Gavin, you brought this on yourself.
No.
Dude.
How? It's 3 options.
No,
If you don't
no,
agree,
it's
go
not
mid.
because
Yes, it
they're
is.
literally voicing their opinion, and you're just doing it.
It's
'cause you
actually
know-
pretty
No,
close.
no,
You
no.
were doing a count, and you were like, "Oh, 7-5." Like it was pretty neck and neck for both
I
of them.
think
That's
they're
what I'm saying.
saying. You brought this on
and
yourself
1-1.
Oh,
when you
yeah.
voted in Dorsey down.
Yeah.
That's what's because they.
Oh,
they
yeah, no, I don't
I'm saying I'm
care.
not lying.
Oh,
1-1.
No,
which means that they
well,
won
no, I'm
above
saying
Khun,
no. I'm
not
saying
at
with the
top.
Dorsey moving down, I don't care. I expected it. That's why I did it. So like, I'm really not asking for anything. Like, I don't care. So yeah.
Okay, so I read chat, and there
Yes.
were more 1s than there were 2s.
No, what I'm saying at is
So,
when
I
I
don't-
did like that's not how a poll works. Is what I'm getting at. Like we did mid, medium, bot. Like the whole thing is like we had a mid, medium, bot.
What I'm saying is just because you were too lazy to type in numbers 1 through 9 doesn't mean you get to nix everyone from having an
it's not.
opinion.
It's not everyone. It's just you pick within the boundaries that you have.
But I'm
It's
saying
not-
we don't have to, and we did another one
No,
here.
all I'm
and I
saying
just
is
literally
it's
counted
not
it.
relevant.
But I mean,
okay.
the if chat's asking for it, it feels
Correct.
redundant to not do. To
No,
put
I
full
agree, but
nominees
I
on
agree,
the
but it's
wall.
not like everybody's like, oh, 1. Like it's I see it's 1, 2.
Well, correct. There's a
Well,
vote,
not
but
really.
1-1.
All right,
Yeah.
whatever. We'll go with it.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying it's irrelevant in my eyes, but if it tickles your unicorns, then we'll tickle your
Okay.
unicorns.
Well, we're tickling our unicorns here.
Unicorns appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Oh man. Okay. If you want to do this, because they voted the front.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to put one more poll, if you want it to be one more time, just say above Khun or like above
No,
Khun
honestly,
or top.
at that rate, we're just going above Khun because it's just we'll go
Okay.
above Khun.
I'm just
Right? That's what it was.
I was
above
giving you a
Khun.
chance. Yeah, no,
Okay.
there were more 1s in chat, but I'm just saying.
No,
if you-
then we'll go. I'm not doing a whole nother poll in that shebang.
would you like me to do the poll, Gavin?
No, if that's what if you're saying that's what they said in chat, then
Gavin,
it's not.
I
worth
feel like
doing
you're
another
being
poll.
slightly spiteful right now.
How? I just said it's irrelevant. If you're saying that was the vote, which yes, okay.
Am
then
I being
what's the
ridiculous
point?
right now?
No. Why? I'm
Am
just
I
saying,
being
is there a
ridiculous?
need to do it if that's what
I
it's
mean,
going to
let's
come
take
to
a little
outcome
step
wise?
back. Everything that's been said in the past 20 minutes is a little-
Not to mention half of this is a joke, so like it doesn't like honestly matter if we go into this.
a joke
mode.
I just
we've
felt like-
effectively killed.
Yeah,
by the way.
I just felt like you got a little serious for being the one that initiated the joke.
No.
is all.
No. I'm just saying it's just funny when you get a poll and it's like top, middle, bottom, and it's like you just don't go like, oh, let me add that. Like I don't care, but it's like it's just
Which
a little
is why
much.
I'm giving you the opportunity
No.
now, and it seems like out of a little bit of spite, you're saying it doesn't matter. That's fine now.
No,
I'm saying it'll
I'm
take
just
us
saying
2
I don't
minutes.
care.
That's it.
I don't care. I think it's
There's
a waste.
little bit of
I think
care
it's
there.
a waste.
Sensing there's a little
No,
bit of care.
what does it matter if she's here to hear to me?
Well, it
it
matters-
was just more on the premise of making a poll. That's the only thing I'm spiting this off of. Like I genuinely.
Okay.
There really is. The goal is to fuck with everybody. Like
Yeah.
that's the like. So putting her in front of Khun just specifies that like she's better than Khun, but not the best.
Oh,
Right?
I
The
get
whole
it.
point is to get everybody here as broadly as possible, which kind of seems like is what the only thing that's happening. But like that's it. Like you can put her at the top, but it's almost like that doesn't mean anything. You're saying
that's-
she's better than everybody. But if you put her specifically in front of Khun, it's like, oh, you're saying
Yeah.
Oh no, I
Fair enough. Okay. Well, Rachel's better than Khun, so we've established that. Genuinely is a better character than Khun. Clip that. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, they will.
Ruru goes, if you dig a hole, lay in it.
100%, dog. You lay in that bitch and you pull a Laurel. That's what you do.
She was saying that to you. Nothing.
Yeah, and I'm cool with that because I'm sleeping in this whole dog.
So do me a favor. Somebody take a screenshot of this list, and then
Oh wait, you want me to take a screenshot right now?
yeah,
too
much?
at the computer.
No,
And
I'll take a
then-
screenshot. What is it? Save full page or save visible?
Yeah. Well, this is
Just do the
yeah.
thingy. And just drag it,
page.
just in case.
Well, like from here.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is this?
You don't even have to get the cog wheels and stuff.
Oh,
in
okay.
there. Just go like that.
Like right there. Good.
Yeah. There you go. So screenshot that, download that bitch.
Okay, download.
And then like
Okay.
move all
Now
three.
switch Rachel back to bottom, like where we had it.
Oh, where we had it. Okay, so Rachel
Take a
bottom and
screenshot.
Dorsey was.
And Dorsey was in front of Karaka.
Was it in front? Okay.
In front of Karaka, we had
White.
was down in
White was at
B.
the top.
no,
One
he was,
behind
Yeon,
Yeon. One behind Yeon.
Okay.
At B.
And then Hwa Ryun was behind.
She was behind Yuri,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
She was behind Yuri.
Yeah. Okay. That was
Okay.
the OG
Yeah,
list. So take
I
a
think
screenshot of
so.
this.
Yes.
Oh, take a screenshot. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Actually,
You're in the wording.
Oh,
so
am I?
Right click off somewhere
Oh,
else.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's that. Here's.
Oh, please rank Laro Row, by the way. I want to have your thoughts. I would say Laro Row is B, high B, personally.
I was gonna say bottom B.
Somewhere in B. That would be my thing.
Yeah, I'd go B too.
What's that mean where the guy's like that?
So I just like
I mean-
under like that.
Yeah, this like that. Oh man.
Realistically, probably like. If I was being realistic, maybe like mid B. I mean, if I was biased, high B.
It's accurate to
I would say she goes between Garum and Yvonne Kell.
G.
I think Laura Rowe goes between. I don't know what character we're talking about anymore. Oh my god.
I agree. Go sang top of B.
Yeah.
Gotta love her.
I think Laura Rowe would go between Garum and Yvonne Kell.
I
lied. I think he'd go lower than that. What am I,
I
doing?
actually think Lara Rowe would go
behind behind Kallavan. probably.
I'd say in front of Kallavan, behind Horyang, maybe.
I would say in between Kallavan and Daniel.
Yeah, I think Kallavan is definitely a little
Okay.
higher, but yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm. So Lara Rowe, best waifu.
Oh, 100%.
Oh my god. That was kind of insane.
It was a wild ride.
Yeah, that was a wild ride. That was like 5.5 hours. So hopefully you guys
Kristen didn't
enjoyed it.
deserve
Now
this.
imagine if we had every single character in season 2.
Oh, fuck that, dog. That would have taken
That'd be
3
crazy.
days.
So I do want to put this forward for when we catch up. I would love to do a tier list stream with getting like a collab going with like the guys like Sunwoo, Naya, Milios, or whoever, right? Whoever wants to get in on it. I know Haku hit us up recently as well. Obviously Joe, excuse me, and do like a full suite. I think that'd be kind of cool, but trying to like get together with them and talk about how we can make it into some sort of game. You know what I mean? Where it's not so much as like we're just going through our discussions each time for each character, because then we'd literally be here for 24 hours. Like a way that it's like people maybe could have turns or whatever. Like I think getting a meeting together and setting up something where we could make like some cool elements to it, kind of like we made our trivia game, but like some things to incorporate into a tier list without eliminating the tier list, right? We don't want to eliminate what makes a tier list, because then you just go too off the rails. We're just having fun at the end of there. But like maybe interjecting some like little bit of spice in there. So it's still a tier list, but like we could find a way to balance it would be kind of cool.
I feel like if you make a tier list a game, like that in itself is effectively taking out, because a tier list is like, first and foremost, it's a ranking list, right?
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
give you my opinion on what is better than what. But if you make it a game and take people's opinion out as to why they put something there, like that's what it sort of takes out like what makes a tier list.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe like little small things, like the token thing. But like if there's some other idea to like maybe like or you're keeping the what's intrinsic to a tier list intact, but kind of adding spice to it. So if anyone has thoughts on that, you could drop it in our Discord under general feedback. We asked you guys in there, or just tag us. And that'd be really cool, I think. Or if it was more of like we got all the guys and instead of like going one at a time, it would just be like a shouting match debate. You know what I mean? Where everyone's like this tier, and they're like, get the fuck out of here. We're all just screaming at each other. That'd be wild. Oh my God. Or it's like, it's like, okay, we go through it and like somebody like Snap says a thing, right? And if somebody like vehemently disagrees, it goes into like nobody else says anything and it's just those two and they're locked in debate. You know what I mean? And then it just goes off of what, and then like we all vote where we think it would go or something like that. Like, I don't know. I think there could be some cool stuff there.
That could be kind of cool where it's like, you take like, let's say we get all those people together and it's like, let's say we're doing this tier list and you're like, okay, next up on the table is like Wang Nan or let's get like a neutral character, Hwa Ryun, and you get one person to play the pro side and the con side as to where they want to put her low and where they want to put her high, and then like they have to debate and slowly have to rally everybody else to each of the like any one of the sides. You know what I mean? And whoever wins like gets to put her.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Something like that.
Yeah, 'cause it still keeps like this is a tier list and we're taking our opinions into like,
adds a little bit of spice to it. That would be cool. Let us know if that'd be something that you guys would be interested in. It would be a long stream for sure. It'd be a long one, so we'd have to strap in, brace ourselves. Hopefully they'd be down for something like that. And this would be when we catch up, and we're projected to catch up, I think, at the end of April or sometime in May, beginning of May, if my timing is correct here. So definitely stay tuned within the next couple months, and hopefully we get something going. I think that would be really cool. But yeah, that would be really sick. Anyway, I think that's all we got today for our tier list. To all the people that supported today, whether it was liking the video, subscribing, hitting the notification bell on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, following the stream, whatever the case might be, we appreciate you just participating in chat, even if you just stop by, realizing that we're all just having fun at the end of the day. So don't take anything we're doing too literally, like we do sometimes when we want to rip each other's heads off over fictional characters in a story. But yeah, anyway, thank you for the support. Like I said, we have links in our description down below on YouTube and panels down below on Twitch for you guys to support the channel. This is our AoA Reacts channel, but we also have the AoA show. That link is in the description down below, where we will be posting a lot of our Tower of God podcast discussions and content that has to do with that. And you could refer back here to the AoA Reacts channel for all of our Tower of God live streams and live read-throughs and reactions to it, along with all of our other reactions that we post. We're always trying to simultaneously stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time anyway, unless there's some sort of issue. So you definitely want to follow both if you haven't already, so you're always in the loop. You never miss a stream. If one day we can't go on YouTube for some reason, you guys can always refer to us on Twitch as well. Like I said, join that Discord, join the ever-growing community of some brilliant people with some beautiful faces that could talk Tower of God or whatever anime they so please. Really goes a long way. We also have our audio-only platforms for those of you who want to listen to our podcasts on the go, Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, Anchor, etc. We have that there. Our Patreon, if you want to support the show while getting exclusive benefits, it's really a win-win. We incorporated a couple new tiers there, so you guys can support us. It really goes a long way. And yeah, I think, and the merch shop. I haven't plugged merch in a while. Why haven't I plugged merch in a while? We got merch. Yeah, we have the Ayami line, we have the Anime Bible line, we have the standard AoA line. So if you guys want to get anything from hoodies to t-shirts to leggings to joggers to fanny packs to pillows to blankets, you name it, it's there. We have it all at the merch shop. If you want to rep some AoA swag, supporting the show and looking damn good while doing it, that's a great way to take advantage. Very fun stream. Thank you all for hanging out with us. You could expect this VOD up for shizzle. So if you missed it, no worries. You can catch us on the VOD land in YouTube. But yeah, beyond that, stay tuned for tomorrow, where we will be starting Tower of God Season 3. It's been a long road, and we're finally getting towards the top so we could catch up with all the giants that have already caught up before us. It's going to be a fun ride, really hype, really excited to get into it. So hopefully we'll see you guys there. That is at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow on Sunday. Can't wait. So until next time, folks, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being the best part of what it is that we do. We will catch you all on the flip. Peace.
Peace.
that's a triple play. New episodes, I couldn't wait. Yeah, open your mind at the first game. Press play, no need to debate. AoA, check me out. Look, clocked in, you can catch the hype. Golden Dawn, how we follow the light. Anime like life, married to it, my wife. All these episodes we binging. 3 points, how the bands is, and it started just with some friendship. Now the videos is endless. Double A with that O in the middle. All my hate, but them boys is brittle. I've been a senpai, and we going crazy like hentai. 3 dudes that been studying this. Apostles, you don't need an exorcist. Tune in to like once a week. End over, how we bring the heat. Jesus, AoA, that's a triple play. New episodes, we couldn't wait. Apostles of anime. Yeah, open your mind, that's the first gate. Press play, no need to debate. Apostles of anime. AoA, that's a triple play. New episodes, they couldn't wait. Apostles of anime. Open your mind, that's the first gate. Press play, no need to debate, man. Apostles of anime.
Alright, got me to make some paper, boy.